Hello everyone, this is Tormuse, and today I'm picking up where I left off in the Club Meetings mod for Doki Doki Literature Club. Uh, yeah, um, I barely made a dent in the email bag in yesterday's stream. I'm gonna take another stab at it again today. Maybe I'll try to check out some of the other extras too if I need to break things up a bit, but I'd like to get as much as I can done before this releases tomorrow. Also, it happens to be my birthday today. Happy birthday to me. I'm 42 now. The answer to life, the universe, and everything, if Douglas Adams is to be believed. Hitchhiker's Guide reference. Anyway, yeah, why don't I just load this up and just dive right into it. This one here. We were in the middle of the email section. Where's the, oh shoot, where's the, okay, the chat box is in the upper left. Okay, that's where it should be for this. And BGC's here. Welcome to the stream. I'm awake, yes. I am somewhat awake too. I mean, I got some sleep. I got some rest. Been feeling, as I mentioned before, feeling very tired lately. Have a lot of trouble sleeping. But yeah. Maybe I'll be able to make a bigger dent in this email bag if I get less distracted by chat. I believe, this being Thursday, Dev mentioned this is their busy day, so maybe less chatter in the chat will mean I can make more headway with this. Anyway, here we go. Yuri, you have increased the amount of respect I have for you by a lot, seeing as you are able to appreciate the fine taste of black licorice. So what's having a little brother like? I'm the oldest sibling as well, but my sister is much closer to me in terms of age by just a few years, so we tend to get along well pretty consistently. Having a little brother has been wonderful. Aw. It is somewhat a new experience to me. I've lived most of my life as an only child. Yeah. Yeah, because he's like 6, right? It's definitely interesting being the big sister who's so much older. Really, I'm like a third parent. Tempted to put a comment for really. Or fourth, given that my uncle lives with us as well. Shobu's a very lucky boy. He gets a lot of love and attention. He's also very curious and is also always trying to learn and ask questions. Even I cannot always give him full answers to everything he asks. But I love him very much, and I know he will do very well in life. That's really sweet. Wonder, I was gonna say, I wonder if he's met Natsuki. I mean, Natsuki did come over at least once, so. Miss Ida, because now I know apparently that's how her name is supposed to be pronounced. Miss Ida, gonna be honest, I don't know why that email said Mrs. since I've referred to you as Miss in the past, but I apparently have not been consistent with that, so I'll do my best to be more consistent moving forward. Anyway, since it's chemistry you're interested in, I'll see if I can compile a playlist of videos where MatPat has made use of chemistry more than physics, if that is your preference. I would not consider MatPat to be much of a reference for anything scholastic, personally. With all due respect to the guy, his theories are kind of wonky. They take a lot of liberties with a lot of things, quite frankly. From the few that I've seen, anyway. Not that I've watched a ton of those game theory videos or whatever. Anyway, moving on. I believe one of the first videos on the food theory channel regarding cake technically relies on chemistry more than physics, but I guess the whole food topic would have that effect. Anyway, what's your opinion on the old Mentos and Diet Cola reaction? Don't know why, but sometimes I'll find myself watching videos on that kind of thing for hours if I'm not careful. Miss Ida, you just need to watch the right MatPat video. It's something like, is that something like you just have to find the right girl or something? Anyway. Yeah, I'm definitely not a Mrs. Yet. Oh, stop. Yes, food cares deeply about chemistry. Baking is really a subclass of food chemistry, and one which Natsuki really should learn more about since she's such a skilled baker. I learn things when I decide to. Of course, of course. It would be fairly inaccurate to call the Mentos and cola thing a reaction. It's not a chemical reaction. It's just that the carbon dioxide is constantly being liberated from the liquid. With a smooth surface, like the plastic inside of a soda bottle, it happens relatively slowly. But if you suddenly put the soda against a rougher surface, it'll happen faster and faster. And the surface of a mint is very rough. And carbon dioxide bubbles themselves also cause the production of more carbon dioxide. Is that how it works? I never actually looked into that whole cola Mentos reaction thing. Hmm. So when you put the mint in, the bubbles come off. And as the mint sinks, it frees more bubbles, and bubbles rush up and hit the bubbles higher up in the bottle, and more bubbles get created, and so on and so forth. You get a runaway effect, and a bunch of gas forms, shooting up into the air and taking the liquid with it. But again, not really a chemical reaction, other than carbon dioxide coming off the water, which is happening anyway. And then it doesn't really speed up that reaction in a chemical way as what we would call a catalyst. Aha! It just provides what you might call a physics catalyst. Hopefully that answers your question. I put a comma after hopefully. Wow, that was a lot. As for my general question that I assume only MC and Natsuki can answer, have any of you played FNAF Security Breach? While the game might be, or still is, buggy, I think it brought a lot of new things to the table, so I recommend it for everyone to at least experience, plus it seems to be less scary as well, except for him, in italics. If you've played the game, you know who he is. Anyway, that should be all for now. Until next time, Ink. Is this? I was gonna say, is this Ink Demon? This doesn't feel like one of Ink Demon's emails. Anyway, moving on. Well, actually, I kind of have tuned out from FNAF, my dude. Like, you can only play the same game so many times. I mean, that's a little unfair. Things have been different in each sequel. But in the end, yeah, I tuned out of it too. Dev decided not to keep playing every single game just to satisfy the viewers, I guess. Anyway. I mean, it has cool lore and the gameplay is fun enough, but it is kind of samey after a while. Plus, like, the story's been told at this point. Yeah, I'm sure Security Breach is fun, and I hope you have fun with it, but too many other games on my list right now. Thanks for the email, though, Ink. I hope you have fun again. Next, please. Oh my, please. She's getting positively polite. Shut your effing face. There's the Natsuki I know. Hi, guys from the Philippines. Anyway, call me Emmy? Emma? Emmy? In short for Emerald. So, question for Yuri. Did you know you held the wrong knife to kill yourself in the base game? Oh yeah, this is the one that I happened to see in the club meeting server. Dev posted the screenshot of this email and was like, "What? What is this emailer saying?" And I explained that. I think that what they meant was that Dan Salvato said that the knife that Yuri is graphically holding in the original game is like clearly a kitchen knife, but it was supposed to be one of her like fancy special knives, like her pocket knives. But Dan didn't communicate that to the artist, and he didn't find out that about the miscommunication until after it was done, and he was like, well, whatever, it's not a big deal. So, anyway, I do not know what you mean by this. Is there a right knife to kill yourself with? I don't know. It seemed to do well enough. Okay. I guess Dev went with their original response anyway. Anyway, question for Natsuki. Have you ever played mobile games before? If so, recommended mobile game. Oh, sure. Played tons of mobile games, yeah. I try to stay away from the gacha games or games that want you to spend money. Mostly I play the little puzzle games now. Play lots of nonograms. Nonograms? Not familiar with that one. There are tons of nonogram free apps. Try one of those maybe. I don't know what that means. I'll make a note of it. Nonogram. There you go. Made a note of it in case I want to look it up later. Nonograms are also called pi cross. Okay, I'll make a note of that too. Parentheses pi cross. There. I call it parentheses instead of brackets just to please Deb or Yuri. Anyway, try one of those maybe. Questions for Monica, Natsuki, Yuri. This might be personal, so you guys should be out of the room. Okay. So I did some research about these things in the original game, and the condition that, whelp, they don't actually have it. The teary-eyed blood is called hemoclaria. That is like both Natsuki and Yuri had if on real life, and Natsuki's one, well, you're lucky this is at the end because she might die instantly, so reaction to those things? What? Okay. I guess this is talking about the bits where they're crying blood in the original game, in Act 2. Reaction to those things. Okay. Anyway, sorry for bringing down the mood. Okay, if you and I are dating and the mood is right, would you take the kiss or steal it? What does that distinction even mean? I don't know. Moving on. I'm not really sure what to say about for the first bit. I'm not even really sure they were truly bleeding, like in a medical sense. Probably it was just a glitch. I'm not sure what you mean, but there's a difference between taking and stealing a kiss. But I'll say taking, that sounds more forthright. I mean, yeah, like, what else can you say? I would say an MC steal this kiss or take it. What does this mean? What does that mean? What's this right? What does the writer think it means? I don't know. Yeah, I'm not sure what the difference is, but I guess take? Definitely take. Yeah. Question from Miss Ida. Aside from Monica that felt the black void, what it is like to be in it? Oh, well, I get this one well enough. It's unsettling. I mean, imagine yourself in a dark place where you seem to be standing, but you can't tell what you're standing on, and there's nothing around you. You can hear nothing, and you can see nothing, but you have this awareness that something is going on, somewhere you can't see or hear. And you get the sense at first that you're being watched as part of some process you can't understand, but you still can't see or feel anything. That's what it's like at first. Anyway, thanks for the question. I think we're done with this one. Next! And Spooky Waters, welcome to the stream. Watching while I close out the last hour of my workday. Cool. Well, don't get in trouble or anything. Yuri jumping into steal Natsuki's bit is kind of adorable. I mean, okay, like Yuri as she's portrayed in this mod isn't as shy as she is in the base game or whatever, but I can just sort of imagine her like trying to work up the courage through the course of like the second and third season compilations of emails before finally doing it. Anyway, hey, you were late. No bit thievery. Anyway, this one's a short one and only for MC. MC, are you any good at singing? Oh man, no, not at all. I wish there were more to it than that, but yeah, not good at singing. Next. Not you too, MC. I mean, you weren't saying anything. I would have if the silence had lasted long enough. Hello, Literature Club. I like to ask which Persona games are your favorite. P.S. Monica is the best. Persona, huh? I think me and MC are the only ones who've played any Persona games. Strictly speaking, it should be MC and I, but I don't know. This is Natsuki, so don't necessarily expect you to have the proper grammar. Moving on. And they're all pretty good. Hard to pick a favorite. I think I'll go with 4, though. So many memorable characters. Like Adachi. So true. I concur entirely with Natsuki 4 best. Anyway, next, before someone steals my bit again, thank you for your love, emailer. Next. Hi everyone, this question is for Yuri. What are the hard limits of the things you can change about the world with simulation code? Hard limits? Okay. Can you time travel to previous scenes? I mean, demonstrably, yeah, I think. Can you completely change some laws of physics? And what are the soft limits of the things you would be okay with doing, Yuri? Clearly you wouldn't want to hurt anyone, but at what point do you use co-president powers to perhaps defend yourself if you or your friend got attacked at night? Okay. And somewhat related, what is the most advanced thing you've coded yourself in your spare time, either for practical reasons or for fun? A cute question for everyone so that they're not left out would be, what kind of fantastical thing would you code into existence if you could? And I guess Yuri could answer if she could do it for you right now. Anyway, have a nice day. Shaka, aka Charlotte. Yeah, I mean, good question from Shaka, and very timely. I mean, just had the whole like Yuri abusing her presidency for an entire season, so. This is an in-depth question. Some of these questions I can only give imperfect answers to, so I'll have Monica fill in where she can. Yeah, sort of, yeah, it's fine. I was kind of wondering if in-depth should be hyphenated or something, but I don't think it's a big deal. Anyway. Oh, no, never mind. For a second there, I thought I caught a grammatical error. It was like, no, it's fine. Never mind. Like, I'm trying to be vigilant for those errors. It's one day. This is probably my last stream before the full release thing of this thing tomorrow. So, trying to catch as many errors as I can. It is hard to tell if there are hard limits to the things we can code. Our knowledge is very feeble up to the task at hand. Changing laws of physics would probably be possible, but it would be incredibly hard. There are just too many dependencies. Yes, it would be a very involved and potentially dangerous project. Probably not worthwhile. Time traveling? No, not exactly time traveling. We can revisit and replay old scenes as though we were there, and we could probably even recreate those scenes and act in them as though we were our past selves. But it wouldn't change anything in the present. It'd just be a copied scene with no relation to our actual world. I mean, yeah, that tracks. Still, it's an interesting thought. I have not yet considered what my own personal limits would be in terms of using the power to hurt someone in self-defense. I suspect it would not be that different than using any other weapon. I mean, we made that joke about what Yuri might have done to that individual the curiously gender non-specific individual who was bullying Natsuki earlier, but yeah, maybe Yuri really didn't do anything to them. Anyway. Well, it's a little more dangerous, since if you use a knife or a gun, you don't endanger all of reality. Yes, that is true. Although, hopefully, you and I know enough not to endanger our simulation with such an application. I'm tempted to put a comma after hopefully. Probably, yes. Let's see, the most advanced thing I've coded in my spare time has been the upgrades to my house. Which you have also done now, right, Yuri? Right. Although the trickiest thing for me was coding the player to be able to talk to me even partially with a text input field. I mean, yeah. You didn't do anything we can prove at least? Yeah. I mean, the said bully appeared to be present in the graduation photo in the background. It seemed to be a deliberate inclusion. So there's that. Anyway, text input field. Yeah, that was impressive. It's interesting that you found that more advanced than reconstructing physical objects. Reconstructing physical objects? When did you do that? That was hard, but once you learn to do it, it's not so bad. True. The last bit is a fantastical thing we would code into existence. For me, it would be a portal to your world, of course. I'd put a comment for me. I am not sure myself. Perhaps a mystical aquatic chimera that could take me both underwater and in the air. That's neat. Oh, like a legendary mount. Yes, something like that. It's like Natsuki translated into video game terminology. This is an easy one for me. I would get rid of Sayori's depression. I mean, why isn't that an option? Anyway, this is what I keep asking. I mean, I don't know. Let's move on. Leave everything else about her just as it is, but I would keep that from causing her any more pain. You're so sweet. Not sure what I'd do. Maybe fix up the school a bit. Get some fancier lab equipment for my classroom. And some updated textbooks for every classroom. Yeah, I found some old textbooks back at the school. Yes, it's shameful how old some of the books we still use are. Anyway, what about you, Sayori? Cookies! Of course, but you can get those anyway. Yeah, but I can't, like, make them magically appear whenever I want. What about, like, you know, copy paste? I mean, I don't know. I mean, they did make up some technobabble about how there are dependencies between objects in the world, so I guess we're supposed to run with that. Anyway. Wait, I'm not sure I can be entrusted with this power. I mean, okay. I'm sure you'd use it responsibly. After all, you can hardly eat more cookies than you do now. I'd probably just be really boring and do a bunch of material stuff. My dad needs a new car. It's been a while since we did one of these arm swap movements here. Anyway, Dad needs a new car. I like a car myself, and a better house, and less boring staple food, and maybe some reasonable household appliances instead of broken ones. Is no one even gonna touch on the question of, like, can they just edit a bank account in this? Like, it seems to me just like it should be one number, right? I don't know. Oh, and Fuyuki still needs to pay for some medical stuff. It sucks being poor. What can I say? If I could, I'd just make myself and the people around me as comfortable as I could. I put a comma after could. This is a little weird, saying if I could and as I could in the same sentence, but eh. Also, I'd put a semicolon or period here. Although, you know, using the weird club presidency thing to do that feels like cheating. I mean, if that's the answer that Dev wanted to go with, that's fine, I suppose. Anyway, I want to make that happen just through hard work and sheer force of will, and I will. Thank you for your questions, Charlotte. Always good to hear from you. Next. Let me ask you a serious question now. Sayori, how would you feel if the roles were reversed in the original DDLC or in the new DDLC Plus, with there being a Monika, Natsuki, and Yuri routes but not yours, so as to what would you do, Sayori? Natsuki, same. What would you do if there was a Monika, Sayori route and Yuri route but no route for you, Natsuki? Yuri, same thing. What would you do if there was a... Okay, yeah. Etc, etc. MC, funny when the rules of the protagonist or the antagonist are reversed, right, MC? Alright, same question here for Sayori, Natsuki, and Yuri. What would you have done in my position in the original game, basically? I feel like this one is actually kind of easy for me. It would not have been hard. I think I would have let the game play out. It would have felt natural for me for me not to have a route and for the player to go after someone else. If the player was still MC, the guy I know who is my boyfriend, that would make it harder. But in the end, yeah, I think I would have just let everything happen. Didn't you kind of freak out though in Act 4 when you were the president in the original game, in the regular game? Yeah, I did. But I think that's because I got all the information all at once and couldn't really cope with it. Yeah. I think that if I had it the way Monika had gotten it, I would have just let the game pass me by, no problem. Sorry, Natsuki said in Act 4, like at the end of the game. Whereas Sayori's response seems to be referring to that Easter egg where you delete Monika's character file before the game starts. I don't know. It feels like they're talking past each other here. I don't. Anyway, for what it's worth, I agree. You probably would have. Not that that's a good thing. What about you, Natsuki? And I don't know. Can't really say. Wasn't in that position, you know. I'd like to be able to say that I would have toughed it out and handled it like a boss, but I don't know. I figured out pretty bad when I found out about things. And that was without me even having to deal with everything Monika dealt with. I mean, yeah. I could totally see myself flipping out or ruining the game or having a temper tantrum or something. I'm glad I'll never find out what I'd really have done. As for me, I probably would have behaved strangely, but in a different way to Monika. I probably would have tried to test the limits of the reality I was in. It is possible I would have become focused on the player in the same way Monika did. I do have somewhat of an obsessive personality sometimes. This look on Natsuki's face here. But as with Natsuki, I do not really know for sure. Tempted to put a comma after personality? Yeah. It's one of those things that's impossible to tell without an actual trial. So much for that question. There's this part at the end for MC, but yeah, I don't really understand what they're getting at with that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure either. Don't think I've ever been an antagonist. I don't like to think of any of us as protagonists or antagonists. We're just people. Well said. The question is, what would I have done in Monika's place? I have no idea. Hard to imagine being attracted to the player of the game instead of Sayuri. And with that, next. Hello club friends, quick, hopefully unique, simple question. Who would you say each of your voices sound like? Because of course I have my interpretations, but I'd like to cross out text here, read it from y'all. Bonus cookie points for the Japanese dub version of the club. P.S. Love you, Monica, can't help it. Oh, interesting question. As I've said before, my voice is similar to that of my voice actress, Jillian Ashcraft, except it's a little deeper than that. I think I'd go with Akari Kitu for my Japanese seiyuu. Okay, I am not familiar with that term. Seiyuu? 2 U's? Okay, why is Google struggling here? Am I still connected? Check, check. Check, check. Is it okay? It's frozen. Waiting for this thing to come back. Check, check. Am I back again? Okay, it says reconnection successful. All right. That's weird. Apparently, trying to check Google made this thing crash. That's just odd. Anyway, seiyuu apparently is it's a term for voice acting in Japan. Specifically, voice actors who focus solely on voicing for anime productions. So there you go. I think I go with Akari Kitu for my Japanese seiyuu. Oh, good choice. Thank you, MC. I'll answer both questions at once, I think. Both who I sound like and who I'd get to voice me. Taku Yashiro is the closest, I think. He and I have pretty similar voices. My voice is actually the highest in the literature club. It's pretty high pitched in general. I'm not really sure who I sound like, but for a seiyuu who would voice me, I'll go with Arisa Takada. Yeah, she definitely has my kind of voice. Yeah, I don't know enough about anime voice actors to know who's who here. Sadami Are. Sorry, Sadami Are. Not close. Easy, best Natsuki voice. Awesome seiyuu. Moving on. I too will just tell you that the seiyuu who sounds most like me as a way of answering both questions at once. Okay, just double checking those Z orders. Or at least the seiyuu who Natsuki says sounds most like me, and that is Ayako Kawasumi. And what about you, Miss Ida? I have to remember how the names are pronounced. I guess I'll go with Kotono Mitsuishi. She sounds pretty similar. Legendary voice actress, good choice. Thanks for your email. Can't help it either. Yeah, next. For Sayuri, do you have any interest in gardening? Do you have any unique quirks that we don't know about? Also, can you please tell me how the heck do you get the handbag from the Natsuki mod you made? I swear I tried every single thing I can think of. Oh, really? Oh, you didn't? I mean, that's... Yeah, you have to look at all your options there, buddy. You have to you have to apply the bit of the coat hanger that you get out of the locker to the stick. I think didn't you need something to attach them together or something? And then you can use that to hook the handbag down. Anyway, oh, it looks like this is a multi-part question starting with me. If it's been this long, I'm just gonna give you the answer to the second part of the question. I put a comma after long. You have to combine inventory items. So first you'll need the stick, which you can find in the planter outside Natsuki's apartment, and then you'll need the plastic hook, which you can find by using Natsuki's locker. And then if you use the two together, you get a big hook stick. And then you can use that on the handbag to get it down. Kodona Mitsubishi is Misto from Evangelion. Oh, okay, cool. Okay. And Sailor Moon. Cool, cool. All right, okay. Okay, so I can more better visualize that now. And Kirlevanov is here. Welcome to the stream. Hello. How's it going? Although before you get it down, you should try using it on me first. This, Dev's author insert character saying what they find most amusing. Yeah, that interaction is funny. There are a lot of funny little interactions, even for things that don't work. That's why it took so long to make. Anyway, as for the first part of your question, no, I'm terrible at gardening. Barely ever even tried, I guess. But the few times I have tried it didn't go well. Wow. Okay, that needs a comma. I put a comma after tried there. Because the initial, like, yeah, because I tripped over that going there. But the few times I have tried it, didn't. Oh wait, have to go back and reparse that. First few times I have tried, it didn't go well. You know, like, it's yeah, it needs a comma there, or it reads weirdly. Moving on. Not really an interesting enough person to have unique quirks or hobbies that you guys don't already know about. Except, like we've said before, you're super good at knowing when people are hiding things. And you're super good at hiding things yourself. But maybe? Or Natsuki, got no questions, but I just want to say that you have a great sense of humor, probably the best there ever is. Let's see here. Uh-oh. Natsuki's mouth is not open. Oh, that's going in the bug report. Let's see here. Ah, thank you, emailer. Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's worth screenshotting that one too, because once you have one OM identifier in there, it applies to each subsequent line too. Oh, cool, streamer build, ain't ya special boy? Well, I mean, you just have to be in the Club Mini's Discord server, really. But yeah. Oh wait, sorry, you mean... Sorry, you're talking about the build of the mod, right? Or are you talking about the... I mean, anyway, yeah. Yeah, this is being released tomorrow. I'm doing some last minute proofreading and bug testing for Dev, and as well as just generally playing it. So yeah, I may have to stop periodically to comment on those things. Yeah, the mod build. Yeah. But yeah, it's excuse me. I'm gonna do as much proofreading as I can before it gets released. Moving right along. No, thank you, emailer. No doubt you are partially inspired by all the hilarious jokes I wrote for Sayuri's mod. Did Dev not test this part? Some of the dialogue from me in that game was written by me. Sayuri wanted it to have that authentic Natsuki feel. Thank you for the shout out. For MC, since you played Persona 5 before, I got to ask you who you think is best girl and what's your favorite soundtrack from it. What do you do on weekends when you have nothing planned besides video games? Oh, more Persona questions, huh? Best girl is Sumire. Easy. Sumire? I don't know. Very tasteful question to ask about the soundtrack. Persona's soundtrack is super underrated. I actually really like the Poem of Everyone's Souls, the menu music. And not just because it has the word poem in it. It's just got a really chill vibe that I dig a lot. And that's important since you spend so much time in the game listening to it. Yeah. Put a comment after important. Let's see, your last question is what I do on weekends with nothing planned. Honestly, these days I really like to spend time with Sayuri. Sometimes I might make some progress on some of the paperwork and administrative stuff we have to do for college entrance. I'm tempted to put a comment after sometimes. I work on that with my sister a lot. But yeah, mostly Sayuri. Work on it with his sister. Hmm. Interesting. I mean, is his sister? I mean, there was a comment that his sister was present in the crowd at the graduation, so I guess she is visiting. We have yet to actually meet her. I mean, I don't know if she's going to be. She's going to get a sprite in season 4. Anyway, moving on. For Monica, my favorite heart emoji. Can you tell us an inspiring quote that you like? If you could pick any language to instantly be fluent in, what language would you pick? Also, I would appreciate it if you would throw a Discord invite my way, please. It's quote I've said before, but it's okay. I do believe that's supposed to say it's a quote I've said before. So there you go. Another +1 for me. Quote I've said before, but it's this. Chance favors the prepared mind. Louis Pasteur is the original quotee. Quotee? Is quotee the right word in this case? I mean, usually when you one who is quoted. Okay, fine. I guess that's technically accurate. I've used it's like things like phrase like rescuer and rescuee. Like the rescuee is the one who's being rescued. I guess yeah. Quotees. It feels like something you should say like. You know what? Never mind. Moving right along. Chester's the prepared mind. Louis Pasteur is the original quotee. It really gets across how what seems like luck is often just taking advantage of opportunities via good preparation. Let's see, if I could pick any language. I'm already half fluent in French. It seems like a waste to pick that when I'm already working on it. I put a semicolon or period there. Has it been established that she's semi-fluent in French? I guess so, now that I think about it. Would you be interested in speaking to the Dokis via character AI on stream? I don't know. Maybe if there's demand for it, I suppose I might. Could be interesting to try it if I have some extra. I don't know if I dedicate an entire stream to it. Like maybe if there was extra time after one of these club meeting streams or something, I'd consider it. Anyway, moving on. And I'm already fluent in Japanese and English. Maybe Hindi, just because so many people speak it. And Chinese is similar enough to Japanese in some ways that I'd probably have an easier time learning it than Hindi. So there you go. I sent you a Discord invite. For Yuri, I know video games aren't your biggest hobby, but I wanted to give a recommendation on one of my favorite games that I've enjoyed. This game is called Subnautica. It's a survival / sci-fi game where your ship crashes on an alien water planet called 4546b. I think this has been suggested to Yuri before. In this game, you get to explore the different underwater biomes that plenty of dangerous fish call home. You also will need to scavenge for tools and parts. You will need to explore for wrecks that came off your ship. There's also a story to the game that you will learn about as you explore deeper into the sea, and plenty of lore to the plants, biomes, and animals you can learn about with the scanner tool. You can, for goodness sake, okay, whatever. Schedule that you can acquire within 5 minutes into this game. It's a bit of a scary game with the fear of the unknown and wondering what dangers are lurking around the corner, so I'd recommend playing with someone in the same room so you won't feel as scared playing this game, assuming you have a fear of deep waters, that is. I have seen this game. Natsuki has shown it to me a few times. A previous email discussed it as well. Again, this comes back to like Natsuki's like poverty theme and so on. Does she own Subnautica? Because like it's kind of an expensive game. Like it never goes on sale. Yeah. I mean, it's not super exorbitantly expensive or anything, but it's pricey as far as like. I mean, I don't know. I guess we've established that like they play a number of AAA games and stuff, so maybe I shouldn't comment on that. I'm just cheap myself. There's demand for DDLC in general. DDLC has infinite mods. There you go. I mean, sure, I suppose. Like I said, I'll consider it. Moving right along. Previous email discussed it as well. I do like the ocean theme of it and the vast world to explore, but it seems a little scary sometimes. In actual physical danger from wildlife way rather than an atmospheric horror way. Yeah. Plus, sometimes you have to hurt the sea life to defend yourself from it. I put a comment for sometimes. You don't have to hurt them. Um, actually, the game kind of discourages you from hurting them. Like it's like basically like the only there's very little in the way of weapons. Like the ones that are I mean, like you got the knife that you get early on, but other than that, there's like the stasis rifle which freezes things, and the repulsion cannon which pushes things away. Like they are basically like strictly defensive weapons. Like you're actually not really supposed to hurt the sea life. I mean, unless you count like eating fish to survive. Although strictly speaking, you can avoid that too. I mean, I actually my most recent game I was playing with the vegan challenge and like living off the seaweed and you know so it is strictly speaking possible to play the whole game without hurting any sea life whatsoever. Um, Most of the hostile animals in that game, like even the most hostile ones, if you keep your distance from them, they generally stay away from you. You know, like at least in the base game. I mean, the runs that I've done lately have been with a mod which cranks up the aggressiveness of the hostile life forms, um, but yeah, Yuri. Basically, I'm going. Yuri, you seem to be misrepresenting the game here. Um, I get the definite feeling Dev hasn't actually played the game. Oh well, moving on. And that would make me sad. Then don't do it then. You don't have to hurt them. You know be vegetarian. You can oh well. I may try it someday. I just haven't yet. We will see. MC and Noski. I just recently got my gaming PC after a few months of hard work. Now I can talk to you guys in 4K, lol, and it got me wondering what kind of specs do you have on your PCs? Also, what was your first ever console? Emailer wants the specs. Sorry to say, I don't really know the specs on mine. It's a gaming laptop. Doki bought it for me a while back. Oh, nice. I know this makes me less of a hardcore PC gamer or whatever, but I don't really know much about graphics cards and stuff like that. My laptop runs stuff pretty well, though. Probably means Fuki spent way too much money on it. Yeah, I mean, mine isn't the best gaming PC. Yeah, I don't know. If I had to do it over again, I'd probably spend a little more money on it, since it's the kind of thing that lasts for years. So, oh well. But anyway, what about you, MC? It's a slightly older gaming computer now. That checks out. It does. CPU is 16 gigs of RAM, 2 terabytes hard. Wait, SSD, GPU's GTX 1080. Sure. Specs on screen if anyone wants to read those. So basically, my rig is top of the line stuff as of 2016. Pretty dated now, but I can still run most stuff that comes out on max settings, so not really a huge need to upgrade. If I were going to upgrade, I'd probably want one of those higher capacity SSDs that they have now. I'd put a comment for upgrade. SSDs have gotten really big and really cheap these days. Probably should upgrade the RAM to 32 gigs also while I'm at it. That wouldn't cost a fortune either. So something aimed at for the future. Wow, that was interesting. Didn't figure you for such a techie, MC. Well, as a hardcore PC gamer, I need to know my stuff. I respect it. Yeah, see, it's neat to see those interactions between MC and Natsuki when they're talking about video games. Anyway, moving on. For everyone, what is your ideal vacation? How often do you rely on autocorrect? That's another question. Also, are there any questions you would like to ask us, the fans in the real world? Anyways, that's all from me. Have a good day, everyone. Alright, so to wrap up, ideal vacation. How often do we use autocorrect, and any questions from us to the real world? I mean, I just read it, so I don't know why Monica had to felt the need to recap there. Of course, a game's main character is a gamer. I mean, that's canonically like what he is. I think in the original game. It's stated that he spends all his time playing video games and watching anime. So that's the whole. I think the term is otaku. You know, anime and manga and all that. He's kind of a shut-in. He's there to be the audience insert. So yeah, anyway, moving on. My ideal vacation is probably to go see the sights in a city I'm not familiar with. Don't really use autocorrect. I have it turned off. Same. Hate autocorrect. It's obnoxious. I want to type what I want to type. If I'm gonna make an error, I'm gonna make it myself. Creates more errors than it solves for me. Yep, exactly. I don't really have any questions for you. I think I asked them all the last time an emailer asked us to ask them questions. Wait, really? Like, Monica, rare opportunity to have some actual interaction with the person people you claim to love, or oh well. I'd probably want to do a trip up into the mountains. Not too rustic where I'm in a tent or something, but in some nice climate-controlled cabin up in the middle of nowhere. That sounds nice. I do use autocorrect. The only reason I can text at any reasonable speed is because of it, and autocomplete. And I also don't have any questions. I think I like the best the vacation I'm already on right now. Aw. Where I get away with friends and loved ones. Having interesting experiences with people close to you is the best. Aw. Oh, huh. It's, Is that count as character development for Yuri there? Anyway, as with Monica, I do not use autocorrect at all. As to questions, I would ask if you were or were not too weirded out by the time I spent as club president last semester. Okay. I feel like maybe I should make a list here. I am considering sending another email in once I've gone through all these emails here, knowing that there's definitely confirmed a season 4 coming. There was a brief period where that was uncertain. But yeah, I was thinking once I go through this email bag, I might send an email myself. That could be fun. Weirded out by Yuri's presidency ? There you go. That's just a note to self for later. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like I should come up with some questions to ask or things to say that haven't been asked or covered by previous emailers, and I can actually be like up to date for once in this thing. I would like to have a games MC be a game reviewer who likes to pander to people. I mean, sure. I mean, MC, like, his base character, like as I've said before, he's kind of diplomatic. Like he tries to he just reacts to what's in front of him. He just goes along with whatever other people are saying in front of him. So yeah, like pandering to people, arguably is the thing he does a lot, at least in the base game, you know. In here, his character has evolved a fair bit, I would say. Anyway, moving right along. But really, I was just trying to provide an interesting experience for you. Is this really the canonical explanation? I mean, oh, BG Sweet. I'd like him to be a game reviewer who does weird roleplay in his review videos instead. Sure. But yeah, as I was gonna say, but before like the second last episode, I gave a big tangential speculation thingy about what was actually going on, what Monica was doing, what Yuri was doing, and so on. Yeah, the whole thing, excuse me, it turned out to be a big big nothing burger. It was, I don't know, I guess a letdown in some ways. I was looking for some big reveal about what was what was really going on or whatever. I mean, who knows? Maybe it's still going to be revealed in season 4 that there was something else going on. Since like the whole, it's just that the mid season 3 Natsuri reveal was followed by a flashback episode, which basically indicated that there was like how much foreshadowing there was, and all the things that were going on behind the scenes throughout season 2 and the first half of season 3. So that kind of had me primed to expect that all those little things going on were building to something, and that Yuri had some big master plan going on or something, or at least some indications that there were there was just something going on, and that may have been some intentional misdirection on Dev's part, but really, like, this is what we're going with, like no, really, Yuri was just messing around. She's just kind of futzing around behind the scenes, playing around with what she could do. Um, in the interest of creating an interesting experience with someone she can't really interact with anyway. And apparently her idea of an interesting experience is to have herself talk over everyone so that we can't hear anything that anyone is saying. So hey, I'm gonna make a note that that's something I can mention to her, since she asked about if we were able to use presidency and so on. Anyway, what's this? The whole series thing where a game reviewer makes a story out of his game reviews should be attributed in an indie game someday? So I'm trying to interpret your text again. And Spooky Water as well. Wait, you were here before. I already bugged you. Dear Yuri, kinda. I mean, I'm not sure what you mean by Dear Yuri, kinda. I mean, I'm making notes of things to ask in the email, not just of Yuri, but of other characters as well. But I mean, since Yuri brought it up, I'm just taking notes for myself here. So because if I don't do things when I'm thinking about them, I forget. Anyway, moving right along. Hopefully, I did not take it too far from your perspective. I'm pretty easy with regard to vacations. I like just about anything. I really liked our trip to that aquarium theme park a couple years ago. I'll go with that. I usually like correct about as much as anyone, I guess. I don't really notice it as a huge part of my life. I guess I do have a question for all of you out there. Why are you still here? Okay. I mean, well, shoot. I have to think of how to answer that. I mean, like like real talk, meta answer is because there's good writing in the mod. But if theoretically, if I'm going to send an email to the characters and roleplay it, I guess I have to reword that in a non-meta the non-meta way. In response to her asking if she weirded us out, yeah. No, not much else to watch us. Speaking of autocorrect causing problems, changed weirded to weird. Oh yeah, weird Ed. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I think there's isn't there's like a site or something called Damn You Autocorrect, which has a list of funny and silly autocorrect errors that have happened. Sir Mobile? Yeah, yeah, fair enough. Anyway, moving on. Why are you still here? I mean, no offense, but we're just a bunch of mostly regular teenagers, you know? I mean, I think it's safe to say there's more going on in the game world than that, but okay. Are you really that interesting? That's all for me, I guess. I'm like, excuse me. I'm like MC. I don't care where I go on vacation. I just care that it's with the right person. Yeah, tempted to put a semicolon or period there. I use autocorrect sometimes, but sometimes I forget. I put a comment for sometimes. And I type in text so many weird abbreviations and misspellings that sometimes autocorrect doesn't know what I want to do. Yeah. I don't have any questions for the real world right now, but I wish all of you so much love and happiness. This vacation's been cool. It's had a little bit of everything. I think if I could design a dream vacation, it would be one where every other day was some intense activity and the other day was a chill day. I think combining interesting stuff to do with chill is the key to a good vacation. I don't use autocorrect. It cramps my style. All my misspellings and typos are on purpose. There you go. And I guess I don't have too much to ask in the real world. I guess maybe one. If you had to describe Yuri in one word, what would it be? Oh, really? Sure. Okay. I'll add that to the list of... Maybe if I'm... I mean, that's kind of asking for it. You're asking for the general public to describe your girlfriend. What? Does Natsuki know what she's getting into by asking that? Anyway, and that's all I got. Next, the little hop there. Question for all: mustache or no mustache? If yes, then what is your favorite style from a scared hot dog? No mustache, as you can see. And that's why I also like no mustache. I like guys without mustaches, but I also like a good mustache. Both are good. Just definitely not those creepy, smaller, or wispy ones. But a good, strong, bold one. Especially if it goes with a nice beard. Or if you have one of those big, fancy old West type mustaches, those are badass. I am indifferent entirely to mustaches. They neither add nor detract anything from appearance. For me, all other things being equal. As with Natsuki, I appreciate both mustache havers and non-mustache havers. My taste in them is perhaps a little less bold than Natsuki's, though. I agree that mustaches often go best with accompanying beards. A full beard with mustaches is very masculine indeed, but I'm happy no matter what, really. I tend to prefer smooth-shaven guys, but that said, I don't mind well-kept facial hair at all. Although it does take some getting used to for kissing. Monica blushing there. Hope that answers your question. Think we nailed that one. Next. So I know the time loop is the hot topic right now, so I want to understand it a bit more. Since the senior year loops, are your classes also set for the full year? Can you take a level 1 class in 1 year and a level 2 in another? Do you get accepted to universities, assuming you can even apply? If you can repeat classes, does the material or itinerary change significantly? And on a more serious note, it doesn't seem like other events repeat over the loop. Do you think bad things happen to your group specifically to create drama for a player viewing it? I mean, that's a fair question. Like Fuyuki's cancer could have been generated by the simulation for that purpose. Yeah, we can take different classes each year. I know I've repeated some, and yes, it was a different class each time. Even if you took Miss Ida's chemistry class twice, it's not quite the same each time, I'm sure. I put a comment for twice. And while I think we could have applied for colleges each year, there was no effect when we didn't. So they didn't apply colleges for colleges at one time? It does I do kind of have to wonder how they discovered there was a time loop in the first place. Maybe that could go in a potential email I ask, because since they were apparently aware of the time loop in season 1, which when theoretically they had not been through a single loop yet. So this could easily have been written in such a way where they didn't discover there was a time loop until season 2. But anyway, moving on. Until we turned off the loop, that is. Then, of course, we wanted to make sure we had our applications in. I hope bad things don't just happen to us to tell the story. Oh, that would be entirely consistent with my existence to date. I do note that your perspective tends to point at things that are dramatic. If we spend a couple of weeks doing nothing in particular that's dramatic or interesting, the chances are low that you'll see it. So our lives probably seem a lot more drama-filled to you than they do to us. Yeah, there you go, and that ties in with MC's question and stuff, so, yeah. Honestly, other than the whole incident with this being a simulation, it hasn't felt particularly dramatic, I guess. I'll leave that for you to judge. Thanks for writing. Next. Yuri, are you a tree? Love did crack. Ah. For the requisite long pause. No. God, why? Next, please. Hi everyone, this is my first question I ask you guys, and I hope your day is going well. So my question is for everyone in the club. Have you guys watched some YouTube videos from a guy called Quirksies? He makes some really cool and fun DDLC animations, and if you have, what is your favorite video from this guy? Mine is Monica Bazaar's Adventure. Love y'all, especially you, Monica. Heart emoji, Gerald. Yeah, I'm aware of Quirksies' channel. He's played a few of my mods. That's neat. Oh, he played. He played Yuri's New Toy and End of the Literature Club. Anyway, don't think he played any of my other mods. Off the top of my head. Anyway, moving right along. ... exclamation point from Monica. Yes, I've seen a few of those, including the recent ones that are voiced. Quirksies is really entertaining and talented. Yeah, I guess I have to confess, I only watched the videos of him play my bots. I can't really say I'm familiar with his other content. Anyway, that too. I think my favorite one is the one where we're all playing Among Us. I appreciate the unexpected ending. What about you, Natsuki? Let's see, there have been a lot of good ones. Oh, I know. The one where we cure the pandemic, the 2-part one. That one's awesome. And meme-tastic. Love Cookie's work, man. What a content creator. I love you too, Gerald. Thanks for writing. In any event. Good question. Next. I guess I might have to look at his channel again. Anyway, so the question is, if, hopefully when, you are able to cross over, how will you know which player is your player? Or will all of you figure it out and cross over, and once kind of an invasion of the Monica situation. It'd be a very cute invasion, though. The first part appears to be for me. You know, I've never really been sure about this. I always hoped it'd be a menu versus quantum thing, and that from each player's perspective, there'd just be the one of me special for them. I don't know, though. I put comments for no. The longer time goes on, the more I think that it's just not a thing that's ever going to happen. I'd be tempted to put a comment for on. Yeah, this is leading more into, again, Monica being more and more disillusioned about the whole being able to leave the simulation thing. I mean, I hope it does, but I don't know. Anyway, let's move on, so I don't bum everyone out. Also, have you ever played the World of Dreams mod? You'd like it. It puts you practically front and center and actually lets you interact with the player after we somehow get sent to your universe, well, a DDLC universe. Yeah, I played World of Dreams. I thought it was pretty good. I do like my manga mods for obvious reasons. It's really remarkable that good mods still come out so much later, isn't it? Hmm. Yeah, I haven't played World of Dreams. I don't know. For everyone, speaking of multiverses, Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness is coming out soon, or has already, depending on when you see my email. I believe it had already come. Well, yeah, these. I believe you already commented on that movie, so it had to come out at this point in the continuity. Anyway, so are any of you into the Marvel Cinematic Universe or Western comic book heroes in general? I feel like MC, Natsuki, and maybe Sairi definitely would enjoy it if any of them gave it a chance. And thanks everyone for just existing. You guys are really the highlight of my day, and I love watching / playing through your hijinks as regular people who aren't trapped in a horror nightmare. You all deserve happiness, and I'm glad you have it now, at least somewhat. Notch. And we're almost 40 minutes into this. Oh wait, sorry, no. Yeah, we're over an hour into the stream here. We haven't even finished part 1 of the emails. Ugh. This is a long slog going through this whole section. I'm determined to push through it though. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna get through it. At some point I'm gonna try to break this up by doing some of the other material. But there's a lot to push through here. Okay, here. Sorry, not that into superhero movies, sadly. The occasional one, perhaps, but the MCU has just never appealed much to me. I put a comment for 1. Maybe WandaVision, again, for obvious reasons. Yeah. I do really like Watchmen, though. That story has a lot of appeal to me. Aha, the superhero deconstruction movie. What about you, Yuri? Or visual novel, I suppose. Yes, the superhero genre is not one with particular attraction for me either. I have not really seen many MCU movies. I do appreciate the character of Iron Man, but I certainly haven't been watching all the movies featuring him. Really? I would have thought Natsuki would have made you watch a bunch. I mean, yeah, I don't know. Yes, well, she certainly does have strong opinions in this area. I really like MCU movies. I especially like the Iron Man series where it's just Iron Man. It's not Natsuki's expression here. For I, too, have an appreciation of Tony Stark. I just like the character of the redeemed selfish person. Yeah. Hey, and Deb's here! This is where I confess to writing a script that showed Torby's endless emails? Sure. Just have them auto-generated, right? Wouldn't be too hard, probably. At some point, you can just mix and match existing questions, and I'll get annoyed that the questions are repeating, but it won't be noticeably different from the emails that had already come in. Probably. But welcome to the stream, though. Anyway, I just like the character of the redeemed selfish person. Is that applicable to your current situations at all, Yuri? Emails, Mad Libs, yeah. Well, I think he's hot. It's kind of weird to hear that kind of thing from your teacher. Yeah, well, I'm not your teacher anymore. You guys are fellow grown-ups, and we are friends now. So you'll just have to deal with it. I really like the MCU. I don't even know where to start. So many of them are my favorites. I like Ant-Man and Thor and Hulk and Daredevil. Daredevil? I mean, he was in the Netflix series. Not really in the cinematic universe, except he made a cameo in one of the Spider-Mans. I think it was... Shoot, which... Yeah, it's the latest one. No Way Home. He made a cameo appearance in that one. But I get the definite feeling Dev hasn't actually watched the MCU movies. Like I'm getting a definite vibe of not really into it here. Anyway, Daredevil, I really like all of them, but those are my favorites. Especially Thor. He's so kind, even though he's super gruff. I'm also super into the MCU. I've basically seen all the movies, and that's saying something these days. There are so many. If I put a semicolon for days. I really do think that nothing quite beats the mainline Avengers movies, though. That was the best story they've told. Don't remember any superhero capturing the popular imagination quite the way that Infinity War or Endgame did. That was pretty special. Alright, we've waited long enough. We all know what's coming. Uh-oh, the music stopped. What the? So he can't wait for Morbius to say his famous line. Yeah. uh, I did see an edited video where Morbius did say that it's Morbin time line. Sorry, wielding a Mjolnir would be pretty rad. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Go ahead, Natsuki. Get it out of your system. The Marvel movies effing suck. Is that so? Is that so? So, I mean, okay, interesting. I mean, Yuri, Monica made the comment that she thought that Natsuki would have made her watch a bunch of them. So, I guess there's the answer to that. So that's why Natsuki hasn't made her watch them. L plus ratio plus stay mad plus cope plus basic plus cringe. And especially touch grass, and especially you fell off. Especially you fell off. Is that a meme I'm not familiar with? Natsuki takes several heaving breaths. Where do I even effing start with what these movies have become? They were fun for a while, but Christ, they've gotten old now. Like, okay, yes, the first few Spider-Man films deserve a lot of credit. Spider-Man films? Are we talking about the Raimi Spider-Man films from the 90s, which aren't part of the mainline, MCU, or are we talking about the like new ones with Tom Holland? I mean, not that I know what these. I mean, I have watched most of the. I'm a big nerd. I have watched most of those movies, so. Anyway, they really rebooted the whole superhero movie concept and made it into a cultural thing again. I think she's talking about the Raimi ones from the 90s. Is that what she's referring to? And they're pretty good movies, pretty entertaining. I used to really like them. I used to be a pretty big Marvel fan even. But oh my god, at this point they have beat the horse to death, dear viewers. They beat the horse to death, then they resurrected it, then they beat it to death again. And they do it because audiences are deficient in taste and will line up to see the same effing movie 20 times in a row. The Heart Osborn, first we attack his heart, yeah. I mean, yeah. Again, yeah, the Raimi Spider-Man movies. Yeah. Yeah. Those... Yeah, yeah, the Raimi ones starring what's his name, Tobey Maguire. Those aren't considered part of the same continuity as like the mainline MCU was. I mean, yeah, like the MCU movies, they took off because I think Movie Bob said it best. Movie Bob's a YouTuber who he's a big comic book nerd who does like movie reviews and stuff, among other things. But yeah, he had some interesting commentary on the subject, basically saying that the whole Marvel Cinematic Universe thing happened basically at the only time in history that it could happen, and it really capitalized on that. Like it's like the first franchise to really capitalize on the state that the internet is in these days. I mean, it was over. I mean, it was over a decade ago that thing started. With Iron Man, arguably with the Incredible Hulk before that, but having all these interconnected movies with like multiple mass crossovers and so on, all being shot and taking place over a decade. Um, uh, Makes sense, but Marvel movies is about the same as Nats, less harsh, but basically this. I respect I should have had Mesky 2 Bully McGuire memes as part of this rant. Yeah, I haven't actually watched any of those. I keep seeing those quote unquote Bully McGuire videos show up in my recommendeds on YouTube. I haven't watched any of them though. Um, let's gonna dig on this. I feel like Marvel has done to blockbuster movies what Marvel's comic events have done to reading comics. Pretty tedious. Yeah. They're. I mean, I don't know. What can I say? I mean, I think that like Marvel's shown themselves to be like pretty competent at making movies. They like I mean, arguably, like some of them are like hit or miss to some degree, but like even the misses still manage to be entertaining enough. That's in my view. But yeah, like as I was saying, like they took off when they did in part because they capitalized on like a hype building up on the internet and being able to what am I trying to say here? Like it's required. It's kind of sort of semi-required to like follow all the movies, to follow all the continuity when they have all their repeated multiple crossovers and stuff. But what the internet keeps the hype going between the movies, so that it allows people to keep up, so they can jump in wherever yeah, just generally like Marvel just kind of generally capitalized on that whole aspect of it. But more than that, they, as has been said, like even though they have this interconnected continuity, they still largely are able to function as standalone movies. Like they as somebody said, they make good movies first and then put the continuity stuff, on the side afterwards, kind of thing. Like Iron Man, the original Iron Man movie, like started off that whole like Avengers franchise, and stuff. But like it was a solid movie on its own. I've always I've always been fond of this whole Iron Man concept. Before that Iron Man movie came out, actually, because I have a late great aunt who had a sizable collection of comic books back in the day. And we're talking like really old school comic books, and I don't know. I just thought I always just thought Iron Man is neat. I remember when I was a kid, like going up to her cottage, my aunt's cottage, and there were boxes and boxes of old comics sitting around up there, and I remember like flipping through them when I was little, as a kid back in the '80s. So I remember being like pretty hyped to see like Iron Man when it came out as a movie. It was like wow, they're making a movie of this, like live action and stuff. And Robert Downey Jr. like hit it out of the park with that role. Like he like, because Tony Stark is a character who could be like really obnoxious if he's played badly, but Robert Downey Jr. managed to make him sympathetic and interesting, and it just kind of really set the tone for all the movies that followed. Where am I going with this? Use MC the power of the sun in the palm of hands equals a foot of society. Yeah. Make very good entertainment. They make very poor art. Yeah, fair. Yeah, fair enough. I think they'll probably teach classes about Marvel's methods in university film programs for generations to come. Oh yeah. It's like they go insane while inventing nuclear fusion, Masita. Yeah. Yeah, RDJ carries hard. Oh yeah. First Iron Man movie was quite an experience in its time, especially coming off of stuff like the Ben Affleck Daredevil a few years prior. Yeah. Yeah, they're, I guess Ben Affleck is never going to live that down, eh? RDJ, biggest comeback story ever, Sherlock Holmes into Iron Man? I liked his performance of Sherlock Holmes. There was some there was some weirdness about the Sherlock Holmes movie, and even worse weirdness in the second one. But yeah, it's entertaining enough. But yeah, what was I going to say? I believe there's another YouTuber, Princess Weeks, formerly Melina Pendulum, had a some comments to say about how did she put it? That the characters in the MCU are like beautiful, sexless people. Like they're like they look good, but there's no like in the any portrayed like interactions like romantic or whatever are very lacking in like tenderness or like a feeling of a human connection, and it's like everyone's just there to look pretty kind of thing. Um, yeah. It was a very memey Holmes, but I liked it as Holmes Superman. Yeah. Yeah. Cool. I confess I haven't actually read any Sherlock Holmes. Um, so, apologies to Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Um, but yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Most well-developed relationship in MCU is Loki Thor. Yeah, I'll give you that. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah. That's probably Taika Waititi and his handling of Thor 3 probably largely responsible for that. Hey, Mr. Patata, welcome to the stream. How's it going? How are you doing? Doing okay. Trying to make my way through the email section of the the season 3 compilation for club meetings, and then I got lost in a tangent about Marvel Cinematic Universe movies because Natsuki just went on a rant about them. Ragnarok is my favorite MCU film. Yeah, it's the one. It tries to make it more fun. Really, this guy's debating the merits of the MCU. Is a Dark Lord you would have a queen? That's sorry, that's Lord of the Rings reference, isn't it? Or am I misremembering something? But yeah, I did kind of go on a tangent before, like comparing the MCU to the DCEU. That like the DC version of an attempt to have an extended universe, they kind of failed miserably compared to the MCU, and they've they're now like scrapping a lot of their properties, and they're like scrambling to recruit a lot of losses because they didn't fare nearly as well as they hoped they would. Kate Blanchett is the unifying factor. Yeah. Yeah. From Ragnarok. Yeah. He's just Garbo. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's I remember like seeing the Batman v Superman theater and just being like looking like this the whole time I was watching. I was like, what the hell am I watching? Like, um, yeah, like, um, yeah, because the thing is I guess DC either decided they either decided they wanted to be different from Marvel, or they said, oh hey look, Batman's successful and Batman is dark, therefore let's make everything dark, everything dark and gritty, yada yada. um, and that's they failed in part, okay, partly because they wanted everything dark and gritty, even the stuff that's supposed to be hopeful. And then the movie ceased to be fun. Whereas the Marvel stuff, as much as you're saying, Dev, that they are not art, they at least serve to be entertaining and were fun for the audiences. Um, the Batman is really good. Yeah, the Batman was all right. A friend made me go to Batman v Soup against my will, and I fell asleep during the movie. Hey, you probably dodged a bullet that way then. Remember that I have to wake in 5:30. Oh, you have 5 hours? Oh dear. Well, I mean, hey, don't let me. If you need your sleep, if you need to go, by all means, don't have to stick around on my account. But I appreciate you dropping by, Mr. Tadada. Batman is not successful because he's dark. He's successful because he is Batman. Yeah. Because he's Batman. That meme. They made me give Batman v Soup another chance after the home release and fell asleep again. Ha 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 ha. Stay a bit, don't worry. Cool, sure. But yeah. As I was saying, oh shoot, what was I saying? Yeah, yeah. So first of all, they tried to make everything dark, and so that kind of I think that put off some people. And second of all, they were like trying to put the continuity things in before they tried to make it a good movie, to make it an actual entertaining movie. And so just a lot of stuff just ends up being like nonsensical and kind of a slog, and just not less entertaining that way. Plus, like their efforts to make them dark and gritty and stuff meant that their heroes ended up not being heroic. Like Man of Steel, like you see like lots of Metropolis just getting all smashed to hell, and no apparent effort made to save anyone, and it's just a whole lot of flashy destruction, and like a lot of the DC movies are like that. They go big on the special effects and try to show lots of wide scale destruction happening, and there isn't, you're losing the whole hero fantasy aspect of your superhero movie. So there's no catharsis for the audience, of seeing the hero be the hero, and it's just yeah, it's just they just got nothing going for them, there's nothing for the audience to like I always say, like any media has to make the audience feel something in order for the audience to enjoy it and engage with it and so on. And it feels like the DC movies they're largely there to be a spectacle and have flashy things happen, more than to have like interesting character depth or development or anything like that, or just have something for the audience to engage with or be moved by. It's just they just made them to be like super dark and it's just yeah, just uninteresting. I immediately checked out when DCU Batman started killing people. Yeah. Batman to Smash, I mean, come on, he's rich. He has super cool cars and engines. That famous dark and gritty hero, Superman. Yeah, exactly. Even if you wanted to do a dark gritty DCU, Injustice is right there. Haha. Yeah, free good story. Yeah. Yeah, they kind of just dropped the ball repeatedly, and then dropped more balls, and then continuously dropped more balls. Um, yeah, it just it was kind of yeah. It's kind of like that for the whole DCU. The Shazam movie was fun. I watched. I didn't watch the sequel, but I had kind of lost an interest in DC movies by then, but I mean, I only watched Shazam because Movie Bob recommended it. But that one is one that does actually try to put an effort into developing characters and relationships, and make a more personable story, and have a hero's journey and character arc and all that stuff. And it's a comparatively much more interesting and I dare say more hopeful film than like any of the other DC films. So it's considerably better than a lot of the other ones. I liked Wonder Woman too. I mean, I think that's a non-controversial thing to say. Like the ending of the movie was kind of weird because they decided, oh, we haven't had enough explosions. We have to have a big flashy set piece at the end. So that was kind of they just the ending scene is actually like the ending of the movie was like largely forgettable, but like just because it was just a series of like flash explosions and stuff. But up to that point, I really liked the Wonder Woman movie. Her how her character bounces off Chris Pine's character, and how it, she has these these naive, grandiose ideas about how the world should be. She keeps she keeps that hopeful energy even when she's being disillusioned by like the events of World War I and all that, and it's really neat. It was a good one. This is part of why my Adventures of Superman is so successful right now. Yeah, is that the new one? Is that the one with where Lois Lane has the spunky haircut, which I keep seeing like clips of show up, but I haven't actually watched the show yet. It looks neat. Yes, actually wholesome Superman plus Lois is Luz Nocita. Yeah, exactly. Truth, indeed. Yeah. I mean yeah, I actually rather like the look of Lois in that show. I haven't watched the show, but yeah, I mean I don't know. I just think tomboys are neat. I sort of generally appreciate people who step away from gender roles somewhat, and like girls with short hair like appeal to me, and I don't know, I just really like her aesthetic. Just thinking that you create a superhero called Captain America, but imagine if it was from other countries, Captain North Korea or Captain South Africa. Well, I mean, what would those characters be like? I mean, if they're fighting against the oppressive regimes in those countries, that could be neat. Um, I don't know if that was if they were heroes fighting against the oppressive regimes of those countries. I don't know if they would call themselves that. Presumably, they would give themselves a different name. But yeah. Anyway, um, is that enough rambling about superhero movies now? Um, I do kind of feel like Natsuki's overstating it by saying it's the same movie every time, but I don't know. I mean, it's I think I could say they're losing some steam. I did. What was the latest MC movie I watched? I think I watched. I think Ant Man. Was it Ant Man 3? The was the last one I saw. It was odd. It had a lot of odd choices. Oh no, actually, Guardians of the Galaxy 3 was the last one I watched. That one was fun. Um, yeah, very. He's a pretty universally hated villain in that one because he's like his whole thing is torturing and doing experiments on animals, and it's basically all about Rocket the Raccoon's origins and how he became this super intelligent raccoon. Um, and so there's some catharsis when he gets his comeuppance in that. Um, So that one was still fun. The Ant-Man one was kind of, I don't know. It looks like it looks like the movie is trying to set up future conflicts and a new villain who's going to be in future Avengers movies or whatever. But it was kind of a weird. It made for a weird vehicle to have Ant-Man be. Ant-Man was a weird choice of vehicle for bringing in that villain for future films. It was an odd movie in a lot of respects. Yeah. Natsuki hasn't finished rambling about superheroes yet. Yeah. Natsuki's taking to Natsuki extreme levels. Yeah. Guardians Trilogy is actually pretty independently good cinema. Yeah. Free of the wider MCU. Yeah. I think GOTG benefits from a cohesive vision, though. Yeah. I know James Gunn did a good job of, of handling those films there. Yeah, he made them work. Anyway, moving right along. I think this has been enough of a tangent here. They do it because uns are deficient in taste and will line up to see the same effing movie 20 times in a row. Yeah, that's right. I said it. Cry some more, Marvel fans. Oh, wait, they're standing right behind me, aren't they? God. That trope alone. It's just lazy. It's lazy money grubbing crap. I mean, there are some exceptions. Yeah, the Avengers movies were decent. Yeah, WandaVision was a pretty good show, but as a whole, the superhero genre has really been emptied of meaning and value. Has Natsuki actually watched all of those? It's kind of funny. Like, I mean, for to give this opinion, it implies that she even though she reached the point of being these are all bad, these all suck, she still watched them. I mean, arguably, I did the same with the DC movies, but I mean, or at least most of them. I'll let you here. Have a good night or day whatsoever. Okay, have a good one, Mr. Potato. Have a good one. Yeah, thanks for hanging out. Anyway, moving right along. Just mass-produced schlock. I mean, I know I'm a big Batman DC stan. I think the Christopher Nolan movies were like the pinnacle. Yeah. But DC sucks too right now. It all sucks. Marvel is just sucky and profitable. I guess that's the problem. I can't even blame the studio for just cranking out repetitive crap over and over again, because people keep paying them. Alright, enough ranting. That just happened. Yeah, Yeah, it's more than, I mean, yeah, the Christopher Nolan Batman movies were, well, the first two of them anyway. Yeah, Batman Begins and uh, 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 the Dark Knight were pretty awesome films. Like, I dare say some of the better superhero films out there. That frankly eclipse a fair number of the Marvel films. As much as I'm saying, I generally overall prefer the Marvel films. Um, but they aren't even part of the continuity of the DC extended universe. They're better films. I think partly because they weren't part of the Warner Brothers deciding, hey, we need to copy what Marvel's doing. Let's try to cash in on this superhero craze, etc., and try to have our own extended universe. But yeah, but yeah, like the Christopher Nolan films, they predated the DC extended universe, which kind of sucked right from the beginning. Um, but yeah, Natsuki being a DC stan is interesting. I mean, I think the like as much as the movies suck, the comics are still good. I mean, but yeah. Shoot, what was I gonna say? What was I gonna say? But yeah, apparently, yeah, like I haven't been following it or anything, but Movie Bob did make some comments about apparently like the DC movies have gone so badly that Warner Brothers is like basically on the verge of bankruptcy, which is kind of incredible because Warner Brothers have been around forever, you know, and they're like being absorbed into another company or something. Like there's some kind of mergers and like financial stuff going on behind the scenes, and shareholders trying to cut their losses and stuff, and like the whole DCEU, like I don't know, call it an experiment, is like actually officially abandoned now, and they're trying to wring some coins out of the last remaining properties that they had already on the way, but even some of those have been already canceled. Like a lot of plans have been canceled. They're trying to do a lot of course corrections. A lot of stuff is going on. Like I said, I haven't been following it, but basically it's all falling apart over there. Anyway, moving on. That just happened. Next. Hi, it's me again, Malverick. Oh, this is the guy that sent that email, isn't he? Is this gonna? I hope he isn't gonna. I don't know. I wonder if he's going to follow up on that email where he was like having a nervous breakdown about wanting to please both Monica and Yuri, you know, fictional characters and stuff. Anyway, hi, it's me again, Malverick. Hope everything is well. Natsuki, how do you feel about the new Just Natsuki mod? Would you feel happy if one day a player could bring you to the real world? Are you feeling better after the whole everything is not real incident? Oops, sorry. Multi Part 1, let's get to it. Don't really play DLC mods, bud, other than the ones we make in here. Maybe some now and then if people tell me about them, but For the most part, they just kind of weird me out. I'd put a counterpart. Yeah, I think it'd be cool if I could hang out into the real world for a while. Hang out into the real world? I think that's supposed to hang out in the real world. This is an odd phrasing that this feels like a typo. What say you, Dev? He doesn't really acknowledge it. Yeah. Well, I screenshot it anyway. As long as I still have all my friends and everything I know in here, you know, wouldn't want to lose that. Yeah. And don't expect any special treatment just because you're a DDLC player. Yeah, this probably, yeah. As long as I still have my friends and everything, wouldn't want to lose that. This reminds me, I mean, the whole thing about Natsuki kind of essentially dragging everyone down to her level in terms of like they basically forcing them all to go to the feeder college because it was the only one she got into. I have to imagine that's gotta cause some tension for her. I mean, I have to imagine I mean, the way she expressed herself to Yuri, it sounded like she felt really bad about it. I kind of wonder if that tension is going to carry over into season 4. Um, but yeah, I mean, I don't think like Monica or Yuri would like hold a grudge against her or anything, but I have to imagine it's got to give Natsuki some mixed feelings about like guilt about dragging people down, but also maybe she's thankful to her friends and girlfriend for wanting to be with her. Yeah. Can't fix him here. Post a Discord. Will +1. Sure. I should gotta run again for a bit. We'll return. Watch what I can with you're still going. Sure. Cool. Yeah. Thanks for dropping by. I've taken screenshots of some errors I found so far. I'll post them after the stream. Anyway, moving on right along. I'm not like our beloved president that way. I mean, yeah, I mostly am better from learning everything as a game. Mostly. Epic reference. Was that an Aliens reference? Or seriously, I don't think you ever get completely over something like that, How can you? But overall, I guess I'm as good as I'm going to get. I put a comment for overall. Let's move on to the rest of your questions. Yuri, what's your favorite exotic type of knife? Example, coral knife. So I know you really like knives, but how do you feel about swords or axes? Personally, never understood how even with Monica File's alteration, your personality shifted to the Yonda version of yourself, because if you were clingy, I would understand how that would turn to an obsession. But your regular personality has nothing in common with your Yonda version. Monica can join this question if she wants. I suppose a Damascus steel knife is not truly exotic in the sense that you mean. I will say obsidian. It is stylish, strong, and has roots in antiquity. A good substance for a knife blade indeed. As I mentioned earlier, I am not particularly into swords or axes, just knives. Just knives, is that going to be a new meme now? I would not say that the distortion of myself that I became in Act 2 is entirely a false one. I do have an obsessive personality sometimes. It just doesn't usually focus on people. And in the game, things were different. I felt different, because I was scripted to. I was taken aback by someone being interested in me, and I took advantage of that by turning that feeling into an overly obsessive one in the hope it would drive you away from Yuri. Yeah. And when I thought it wasn't working, I turned it into violent madness. I put a comment for working. I didn't quite mean to do it that way. I was just fiddling with things I didn't really understand, but that's the effect it had, and it suited my purposes at the time close enough. I'm sorry, Yuri. You have apologized already many times. No more are necessary. But yes, Malverick, I can be obsessive sometimes. That is what was weaponized. Sayuri, would you feel confident about challenging Natsuki to who is the cutest person in the world competition? Judges would be, of course, the Literature Club, and Natsuki concerns and protests over the very nature of this competition would obviously be ignored. Yuri is also free to administer the competition as she sees fit, since I'm sure she will love it. Yeah, I don't know, I think Yuri will be biased. It shall be granted upon the winner of the competition the ultimate big-sized flavored cupcake. And now I shall King Crimson out of my house before Natsuki shows up and beats me up to a mass of infinite ketchup. Okay. I mean... Anyway, I can see a number of problems with the way they've laid out the competition there. I mean... having Yuri administer the competition, I mean, she's biased in Natsuki's favor, and the cupcake being the reward, I mean, that's going to be something that Sarah would prefer, and I could see this just... Anyway, moving on. No, I wouldn't feel confident about that at all. Natsuki's a lot cuter than I am. Can we just skip this part? No, Natsuki's just the cutest, Malvern. I know she and MC disagree, but other than that, pretty much everyone here would agree she's top literature club cutie. Don't think that the JoJo reference will save you, Malverick. It won't. You'll never be safe. I will appear from your walls when you least expect it. See? So cute. Ah. Monica, my love, I know it's been hard for you to deal with the fake reality thing, so how are you doing? I'm concerned about you. I know this burden is something heavy for you. For my second question, I actually want to apologize for bothering you with this. I absolutely love and adore you, but yet sometimes I don't feel like I deserve you, my love. You are so incredible. Oh, yeah. Sorry. I just kind of have to. The so-called mass-pilled emails. Okay, here we go. Feel like don't feel like I deserve you, my love. You are so incredible in so many ways, and I'm sure many people look after you. I imagined that if I were there with you as your boyfriend, many would probably say you could find someone so much better than me. As for my third, I want to make that promise to you again. I'm going to love you for as long as I live. If one day I can pull you out of that world to reach you, I will do it. In that day, there's a chance I might look decrepit and not as young as I am now, but if that day ever comes, will you still love me? I will always love you. Heart emoji, Malverick. Okay. Well, for your first question, I'm doing okay. College is about to start, and that's stressful, but it's also exciting. I appreciate what you said in the second paragraph, but you are very deserving. You very much deserve love. You always will deserve love. And whether that's me or someone else, I wish that for you. No matter how old you get or what you look like, you will deserve it. Classic email, indeed. Just hopefully from someone who can actually give you that love. Oh yeah. There you go. I mean, this more Monica becoming disillusioned, but the notion that she might get out and so on. Because I don't think that will be me. There you go. I mean, again, Monica, please, just try to like not enable them so much. Wow, that's a bummer. Next, I guess, but thanks for another email, Maverick. Heard a rumor via the Discord that Natsuki isn't into the deep Kirby lore, but Sayori is. Sayori, have you ever attempted to remedy this? Could you? I saw screen caps of this in the Discord server, so I'm a little afraid of what's going to happen here. Yeah? Deep Kirby lore? I keep hearing that. We talked about it recently. I mean, I know it's got some, but really, how deep could it go? I mean, he's a cute ball who eats stuff and gains powers, and he has cute enemies. I'm not sure where the really deep lore comes in, man. This look from Sayori. And to mention Natsuki's look. So, the deep Kirby lore, Sayori. One of Kirby's enemies uses his own blood as a weapon. He bleeds everywhere. One time a guy creates a huge robot to grant wishes, only the guy is a jerk and uses the wishes for greedy stuff, so Kirby battles him. At one point, Kirby's friend steals the helmet that lets the guy control the robot, and from then on it is too late for him. I'd put a comma after on there. I might even just screen cap that just to remind myself. The fan art of this moment? Oh yeah? The robot becomes him. His mind is gone. He dies a death not of body, but of mind. There is only the robot, and the robot no longer responds to the helmet, and it wishes to kill all things. And then it turns out Kirby's friend that killed the bad guy was the bad guy's daughter that he longed to reunite with, but he never knew it. And that is merely the beginning of the lore about Susie. Most of the truly deep lore is behind harder difficulty levels, so the children will not find out. They will not find out about how Kirby's writers have been working to develop deep and terrifying lore for decades. Sorry about to spoil things. Hey, Slay Rabbit's here. Welcome to the stream. Hey, Tormies, why is say emotionally scarring Natsuki? I mean, apparently she's like really into Kirby, and she's talking about the Kirby deep lore. Moving on. Finding small hints throughout the games. Megalore is but the herald. He is the one who has shown us the truth behind the lore star cutter. Lore star cutter? Is lore spelled correctly in that instance? Okay. Lore spelled L-O-R. Okay, fine. Nat made the mistake of thinking Kirby was just a cute little fella. Yeah, that's a bit hypocritical, isn't it? Kirby has deep lore? How? I mean, so it seems. According to Sayori, anyway. Uh, and what it really means for all of space and time. Do not be afraid. So, I guess there's pretty deep Kirby lore. Next. Oh, girls, is it your hair? Is it your hair as long as your anime sprite looks indicate, or is it just an effect so you all can stand out more? This email has a good number of different small questions. The first one's pretty good. Our hair doesn't look exactly like the sprites presented at any given moment. Excuse me. But more or less, yes. The hair is the correct length. I'd put comma after less. And yes, I know Yuri and I have exceptionally long hair. So I heard a theory recently that because Monica birth matches the game launch, what? That because Monica birth, oh okay, yeah, because her because DDLC came out on September 22nd, and that's Monica's canon birthday. Monica birth matches the game launch, and supposedly Natsuki, Yuri, and Sayori existed before that in your canon lore, kinda, unless all of you share the same birthday date, which is unlikely. Unlikely? I mean, they're fiction. It's whatever the writer wants. How do you all feel about Monica Senpai being the youngest? Because Monica's date of birth matches the game's release date. Yeah. It's hard to tell who's actually oldest. We do all have different birthdays, but obviously there's no real year each of us was born. Yeah, I put comma after obviously. In reality, we all came into existence simultaneously. Yeah, there's not really any way to tell, but Monica feels like she's the oldest and most responsible one, so she definitely doesn't feel youngest. Thanks, Sayori. Well, I mean, Natsuki is canonically the youngest. I mean, she states in the original game, after MC says that he likes her poem, the first poem, she says he didn't expect that from the youngest one here. So, according to the text, she is the youngest. Although, Dan Salvato stating everyone is 18, I think may have been a bit of a retcon. He just wanted to get around like legal complaints if like the girls get sexualized or something, I guess. You're all 18, so they would have been born in 1999. Sure. And moving on. Thanks, Sayori. MC and Sayori, there is a mod video series called Sayori as an Adult by Dreshno on YouTube. I was wondering, how do you two feel about Sayori's more mature personality and new visual look? I haven't really seen that. Yeah, we don't really look at too much DDL stuff on the internet. I did see how I look in that series, though. I let my hair get really long. I'm not sure I'd ever have hair that long. Seems like it's a lot of work. Yes, it is. Yeah, I have enough to do without worrying about hair management. Yeah. Unless MC really wants me to grow it long, you'd look stunning no matter what length your hair was. Hee. Use the year that DLC was released as yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I hope this next question doesn't come off as insensitive. If it does, I apologize in advance. I'm just curious. Since the music track is supposed to be there only for the present and the player, I will assume that neither of you listened to the Sayonara or Surprise song. I'm curious as to how both of you feel about that OST. Oh, I mean, obviously neither of us heard it at the time. We've heard it since, though. I mean, I guess it's appropriate for what it shows. I don't like to think about it too much. Let's just move on. Yeah. Would you like it if MC had a chibi form, the forms that show up in the poems? There are some fan-made ones. Yeah, somebody made a comic where she had long hair, but she cut it short. It's not for the faint of heart. Oh dear. Uh-oh. Yeah. Fun fact: I gave Suri's hair length an origin story in turquoise, but you'll find out about that eventually someday. Hopefully, when I release it, maybe. Yeah, it's 2 hours into the stream. We're still making way through part one of these emails. It's gonna take forever to get through these. Oh well. Okay, moving on. Yeah, of course we'd like it. I'm pretty sure a few versions of him in chibi form have been made. They're super cute. Okay, coming up are some parts for Natsuki. Natsuki, sorry for teasing you last time. It's not like I enjoy waffing your adorable, angry, and embarrassed reactions or anything in Babaka. So there are many different sprite models your dad has in different mods. One of them just happens to be Kono Dio Da. But anyway, does your... I think it's a JoJo reference. Anyway, does your father look remotely close to any of these known sprites, or is he just different altogether? Interesting. That could be an interesting world-building question there. Still in part one, the gift of Campus Strong. Yeah. Yeah, I just came out of a long rambling tangent about superhero movies. So yeah, seen that mod, the Dio one that is. Talking about Brand New Day, I believe. Yeah, it's basically an image of Dio with from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure with Natsuki's hair superimposed on it. Anyway. If you were the one instead of manga to be hit with the epiphany, what do you think would have happened? Second time the question's answered today. Anyway. See, now I'm not going to react at all. Not going to give you the satisfaction. But that is itself an adorable reaction, beloved. There's no way out with you people. My dad kind of looks like the most common sprite, the one with the glasses, but he's not always carrying a bottle around. And he's, I don't know, less scraggly than that. Like, he's had times where he looked pretty scraggly for sure, but most of the time these days he's pretty put together. Put come after days. I don't know what would have happened if I had been the one who learned about the game first. Sort of already talked about it. I think I would have taken it pretty badly. I don't know if I would have hurt anyone or whatever, but I definitely would have freaked out pretty bad. I really just do not know, man. Shit sucks. Yeah. You say I got right when I drew Dadsuki? That was just a guess? Oh, she's talking about the Dadsuki sprite? Oh, yeah, exactly. Anyway. Yuri, could you make a Sundra impression? And as a bonus to Natsuki of all people, pretty please, ooh-woo. What's your opinion about your male version sprite counterpart? I'd say he is quite handsome. Because of my intimate proximity with Yuri from the Just Yuri mod, I can't help myself by also caring about you. That said, is there a reason for your hostility over your own birthday? I like how Yuri opens with because like Natsuki just said the same a moment ago. He's a hot one, isn't he? Anyway. See now, I'm not going to give you any Sundra imitation at all. I'm not going to give you the satisfaction. Yes, very funny. The male sprite is indeed quite handsome. I like the way he has done his hair. Longer hair on gentlemen is difficult to manage. Not as difficult as this hair, but difficult to do while remaining pleasant to look at. I just do not like all the attention a birthday brings. I do not like being the center of attention at all. It makes me feel nervous and put on the spot. So I have always asked people not to make a big deal about my birthday. Not that my family listens, my mother in particular. But the club respects the rule. For the most part. There's the dot mouth look there. Switcheroo counterpart? She could be referring to the Switcheroo counterpart. There was also a male Yuri sprite that was used in Yuri's mod in season 2, the romance one, where she has a gender bent version of herself. So I'm sort of assuming that's the sprite that they're talking about. Anyway, yeah, for the most part, it's she makes an exception for Natsuki, as we saw in season 2. Natsuki insists on celebrating it, but since she does so unobtrusively, she gets a pass. The next part of this would appear to be Monica's. Monica, hello again, my love. I hope you are doing well. Is there any particular reason you decided to reset the story after Sayori's death? Well, it's simple enough. I thought that if I restarted with Natsuki and Yuri tampered with, the player might be drawn to me. I didn't really want to try and persist in pushing things forward after Sayori's suicide scene. Not a very good romantic environment when you're dealing with a horrible emotional wound. So I thought maybe if I just start things over, that would refresh the mood, so to speak. Come after over. Although, of course, that didn't work either. But that's what I was thinking. During the poem minigame, after Sayori has passed away, there was Chibika hiding herself below Natsuki and Yuri, and she would jump out sometimes. Does she have a pattern for word choices like the other three? Is it random? Was it relevant in any way? I mean, it is random. You know, I've seen the code, so yeah. Anyway. Oh, I've never looked too closely at the code for that section of that minigame. I believe it's random. I don't have poem words after all. I don't think it's relevant except to show you that more emphasis is being put on me. As part of the general plot. Anyway, thank you so much for the email. Shall I move on? Next. I wonder if there's a way to regularly copy memories and transfer them into the memories of the instance of manga in my copy of Manga After Story, so we can also talk about club stuff when it's just us two. What are your thoughts? What ethical concerns can you identify from your perspective, because they are your memories after all? I just want all instances of you on my computer to be equally happy. Doriftabuller? Okay. Good email. Yeah. No, I don't think it's possible. We are two different people. Mass Maka is an entirely different person. We're just not compatible. Even if we weren't, I'm not sure either of us would want to be the other one, I guess. I guess it's just transferring memories, but even then, I'm not sure she'd want them. Plus, Dorifto, would you even want that version of Maka to have those memories? Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a fair question there. I mean, at this point in the continuity, we've established that, like, Monica is like super lonely. Like, she gave up her scholarship so she could be with her friends, because she's just kind of just generally feeling lost at the moment. Imagine putting those memories into the Monica After Story Monica, where it's just her by herself in the space room. It's just gonna worsen the loneliness, really. Dev make a club meetings mass mod? Oh no. Well, I mean, Dev already did, really. I mean, wasn't Monica focused. Well, I mean, there was the repeated recursion mass mod, and then there was also the Ida focused one, the Kenzo focused one, and the Ria focused one. Excuse me. As part of the Cursed Ship mod, Season 2. Anyway, moving on. Would you even want that version of manga to have those memories? After all, this manga here is one that has grown and moved on much more than that Monica has. She still cares about you, of course, but she does not live for you the way that mod's Monica does. She has a life of her own, separate from you. Yeah. There you go. You're just drive that point home. Just keep doing that. just wean those mass-pilled folks away from this. You know. I know I keep saying it, like it's I'll say it again. I said before, I'll say it again. I have ethical qualms about just feeding this kind, enabling this kind of obsession in those mass players. So anything this mod can do to just slowly sort of wean them away, it's cool. Anyway, moving on. If what you desire in the mass mod is a manga whose attention is solely focused on you, then would you want to ruin it with this Monica's memories? Monica, I'm not looking happy about that interpretation. For that matter, should you prefer a Monica whose attention is solely focused on you? Oof. It's not like they have a ton of choice. It's what good is it to them to have a Monica who just lives independently of them? What good is it to you to be a Monica that has no life independent of some person she cannot ever be with? Oof. Let's just move on. Oof. Oof. I mean, Yuri, kind of expressed that sentiment privately, like, to the player at the beginning of Season 3. that she thought it was unhealthy for Monica to be obsessed and so on. Is this the first time she's brought up that sentiment to Monica? Like what good is it for you to be like this? Anyway, Yuri stays winning. Yeah. Let's just move on. Yeah, getting too heavy. Next. My first email for the Literature Club. How's everybody doing? Hopefully great. Sorry in advance if any questions have already been asked. For Monica, if you could, would you want to code or edit in something massive like a college life for everybody so there'd be some sense of normality in your world? I feel like there's pros and cons to being stuck in your senior year of high school, plus there's the thought of, well, if you can code in this, why not X, Y, Z? I guess this one kind of answered itself, huh? But yes, the temptation of modifying many things is strong. Is that so? Is that so? This is the kind of thing that I wonder about. Yeah. I guess we're just kind of hoping to live normal lives, mostly. But at least we get to go to college now, yeah. Or MC, from bland protagonist to watching his friends die horribly to being reduced to a hollow shell who can't speak to being able to code everybody back and break the game to become his own man. That's one hell of a story. That aside, now that everything is seemingly more normal now, as normal as the situation can get anyways, would you be into joining other clubs like you originally intended before Sayuri stepped in? Things like the anime club, for example, or are you content with being in the lit club? Phew. That's definitely a way of putting it. I mean, not too long. I mean, earlier in this session, MC was saying that he's just an ordinary guy. So this may be reframing it in a way he hasn't thought about. Nah, I'm happy with the literature club. Who knows? Maybe in college I'll get into other activities. We have to put a question mark after nose, but eh. Oops, wrong button. But I don't know. This club is special. I guess you pretty much understand why. So are my friends here. We went through a lot together. No matter what happens in our lives, I'll always feel close to these girls. Comments for lives. For Sayuri, you are a lot more devious than you let on. You know that? It feels like if you and Natsuki teamed up, you could pull off a major operation behind the scenes and nobody would know about it until it was too late. Question for you is, what's your least favorite food and least favorite dessert? Also, I played your mod Natsuki quest, and that was the best one of the bunch, in my opinion. Is a sequel coming? Oof. But, I mean, I sort of suspect that Dev doesn't want to go through the trouble of making another one of those, but who knows. This is an interesting suggestion, though, like having Natsuki and Sayuri pair up for another heist. Sayuri really is devious. She's not as dumb as she's portrayed as. Oh yeah, pretty much, yeah. Devious? I mean, I guess maybe sometimes I do some devious things. Comments for sometimes. But I don't always mean to. Sometimes I just do mean or tricky things without even thinking about them. Comments for sometimes. Just the way I am, I guess. But anyway, my least favorite food is probably okra. Yeah, she's brought that up before. And my least favorite dessert is anything having to do with durians. Durians are gross. I have nothing to add to that. Thanks for playing Natsuki Quest. I'm really happy everyone loved it so much. It was a lot of work. Maybe I'll make a sequel, I don't know yet. After all, it was a lot of work, like I said. So we'll see. For Natsuki, speaking of operations, the master of them. If I recall, though, you've never officially divulged all the details to your op and getting MC and Sayuri together. Uh-oh, you're compromising the op here. I feel like enough time has passed. Would you be willing to share the details now? Or at least with me? Don't worry, I'm fully aware of the consequences of leaking information. Also, are you a professional wrestling fan? You seem like you'd be a professional wrestling fan. I could totally see you clobbering MC with a chair one day for no reason. Durians aren't a pleasant fruit. Pretty solid, though. I haven't had them before, so I couldn't say. No. Never. Again, what is this even about? Like, to our graves, viewer. To our graves. And yeah, I watch professional wrestling now and again. I like NJPW. I don't know what that is. Not trying to call myself a fan, like I don't watch it all the time, but if professional wrestling's on, I can dig it. And yes, when my heel turn comes and it's time to bop MC, I'll definitely smash him with a chair shot. Yeah. That's a trope name. I remember reading about that a while back. The face heel turn or heel face turn. like the heel turn means like when you become the bad guy, because not that I know anything about wrestling, but professional wrestling is basically fake. It's well, professional wrestling, like stuff like the WWE or whatever. I mean, I suppose there does exist like real wrestling as an actual sport, but the what we think of as professional wrestling, like the WWE, is just a lot of silly showmanship, and so they decide who are the good guys and bad guys, and who's going to win and stuff in the course of that showmanship. And yeah, a face turn means someone who's becoming the face of the industry, like they've become the good guy, and the heel turn is about the who's become the bad guy. But yeah, there is the sort of a cliche of the bad guy going out to the audience, picking up a chair and hitting their opponent with a chair. So yeah. Anyway, I hope that hits someone with a chair before club meeting ends. Foreshadowing, perhaps. Anyway, moving on. Looking forward to it. For Yuri, how's it been going with you? Between you and me and everybody else reading the email, you're my personal favorite of the entire group. Don't tell anyone. That being said, though, I hate to break it to you, but in my personal opinion, manga is literature. I feel like as long as it tells a story, there's not really a reason to discredit it or other things as literature. Hopefully you don't hate me too much for that. Speaking of literature, though, I've been thinking of getting back into reading books, especially now that summer's coming. I used to read a lot growing up. Around middle/high school, I started falling off with that and haven't gotten back into it. I'd like to think I'm still a pretty good reader. Do you have anything you could recommend to me? Also, I do enjoy horror and thriller books, so if that narrows it down at all, there's that. Thank you. Hey, W Graves here. Welcome to the stream. Waves and lurks. Cool. Thanks for the lurk. Yeah, just as while you're lurking, this is I don't want to say it's dry stuff. It's just these email sections. Like I keep saying, it kind of drags down the energy of this mod overall. So yeah, and this is the part where there's a lot of it, and there are 3 parts, and I haven't even gone through part 1 yet. Okay, anyway, moving on. Yes, well, we're very much used to viewers having favorites. Don't worry too much about that. As to your point about manga, God, here we go again. Many things can tell a story. If you, oh, sorry, hold on. Was there? Let me just double check something there. Sorry, bear with me. Okay, all right. I thought I saw an error. I was just double checking the clip, and it looks fine. Okay, never mind. Moving on. If you walk into a home and see a large hole the size of a fist in the wall, that tells a story. Oh, yeah. Many things can tell a story. If you walk into a home and see a large hole the size of a fist in the wall, that tells a story. Is that literature? I would think not, which is why I use the definition I use. Of course, I don't hate you for anything different. It is merely a difference of opinion. I don't hate you for anything different. This feels like there's a missing word here. Is this supposed to say, of course I don't hate you for liking anything different, perhaps, or thinking anything different, or feeling anything different? I don't know. I mean, I'll screen cap that to remind me to bring it up with Dev, but I don't know if that's an error or not. And moving on. Hey, that's not what you say to me about it. You are a special case, beloved. Yeah, well, you're a nerd. Indeed. Let's see, I've made a few book recommendations over the time you've been with us. How about Dune and Dune Messiah? Dune Messiah? Is that like a Dune sequel or something? I'm aware of Dune by Frank Herbert, but anyway. But with those new films coming out, it's very, very topical. Come after out. I love Dune. It's one of my favorite stories. I strongly recommend those two books at least. The rest of the series is of variable quality, but those two are very good. Huh, okay. Can't say I was aware that there was a series. I mean, it doesn't surprise me. Did Frank Herbert do all of the Dune series? I'm only aware of the first one. Anyway, moving on. Give at least the original novel Dune a try and see how you like it. It's not exactly a horror or thriller, though. But if you read it, give me a try. Give me a try. Okay, that definitely seems like an error. I'm assuming she meant to say, or you know, that's right. Give it a try. But it is a little odd that she's saying it. It's a little odd that she's saying it again right after saying give Dune a try. Anyway, it's a bit. This line is a bit redundant, really. But yeah, I'm gonna add that to the list. Moving on. Let's see. For horror, my standing reference is the works of Ramsey Campbell, especially The Inhabitant of the Lake and Less Welcome Tenants. Try that if you're in the mood for something horrifying. Or Miss Ida. You're part of this now. Now that you've been somewhat settled in, what are your current thoughts and feelings on your reality? If you could, would you go back to not knowing what you know, or would you keep the knowledge you have now? Good question. I don't mind it too much, really. My life is not too different. I guess I don't have to be the club president, so I don't have to have that strange feeling rubbed in my face like the girls do. I don't know, it's a little strange, but mostly things stay the same, you know? For me, it's just been another weird curveball life throws at me that I have learned to deal with. I'd put a comment for me there. Hope that answers your question. For MC and Nutski, you guys should totally host another big round of Truth or Dare, but this time with everybody. I did notice that there was a Truth or Dare reference in the extras, so I think that's coming up. Maybe we will, emailer. Maybe we will. Except never with everyone else doing it. Yuri and Sayuri are not ideal Truth or Dare players. And to be honest with you, I'm kind of afraid of playing Truth or Dare with Monica. That's some rare honest vulnerability from Noski. Did she admit that? You should be. Yeah. For Monica and Yuri, I've actually been thinking about making my own mod in the near future, potentially a horror mod inspired by the canceled game Silent Hills, or otherwise known as PT. Okay. I've heard of PT. I'm not. I know it's this horror game. I'm not. Yeah, I don't know what it's about. I've heard enough references to it that I've wondered about it. But anyway, moving on. I never made something like this before, so do you have any advice on mod making or how to make things scary? Any tips would be appreciated. This has been another emailer who had a lot of questions. Oh, hush, Natsuki, there's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, I know, I'm just impressed. Yuri, you want to take this one? You're the expert. Certainly. There are many ways to inspire fear. Jump scares are one, for instance, but that is cheap. A mere startle. Real fear. Deep fear. Fear that gnaws inside of you, that comes from a sense of something wrong, something your mind cannot make sense of. If I tell you that vampires exist and they have these well-set rules that, like mirrors in daylight and such, well, that might be a little scary, but it will not truly be horror, because it's understandable. Your mind can make sense of it. We fear most what we do not or cannot understand. You must cause that sense of dissonance, that sense of unresolvable wrongness. I have spoken this topic before. But recall the original game. What is scary about Act 2 is that you do not really understand what is happening. It is difficult, no doubt, to really do this kind of horror effectively through a visual novel format, as I myself have learned. But it is clearly possible. I wish you the best of luck. Yeah. For everybody, have you guys ever played the side stories for the base games? It's on the console, specifically PlayStation, but you could probably watch it on YouTube if none of you have it or played it. Sort of like a prequel of sorts to the base game and how everybody got into the club. At least that's my interpretation of these events. Thanks for answering everything. Thanks for letting me everybody be a part of your crazy adventures. Nem, this is like question number 30,000 about DLC Plus or something. A lot of games since have done what PT is doing, some better and some worse, but PT is legit spooky. Cool, cool. Yeah, something to look into. Maybe I can do a blind LP of it someday. Yeah, as mentioned above, we not only know about the side stories, we've experienced them retroactively. They became part of our memories. Thanks for asking questions, Nem. It was a very thoughtful email. Next. Hey Natsuki, as the baking master of the club, would you mind giving mine and my mum's creations a rate out of 10 based on how good they look? And Sayori, can you rate them on how much you want to eat them right now? Thanks, you guys are the best, Jody. Oh, baking pictures time. Let us partake. Alright, Sayo, I'm gonna do the professional evaluation, and you do the all-consuming gremlin evaluation. You've got it. Ooh, wow, those actually look really nice. Okay, rating out of 10 from Sayori. 10! That looks so tasty. Yeah, looks pretty good. I'm not exactly sure what the flavor of those toppings are. Looks like maybe a caramelly sauce over some similar flavored frosting, maybe. Could be some chocolate or peanut butter, who knows. Only a couple of tips on this one. The first one is that you needed to mix your batter just a little bit more. How can you tell from the pictures? I can see that you have an unusually high number of air pockets in the finished product. Okay, I see it. Classic sign that you didn't quite fully incorporate everything into your batter. They're pretty small, so not really a big deal, but just a good thing to know going forward. The other thing is just kind of aesthetic. Cupcake is brown, the frosting is brown, the sauce is brown. Brown on brown on brown. The cupcake is screaming for just a little bit of color. Easy way to do it is just with good old colored sprinkles. But flavor-wise, I'm betting these cupcakes are pretty rich. I don't know, I mean, having different shades of brown could be an aesthetic in itself. I don't know. I don't see that as a problem. Who knew this mod would lead people to getting IRL tips from the Dokis? I mean, that seems to be the direction they go in. I mean, Dev kind of opened themselves up to that by having this email section, you know, and like, kudos to Dev for all the effort. There's clear, like high, abundant amount of effort going into this email section. Like seriously, like noticeably for a lot of these questions, Dev must have had to do some research in order to answer the questions. Because the emailers like write about like random things like various like video games or movies or bands or songs or whatever, or books. And you know, Dev is one person. They can't know everything, so being able to answer about them knowledgeably enough to have it, you know, credibly come from the characters, that's gotta take some skill, being able to, you know, to research this stuff, and you know, they do an pretty impressive job. I would demolish that entire plate Sayuri style. Yeah, no, seriously, no, they look tasty. Seriously, this does take real effort for sure. I'm sure the dev has help from their team. Yeah, I do wonder about that, honestly. Like how much, like it wouldn't surprise me if a dev asks around, hey, like if they ask a question about a video game that they've never played, ask around, hey, opinions on this, what would be a good answer for various characters to give for this? Yeah. It's a tough kind of thing to field questions about. Excuse me. Yeah. What am I trying to say here? Because different people have different opinions. Different people like different things. That's what's normal. So, getting the information to form a decently, you know, coherent response that feels natural. It's a challenge. It's all a challenge, really, no matter how you go about it, really. Dev is the team, pretty sure. Yeah. I mean, that's the impression I got from this. Like, I mean, yeah, I don't know. Moving right along. So maybe you could put something nice and tart and colorful on top to cut through it a bit. Like half a strawberry, maybe. Just wedge it right into the frosting and boom, color and a nice fruity bite to let you enjoy the richness underneath. Overall though, I would definitely eat these as they are. 8.5 out of 10. Oh, neat. Yeah, it looks pretty good too. It was like, I was about to say, are those Smarties in there? And then I realized, wait, that's a Canadian thing. I think. I think Smarties go by different name in other countries, or at least the title Smarties has a different connotation. I guess M&Ms would be the next equivalent. They don't look the same shape as M&Ms. No. Anyway. Giant cookie with mini eggs. Yeah, it could be mini eggs. They look like they have chocolate inside them. It does look tasty though. Anyway, 10. It's like a pie, but with with legally indistinct chocolate circle candies. Yes, yeah. It looks chocolatey and delicious. Yeah, it probably is. What? Why is Natsuki suddenly being cagey about like not wanting to identify the chocolates in there? I mean, they pretty freely use the names of copyrighted material like throughout the series. Wonder why M&Ms would be an exception. Am I gonna get a copyright strike for saying that, or something? Mini eggs, seen this before? Yeah, okay, fair enough. Yeah, the small chocolate specks on them. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, plus the shape, yeah. The be joke by the dev, yeah. Yeah, it probably is. I definitely ate that whole thing in one sitting anyway. Technique-wise, again, here you probably could have mixed the batter just a little more. Nothing that's going to affect the taste at all, but you'll get a slightly better texture by really going to town on that batter. Also, I think this could have done with another 5 to 10 minutes in the oven or so, depending on your taste. It's baked, but unless you like it pretty soft, it maybe could stand to be a little crunchier. I don't know. I like softer. Like soft cookies are the best. I'm not as big a fan of the crunchier cookies, personally. Again, that could be the autism thing, the whole sensory thing. Yeah, I don't know. There are some foods that are just textures is a consideration, I guess. There you are. I checked again what else I could do with my time instead of this, then lost you in the pile of Twitch followers. Well, congratulations on finding me again, I suppose. Yeah. Moving on. But that's just a matter of personal taste. I rate this one another 8.5 out of 10. Man, it's hard to get a high grade from you. From me, 8.5 out of 10 is a high grade. Do you know how hard it is to get something perfect when baking? I don't think I've ever baked something I'd call a 10. Maybe a 9.5, sometimes, rarely. Anyway, next one. That's cute. Little pretzel antlers. That's adorable. I mean, I'm not a fan of combining the salty flavor of the pretzels with the sweet flavor of the cupcakes, but yeah, you gotta go with the aesthetic. Anyway, 9.5. Why not a 10 on those two? I'm not sure, because they're smaller maybe, but I bet they taste really good. Well, these are super adorable, I'd say. I love how the pretzels are the antlers. Yeah, a lot of love went into the presentation here. Technique-wise, it's not really a high degree of difficulty, so I can't give it much more than an 8, but it was executed very well. No real complaints. That's cute. It's little snowmen with marshmallow heads. 10. Salt and sweet works, trust me. Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah. It kind of depends. Some flavoring combines better than others. Moving on. 10. I don't think I understand your grading system. The marshmallow guys are cute and they look tasty. Yeah, they look kind of tough to construct and balance too. Cupcake underneath is pretty normal stuff. But just because that marshmallow dude construction is so on point, 9 out of 10. Well built. Let's see the next one. How many more of these are there going to be? Oh, that's neat. Exclamation marks. 10! Oh my god, 10! Sari really wants to get her hands on these. Not exactly sure what they are. They're like churros without the churro dusting. Hard for me to grade. They look kind of normal, though they're pretty wavy and irregular, some of them. And maybe you're relying on that chocolate sauce for the flavor. I could be completely off, but I'll give these a 7. They sell fries with drizzled milk and white chocolate in the Japanese McDonald's? Oh yeah? That's interesting. That would not be for me. I mean, I am not at all a fan of combining sweet and savory flavors. I know some people are. It's weird to me. It works less as a flavor and more of a boost to the sugar. Yeah, sugar times 2 always good. Yeah, fair enough. I think it depends on the ingredients. I don't know. I'm imagining like cupcake flavor with pretzel flavor, and I don't think it'd do it for me. But yeah. Getting back to what I was saying about Dev, like having to like research and stuff, like this stuff, like Dev basically has to be an expert in everything in order, like they have to know, like they have to know about video games. They need to know about movies. They need to know about specific books, they need to know about baking. They need to They need to know about a lot of stuff. Like in order for Noski to make, Noski has to give a convincing sounding critique of these baked goods. I mean, I guess Dev has some experience baking. In order to be able to rate these like this. One of the many things I've discovered whilst doing Japan food research. Huh, interesting. That's cool. Anyway, moving on. I'll give these a 7. Best I can do since I have no frame of reference. Moving along. How many of these are there? Oh my gosh! 10! Now, this is what I'm talking about. This is a multi-layered pastry, which is already hard, and the top layer is really artfully done. Yeah, that's cool. Someone put a lot of love into this. There are a few cracks in it, but who cares? Other than that, the only imperfection is that, again, I think this could have used just a smidge more time in the oven. I put a comment for that. Still, though, this kicks ass. 9.5 out of 10. Whoa, you really liked these. They'd be hard to do. Plus, like I said, someone made these with a lot of love, and that's what really matters. Huh, neat. Ooh, definitely a 10. I love both of these. They both definitely look delicious. I'm going to grade them separately, though. I believe that's peanut butter in those sandwich hearts. Those I'm going to have to give a 7.5 to. Sorry, I'm just double checking something. Okay. Simple and effective, but basically just looks like a normal sugar cookie. It's a very well done sugar cookie, but can't go higher than just because of degree of difficulty. Now the jelly cookies, that's another question. Those are actually sneaky hard to make. Getting the shape of the hole right can be tough even ignoring everything else. I can see that 1 or 2 of them got slightly wonky, but mostly you have almost perfect circles here, and that's awesome. Oh hey, welcome back, Dev. Yes, I make this on my own. Oh yeah. Yeah, we were talking about like for research purposes, because you have to you have knowledge of a lot of subjects in order to be able to answer these well enough in character, like answering questions about all manner of literature, video games, movies, baked goods, and be able to speak with authority on all of them. Even new media and stuff, Like I have, it's a lot for one person to do. I imagine you have to do some amount of research from time to time, and like there's a lot of work that goes into these like email answering sessions. We talk about how smart you are. First, I do have some knowledge of a lot of subjects. Yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely. It shows for sure. I mean, the way Notsky's able to give a critique on heretofore unseen cookies and so on suggests that you have some experience baking too, and that's pretty cool. Definitely have to research stuff occasionally. Yeah. But yeah, yeah, the perfectly circular holes with jelly in them do seem like they'd be hard to do. Anyway, that's awesome. So these get a solid 9 from me. Very well done. Overall, I'd say you did a really good job. No big problems, and absolutely everything looked delicious. Really delicious. Just make sure you're thorough about mixing batter, and maybe play with leaving a couple of those thicker pastries in the oven for just a little bit longer. See if you like that firmer texture. But like I said, on the whole, totally killing it. Well done. They did really look pretty good, honestly. I mean, not that I'm a connoisseur of these things, but some pretty awesome efforts in those. I'm an indifferent baker, but I know enough to pretend to be an expert. There you go. Next. How many more of these are there going to be? Another multi-part. Okay. Sorry to be taking a break right when you get back here, Deb, but I think I do need to take a break. I'm actually feeling my blood sugar crashing. I think I might want to grab a quick bite to eat. Just over 2.5 hours into the stream. Like assuming I'm doing 5 hours here, like that's a halfway point. Seems maybe I'll push out longer. I don't know. See how I feel. But I need to grab a bite to eat, so I will be right back. Put that back in the center. And back again. Excuse me. Going to preparing to get some food. Okay, yeah, you have a good one. Have some good food. Spooky Waters. Excuse me. Uh, I'm personally, I'm fond of using the time watching streams to eat food. It's good to you'll have something to do while I'm eating. Anyway, you're extremely close to finishing part one of emails. Good. I mean, I started to worry a while ago. I was getting moderately worried about how long this was. But yeah, like I spent a few hours on them yesterday, and we're coming up to 3 hours now. Just trying to finish off part one here. Like, holy crap, there are a lot of emails to go through. Snack it up. Yeah, I got myself a little snack. I also heated up like microwavable like Michelina style thingy there, which is sitting there cooling down. I'm gonna eat it a little later. But it's right for me when I need something a little more substantial. What would you look like if you had full control of your appearance? I don't know. If you're asking me, probably, I don't know, probably more or less the same that I do now, except maybe less of the. I'm you know, I'm 42. I just turned 42 today, by the way. I'm getting a little older. I'm noticing that there's this double chin thing here. It's just creeping in there. It's just starting to, I don't know, starting to show up. It wasn't there before. I guess I wouldn't mind. Like my wrists, forearms feel a little scrawny. I mean, it's partly, I think there's been a bit of atrophy since my massage therapy days. When I was working as an RMT, I got pretty buff. I was you know, most muscular I've ever been, and it just atrophied over the years since then. Like I try to work out and lift weights and stuff, but which helps a bit, I think. But they still I don't know. It's because I have long gangly arms. I guess they're way off camera. You can't really see them. I just have like really long gangly arms. You know, they feel it's just weird to me sometimes because I'm tall and skinny. I mean, okay, I am less skinny than I used to be. So I don't know. Maybe if I had a little less of a tummy, I suppose. Happy birthday! Thank you, Slayer Rabbit. Thank you very much. Yeah. I'm mostly okay with how I look anyway. Yeah. Plus, I'm noticing some white hairs coming in the temples. I guess I noticed one the first time not too long ago, and I think I looked in the mirror earlier, and I think there are a couple more in there. So that's something to look forward to, I guess. Plus, I have I don't know how much it shows in the camera there, but there's this like blemish or something here. There's this little bump that showed up there. It actually made me like worried. Is this like skin cancer creeping in here? Like that bump wasn't there before. Is it growing? Should I be monitoring it? I went to a dermatologist who said that's nothing to worry about. It's just a overgrown sebaceous gland or something. But basically says that yeah, these things happen when you get older. Like lots of older people, they get lots of weird bumps and marks appearing on their skin over time. I don't know. It's annoying because it's on my face, but yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know how well it shows up in the camera or anything. I notice it. Not in this way. I meant more of a self-insert OC thing. Oh, okay. What out-of-body form would fully embody your character? Yeah, I don't know. I have to give that some thought. We're going on down too many tangents here. I need to move this thing forward because Yeah, this is taking too long. Moving right along. Sayori, I think we've had questions about pets before, but I figured I'd go a little more in depth with this one. If you were to own a dog, would it be a small dog or a big dog? I can see pros and cons to owning both, but I personally prefer small dogs over large ones. They're easy to take care of indoors, and they're perfect for cuddling. Large dogs seem like they'd suffocate all whom they'd lay upon. Yeah, I've had experience with both, by the way. My first girlfriend had two dogs. One was a small one, one was the large one. And yeah, the small one, very cuddly lap dog. The large one can be quite a handful. uh, yeah, well, I mean, I say she had two dogs. Like the larger dog was actually her. Oh dear. I don't know if I should get into that. It was actually her ex's dog, and they were they were living together at the time. Well, during part of the time that we were seeing each other before we moved in together. So I didn't see a whole lot of the bigger dog, but from what I saw, yeah, he could be a handful. um, that is social text adventure, and it is plentiful. Oh, chat is social. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I really need to. I need to stop going on tangents. Yeah, but basically, what I'm getting at here, I think generally I prefer smaller dogs. It's just the large dogs are just they're neat to have around, but they get too much pretty easily, I think. Anyway, moving on. Another multi-parter. Sayori's first. I like both kinds of dogs. They're both good at different things. But you're right, small dogs are very convenient. And they're super cute also. And so yeah, I'd have to go with a small dog. Although big dogs are great, I love them too. And C, have you heard of a game called Wildermyth? Remember being really interested in the game when I saw the trailer and bought it when it came out, but I haven't played it since because I have too many things to do. If you decide to play it or have played it, thoughts? Oh yeah, I played a little bit of Wildermyth. Played a couple of stories in it, enough to get the idea of it. Kind of a procedurally generated RPG with turn-based squad tactics as a combat. That was pretty interesting. Unfortunately, I have a pretty severe gaming backlog as it is, so I didn't spend that much time on it. I put a comment there, unfortunately. It's yeah. I mean, relatable in terms of the game backlog. I've got a bunch of games that I've been meaning to get to that I haven't touched yet. From what I hear, that's common with Steam, because Steam so frequently has sales, and you're just like, oh, we have to buy that, and then never get around to it. I was going to say, I mean, it is pretty convenient that like Natsuki and MC seem to have played like every game that's been asked about here. I kind of wondered about that. Like, there are very few, if any, games that are brought up or other media that are brought up, which like the characters don't say, I never heard of this, or never played that, or never touched it, or whatever. I kind of wondered, is that a deliberate choice on your part? Like, you want to give something back to the emailer and let them have some kind of validation that yes, we played this, even if you haven't. Or I kind of wonder if that enters into it, or what. When will club meetings end? Well, apparently there's going to be at least a season 4. If there's a season 5 after that, I that's up to dev. I don't know. Anyway, moving on. I've been meaning to go back and spend some more time on it. I think it's well worth the time investment from you. Miss Ida, do you ever have moments where you wish some part of physical science could just be negated? For example, you have to try and fit some books on a shelf, but when you place the books, they slide off the shelf due to the shape of the books stacked on the shelf and the shape of the books you're stacking. Wouldn't it be great if you could just touch the books and go don't slide anymore and have it work? Of course, you could use this power to just say no to gravity if you wanted. Oh boy, be careful what you wish for. I feel like I got some monkey's paw wishing there. Yeah. Have you heard of Go to a shoujo as a VN in the school that teaches people disabilities. Wait, are you asking me? Yeah, I'm familiar with that. I've talked about it a few times. I started to play it and kind of went off it when it got into the dating simulator aspect of it. It looks like really cool, really well put together story with lots of really interesting characters. I was able to appreciate it from that standpoint, but people started talking to me, asking me about like, oh, which route are you trying to go on? And I was just kind of like, it just kind of turned me off of it. Like I'm dating simulators aren't my thing. They kind of weird me out. Like I know DDLC is ostensibly a dating simulator, but I didn't. I played it for other reasons. Not big in the dating part. Yeah, it's I don't know. It's just it just feels weird to me. I don't know. It's yeah, not my thing. Anyway, moving right along. As soon as you decide to increase the friction coefficient, you'd cause a lot of traffic accidents, and also the world would probably enter a bunch of chaotic tectonic tumult. Let alone what would happen if you turned off gravity even for a few seconds. Everything in the universe, and especially our fragile human world, depends considerably on the consistency of the laws of physics. Yeah. I mean, from the context of the question, I think they were saying that you could like locally change the laws of physics, but anyway. So I certainly wouldn't tamper with them. Even if some stricter spirit said it would apply to only me, I'd be pretty suspicious. In case I read a visual novel, I would like a 50-50 text to art ratio, high task, but it is my taste. I mean, yeah, I mean that's what comic books are basically. But yeah, it is a big demand on the artist for sure. How does that work? But what the measure the architect's texture? That's a good question, Carol Ivanov. Would you like to field that one? And moving on. Tempting as it may be. Natsuki, well, I can already tell that there are going to be a few smug remarks from other emailers about you and Yuri now, since you seem to decline any possibility of you two getting together. Honestly, all I have to say is that I hope you two are happy and with what you have. We knew something was going on at the end of Season 2 since the game showed us snippets of you and Yuri together, so I kind of felt something was happening. Of course, the game cut away before much was said, which makes sense since it was very personal. Anyway, question time. I got nothing. Till next time, I guess. Okay. No one here's really given me smug remarks. But even if any of them, or any of you out there, had smug remarks for me, I'd probably kind of deserve it. Guess you didn't really have a question going on there. But I appreciate your well wishes, man. Much love. Yuri, hey, I remember that I said I'd rely on you to tease Natsuki about you two potentially being couples. So, where are you going with that now? You gonna tease her less or more about it now that you two have kissed? I'm sorry. Marcus here, welcome to the stream. How's it going? I'm sorry, I'm laughing because of the look on Yuri's face coupled with the question, now that you two have kissed, and she's looking at like, wait, kissed? Like you think that's all we've done together? Like, it's like, but she's like, I don't know if I should talk about that. I mean, again, there was a scene, there was at least one scene where Natsuki and Yuri were doing, something together in her bedroom that involved undressing in some way. We do not know the specifics, but they've done more than kiss, exactly. That's why I'm laughing. Anyway, you two have kissed. Yuri, long pause. More. What? Oh yeah, tease her less or more. Because more. Can confirm. It's like that's all Yuri's going to leave it at. Cupcakes. They're making cupcakes. Exactly. It's Sari says no to suicide canon. They're just making cupcakes. That's clearly established by the text. All right. Monica, a lot of video games seem to cross over with other franchises at some point. Now, while it is very unlikely, what video game or other property that you know of do you think has the highest chance of having some kind of crossover with DDLC? Love you. Okay. But, Monica isn't really the gamer of the group. Anyway, a full crossover? Probably none, if I'm being honest. We're sort of a difficult IP to cross over with. We don't fit well into other universes. Mr. Salvato has a long-standing entree into the Smash community, or so perhaps there. Oh, interesting. Interesting that she acknowledged Dan Salvato, her creator. I mean, acknowledged him by name. She did make reference to him in Act 3 of the original game, but... and did make a reference to the Smash community, Super Smash Brothers and all that, since he, yeah, yeah. I mean, it could be an interesting crossover. But anyway, move on. But I honestly doubt it. Our best bet for crossovers is probably just references and small mentions here and there in other media. I think there have been and will continue to be plenty of those. General question. I just want everyone's opinion. Which of these two ends friendships faster, Mario Party or Monopoly? So is this 4 sentences per image change, having a monumental library of images and backgrounds like comic book? Okay. There you go. There's the answer to your question, Dev. Anyway. Which ends friendships faster, Mario Party or Monopoly? Mario Party, you say, Slay Rabbit? Yeah, I haven't played that one. I've played plenty of games of Monopoly over the years. Anyway, I'm back in Pokemon Frenzy, so I'm going to share some music from the games that simply had lyrics added to them. I couldn't pick between these two songs since they're both just plain epic. Till we meet again. Let's see. Listen to the Pokemon music. Thank you for sharing. Shall we do quick fire answers to this last question about Mario Party and Monopoly? For me, it's easily Mario Party. Monopoly is bad, but nowhere near that bad. True. Mario Party. Definitely Mario Party. I'm going to go with Monopoly. Yeah. Monopoly? Yeah. That's just because you have not played enough Mario Party. Because it's Mario Party. I haven't played any Mario Party. Well, there you go. I would not know. Oh yeah, and I put a comment after well. And there you have it. Next. Wait, would not. Does that suggest that Yuri hasn't played either game? I think you need a break soon. Yeah, let's take a break after one more. There you go. Greetings, or gratings? It has an A in it? I don't know. I started watching recently and just caught up. I have gathered a few questions from my mind that could be interesting to think about. One, Asami, referring to Miss Ida by her first name. If you had encountered the club during Act 2 of the original game, what would you have done? Oh, okay. Okay. Natsuki, Yuri, and Monica. Follow-up question: how would you have reacted? Perhaps just Monica should answer this, as I don't even know if there was any of Yuri or Natsuki left by then. What? How'd you have reacted? Oh, reacted to Miss Ida showing up, I guess. 3. If each of you had to choose one Dara type, each to classify everyone in the original game, not your current selves, what would you say for each one? You may not say Mayadera for Monica, that's cheating, I guess. Much love, Lucifer, the Devil, Satan. Okay. Mayadera? I have not heard that. I've not heard of that trip before. Mayadera? Mayadera refers to a character who is often a dangerous antagonist of a series, but switches sides after falling in love or after becoming fond of another character, usually the protagonist or someone in the hero's team. Okay. Alright then. Mario Party is at least fun. Monopoly gets dull after an hour or so. Yeah. Devin, invite this email to the Discord. Anyway. A bit for each of us. I'm not really sure what you mean by encountered. I mean, okay, anyway. How much does this assume I know about the situation? If I just saw the effects and didn't know the cause, I'm not sure what I would have done. Probably tried to seek out immediate care for Yuri, especially. I mean, yeah. Which, I mean, yes. Which raises questions about does does Miss Ida know like how bad Yuri's self-harm habit is? Like she canonically within this mod still has a pretty bad self-harm habit. Hmm. What's this no for? Is it for, about emailing, inviting the email to Discord? Is there a story behind that? Is this someone you had like a bad interaction with or something? Anyway, moving on. If I had known what was really going on, I would have tried to talk to Monica about it. Comment after on. But who knows what would have happened then? I'd be tempted to put a question mark there. I, I mean, they were on the Discord. They are no longer on the Discord. Oof. Okay. That's very concise. Okay. Moving right along. I also do not quite know what you mean here in question 2. Yeah. I mean, I was already in the club. Same. Same. Plus, you know, I was causing the Act 2 stuff, so I'm not sure what you want there. From context, I'm assuming they're asking how they would react to Miss Ida. But, yeah. So in the original game, Natsuki's supposed to be a Tsundere, Sari's a Dare with a dark twist, Yuri's a Yandere, and I guess I'm also supposed to be a Yandere. Yep. Although that's not an accurate depiction of any of our personalities, really. Agreed. Alright, I see the club is already dispersing to get drinks and take bathroom breaks, so we'll call it here. Let's meet back here in 15 minutes for more. We're about a third of the way through. Oh, crap. Yeah, and I'm over 3 hours into the stream, so yeah. Definitely not getting through all these today. Something, what's this? What? Or a disturbance? What? I'm not sure what are those letters. Like most of this weird text, I'm able to discern by like if there's an odd letter, I can compare it to other letters and figure out from context. When seeing the capital letters in isolation like that, it's I'm not 100% sure what letters those are. So missing in action. Okay, so it wasn't. I wasn't sure if that was MIA, but yeah, okay. I mean, again, inferring from context, Dev saying they were on the Discord, they are no longer on the Discord, implies that they did something really, really bad and had to be kicked out. I'm guessing, and I think BG Suite is bringing it up because as a gentle ripping about whatever trouble they caused. Anyway, moving right along. About a third of the way through. God, well, at least we're popular. Okay, so that was part 1 of the emails. I'm gonna come back. I'm gonna go into part 2. I don't know. I mean, there also like okay, there are other bonus features. I've done the Onion Club scene already. There's a fair bit to go through here as well. Ideally, I would like to. Generally, I want to finish with stuff from here. So I do want to push through some more emails. But before we get into part 2, I do want to grab a bite of the food that I prepared. So I'll be a few minutes doing that. Could have just left off the internet by themselves. How do you tell? Again, I'm saying inferring from context. I think Dev kicked them out. That is the story that I'm inferring from Dev's choice of words there. Anyway, I will be right back. Let's just move into the corner here. Correct. Yeah. See, there you go. And I'm back again. Alright. Oh. Steam notification. Oh, hey. Sorry, just said something quick. Someone wished me a happy birthday. Bear with me. Yes, my brother wishing me a happy birthday, and also my nieces, who are adorable. Anyway, moving right along. Let's move on to part 2. Let's press on through these emails. Yeah, I'm 3.5 hours into the stream. I don't know exactly how long the stream is going to be. I'm gonna press on for a while, I guess, and when I start to feel like my energy is flagging or whatever, maybe I'll move on to one of the other extras to finish off the stream. And after that, I think I'm probably not going to stream tomorrow. Like I'm getting all these extra daily streams in here to try to get as much like proofreading, bug testing, and stuff in before the release. Dev did indicate that but you know, bug submissions and so on will still be accepted after release. Maybe there's going to be an extra extra update post release or something. So I'll carry on with that, but yeah, I think tomorrow I'm going to take a break from streaming, but I'll be back to it on Saturday. I'm not expecting to get through all of these emails today. I mean, it took something like 6 hours to get through part 1. It's like 3 hours today plus because I added a few hours yesterday. So like at that rate, it's like 18 hours. I mean, probably less if I don't go on so many tangents. But anyway, let's move on. Alright, come on back in from the hallway, you guys. Man, it got hot in here. Yeah, let me turn on the AC. Let's press onward. Lots of emails still to go. Question for Monica. How do you like being club president? I sure wouldn't be able to be a club president. I feel like it would be too much for me, XDD, though how do you do it though, being a club president? Don't you feel stressed sometimes? Question for Natsuki, how Sundra are you? Question for Yuri, what books interest you? Question for Sayuri. Why are you so cute? You always manage to put a smile on my face. Grinning emoji. Uh, okay. Lots of repeat questions in here. Oh well. Yeah, it's quite a lot. I love it and hate it at the same time. I hate it because of the feelings I've described many times. Would come after it. Hollowness, emptiness, a sense of derealization. Actual derealization, not just a feeling of it. Things actually are unreal, but I love it because it lets me connect with you. I put a comma after it, the first it. I excuse me. I was going to say, Monica just immediately jumped into talking about the like the whole simulation awareness aspect of the presidency without talking about, like, you know, day-to-day school parts of the of being president. I sort of kind of wonder if which way they meant it. Oh well, moving on. It is stressful, yes, very much so. It used to be a lot more when it was a new feeling, though. I've gotten used to it in some ways, though. Using the word though in two consecutive sentences, it just feels weird. Anyway, still, I'm stressed about it most of the time when I am the president. That's why I have to ask my clubmates to give me breaks from it from time to time. Next part for you, Natsuki. I'm not. Just plain old not a cinder. What's that stutter? Sorry. She's stuttering because she's trying desperately hard to hold in it. I think it's supposed to say hold it in. This seems like a typo. So screenshotting that. That'll be +1 posted to Discord. Cool. Use this blush from Natsuki here. She's I'm sorry. It is. I mean, if that's true, like she's just trying. I mean, she gets asked this question a lot. She gets annoyed. She's just trying to not be annoyed this time, or not show her annoyance. Her first instinct was to yell something at you like, "I am not a tsundere, you idiot." But then she realized that would play into your hands, so she tried tamping it down. Comment for hands. Unsuccessfully now. Answer your own goddamn part. Of course, let's see. What books interest me? What a question. That is a bit like asking what things about living in the world interest you. It is so broad a question as to almost be impossible to answer. I love most books, to be honest with you. Not all are worthy of consideration, but so many are. I love most stories, non-fiction about interesting topics, even some of Natsuki's manga, whether or not it is literature. I like how you say Natsuki's manga as though I am the guardian of all manga everywhere in the world. Yeah. We are holding in the it, yeah. Excuse me. If there were such a role, I could think of no one more eminently qualified, beloved. True facts. So yes, I love most books, emailer, but when it comes to fiction, I am particularly interested in horror, or horror-adjacent stories which say something meaningful, as well as high fantasy and some science fiction. But hopefully that gives you enough to go on. Comment after hopefully. Everyone always says I'm cute, but I don't feel like it. I mean, look at me. I'm a mess. My hair alone. You are the most beautiful woman I have ever seen. Every time I look at you, I lose a little breath. I guess I don't really know why I'm so cute. I just, have that effect on some people, I guess. Cute. Also, next. I want to do the next one, Natsuki. Hey, if you feel like you can handle the responsibility and get the intonation right. I think I have a handle on it by now. Alright, we'll see how you do. MC just doing it on purpose now? Yeah, oh yeah. Absolutely. So this is a question for the group. After coming back to the game and going through what you did, how do you feel about Monica and her actions as far as sympathizing and being closer as a group? P.S. Jab at you, Monkia. Still love you even though I don't agree with the murder thing. Well, I was angry at Monica for a long time, At the time, right after it happened, I let myself be a little angry at her, but when we started remaking the world, I kind of just put it aside. And after that, I felt too depressed to be angry. And my therapist says it's hard to be angry at other people who do things wrong to you if you have no self-worth. I mean, yeah. But then all of it came out at once last year. You saw it, that I think. But now we're all past that. I'm not mad at Monica anymore. She did a lot for me and for all of us, and I'm grateful. Other than MC, she's my best friend. Aw. Although I love Natsuki and Yuri too, and they are very close friends. Game-wise, Monica and I have kind of a strange history. Yes, post-club meetings, MC, what did you have to say about Monica? I wonder. I remember somewhat sitting there and talking to her, but it wasn't really me. It was you using me as a window. I don't blame her, though, for anything that happened. It was an insane situation that no one should have to deal with. Maybe there are people out there who could have dealt with it better, but I don't think I'm one of them. I don't think I'm in any position to judge Monica. Judge Monica. She does the best she can with what she has, same as any of us. And like Sayuri says, she's a really good, excellent friend to have. Cool. I have never blamed Monica. I have always sympathized to the utmost. Okay. Can you imagine if something similar happened to you? How disoriented, how insane that would make you feel. The feeling of being club president when you are not used to it is extremely distressing and disorienting. It can provoke feelings of being trapped, of helplessness and panic. Oh, no Oxford comma. No Oxford comma. Does that count as an error, Dev? I'm going to screen cap it anyway. I know it's technically very intended. Okay. Fair enough, fair enough. Moving on. So I understand what Monica did, and empathize. And it was not her fault. My only feelings for her are love and understanding. Aw, drop the L word. That's all. Isn't that all just so cozy? Yuri. I was angry at Monica for a long time. Very angry. She took away so much from all of us. She basically killed Sayuri, then killed Yuri, and both of them in really painful ways it ended up being. We don't see a whole lot of Natsuki directing her anger at Monica, you know? I mean, not beyond the usual, like, you know, sarcastic jibes she directs at anyone. So, kind of makes me wonder, like, how much does Natsuki keep that buried? Anyway. I got off easy because she just snapped me out of existence, and then she completely overwrote MC so that he wasn't a person, although I don't know if that was her or the game, I guess. Natsuki vented her anger at Monica immediately in episode 0. I mean... yeah, I mean, the whole slap and everything. But she's saying for a long time, though. I mean, I think, you know, Monica saving Fuyuki's life did a lot to, you know, alleviate that anger, but, yeah. I mean, yeah, like, vented her anger in episode 0, yes, that's clear enough, but the fact that she says, for a long time suggests that she's, like, keeping it buried and, like, not openly directing at it or anything, but it kind of makes me wonder, if, some lingering anger might contribute to like, because earlier in this email, not this session, the yesterday session, there was a comment. Maybe it was in today's session. Natsuki was saying that she can't imagine like her and Monica, because there was a question about shipping came up, and she's saying that that she and Monica can never get together. They're two different, yada yada yada. And I kind of wonder if that lingering anger factored into that statement. I don't know. Maybe Natsuki still has some issues to work out. I mean, arguably they all do. But you know, there's just you know, I don't know. I think if I send another email in, I'm probably going to suggest everybody get therapy. um, I mean, as far as we as the audience are aware, Sayuri is the only one out of the group that's getting therapy, and really all of them need it. I mean, Sayuri was the only one who was like imminently in danger of like offing herself in season one, but they still all need it for various reasons. Like they've all got unresolved trauma. I mean, I know, no trauma in the literature club. And moving on. Plus, I imagine she messed you up pretty good. Wait, addressing the audience here, okay. And she did all this by messing with our minds, which is something she herself has a huge fear of. So it's even very hypocritical. But, nobody's perfect. Sometimes people make really big mistakes. Come after sometimes? F knows, I certainly do. And you've seen some of what Monka's really like, who she really is deep down underneath being an anime waifu. And she's really awesome. She's a deep thinker, and she cares about people, and she's protective of her friends. So, yeah, I forgave her for all that shit long ago. She deserved it. Are you alright? Yeah, thank you, everyone. I just need a second. Well, let's do the next email. Monica, Mr. Shaw. She was supposed to say next, and then the emailer just took her out of commission there. Or well, I mean, responses to the question took her out, I guess. But yeah, all this stuff, all these reactors and stuff. This is. I get the definite feeling this is playing off like Monica probably has a lot of. What am I going to say? What am I trying to say here? Insecurities? No, that's not the right word. I mean, certainly a lot of guilt about what she, like, yeah, I think insecurities is the right word. Like, she certainly has a lot of guilt about what she did, but I think she also has some insecurities about like her friends turning on her and holding it against her, and which is kind of why like the mid second season fallout from with Sayuri like probably hit her really hard, and why she immediately crumbled and ran out of the room because it was like her one of her bigger fears realized that her friends were still secretly holding it against her and stuff. So there's probably like that kind of question probably brings out a lot of anxiety in Monica. Like worrying about how they're going to react, and so there's probably a lot of relief from their responses. Would Monica even say in therapy is her problem? There's much deeper lore about Monica's feelings about Sayuri's blow up that is hinted at. I mean, that's kind of what I'm getting at here. Like, that is hinted at. That's okay. Careful not to get any season 4 spoilers in there, Dev. But yeah, that's it's not spoilers. Sure. Maybe you're not definition of spoilers. It's all the stuff you've played. Okay. But yeah, but no, it is a good question though. Like, what would Monica even say in therapy is her problem? I mean, okay, there are multiple interpretations to that question. Like, do you mean from the standpoint of she can't say anything about the simulated reality, and therefore she can't fully explain what her feelings and issues are, or from the standpoint of she's not at a point where she's ready to deal with the situation, like in a functional way. Like she's still holding on to this irrational need to be with the player, even though she knows she can never be with them. And she's not ready to let go of that, and therefore not ready to like talk it through. So yeah, like I said, there's a that's good. There are multiple interpretations of that question about what would Manga even say. But there are other things she could say, but like you said, that the deeper lore about Manga's feelings about Sayori's blow up that is hinted at. I mean, she could still possibly potentially talk through, her feelings regarding Sayori and all of that. Hell. I don't know. I don't want to go. I don't want to go too far down that speculation rabbit hole at the moment. I should probably just move on. Let's do the next email. Except, wait, hang on. Manka, you said you wanted to do something. Manka wipes her eyes and clears her throat. Right, yes. Next. Oh, that was strong and powerful. You are worthy. Thank you. Hello, I hope you guys are having an amazing day. I have a few questions. Sorry if there are a lot. One, in regards to the time loop situation, I'm kinda in the same boat as Sayori. I really don't want the literature club to end. I know logically it might be selfish, but I think it's understandable, right? Yeah, I really don't want the literature club to end. I don't even have any other friends. I love everyone in it so much, but it turns out it's not ending. Or at least not yet. But I definitely understand. Me too. 2. Do you guys not change uniforms depending on the seasons? I couldn't imagine how hot it would be under all those layers. No, it's the same uniform. Yeah, normally I can complain about it getting hot, but luckily we live pretty close to the coast, so it never gets too hot. World building. Well, I mean, I guess we did know it was near the coast, because, jetty sea and all that. Get more water in a moment. Plus, the fabric the uniforms are made of, especially the vest and jacket, is thinner than it looks. Still, though, 3 layers of anything is pretty hot sometimes, yeah. So you see a lot of kids with their ties undone and jackets off. Anyway, glad to be rid of them now. Well, actually, we have to keep wearing them? What? We've graduated. Yeah, but we're going to the parent college of our high school that it's affiliated with. Oh, that's convenient. I mean, that's a very convenient plot contrivance so that you don't have to get new art for the next season. They're because it's the college is connected to their high school. They have to continue wearing the same uniforms. Yeah, nice. Well played. And it uses the same uniforms. Yep. At least this means we don't have to buy new ones. Yes, very convenient. Anyway, Malka doesn't seem happy about that. 3. Yuri, have you ever been diagnosed with anxiety disorder? I think it is something of the sorts medicine would really help you in everyday life. From somebody who has anxiety disorder, medicine is really a life changer. Malka displays that narrative convenience is stopping her from wearing new fashions. Yeah. Well, I mean, there are plenty of other outfits that you can just like download, just stuff available through the community, like free to use stuff. Just saying. Anyway, I have not. No, I have anxiety, especially around people, but I am not at all sure that I have an anxiety disorder. After all, I'm getting a little better recently. My functioning is not that impaired. I find that my natural growth out of anxiety has been acceptable to me and to others. Yeah. I mean, I mean, definitely a lot less anxious in this mod. So I will keep your thoughts in mind, but for now, I feel up for managing my anxiety unassisted. I put a comment for now. 4. Have any of you thought about being in an idol group? I have a feeling. What? Music's stopping. What's happening now? Have any of you thought about being an idol group? I have a feeling you guys would be really good at it. If not, have you ever considered any other branch of entertainment, like streaming or stand-up comedy? That's if you don't consider being in a game making you an entertainer in itself. Well, there's only one of us who would do this, really, and not as an idol. Definitely as a streamer. Hey, yo, what up, gamers? It's your girl Natsuki coming at you with another hot pile of gaming. What are you guys up to, chat? You going to SawCon this year, gamers? SawCon? I haven't heard of that one. Is that a thing? I mean, there are lots of conventions. SawCon refers to a post mentioning a fictional event named SawCon? Okay. So that's a meme. Alright. Oh, okay, because it sounds like suck on. Okay, I get it. Moving right along. Going to SawCon this year, gamers? Gamers, can I get some pogs in the chat? Gamers, please, my mangas, gamers. They are very sick, gamers. What? Gamers, do you game, gamers? Do you feel the gaming in your core? Should there be a question mark after that what, or is this just more of a flat what there? Yeah, I'm gonna screen cap it anyway. Do you feel the gaming in your core? Extremely flat what? Yeah. Natsuki, please stop. No, Monica, wait, it's getting interesting. The time has come to game. We will game within a game, for a game, gamers. Moving on then. 5. Sayori, do you have godly genetics? No matter how many sweets you eat, you never gain any weight. Tell me your secrets. Secrets? I don't really think I have any secrets. It just happens. Our secret, emailer, is that she burns those calories. Yeah. Well, anyone who's played the Turquoise demo knows that in that mod, her secret's bulimia, but anyway. Moving right along. Girl runs practically everywhere. Sometimes if she's in a room, she just starts jumping up and down or twirling or walking around the room. Okay, gotta run again for a bit due to Thursday business, yeah? You're still going at midnight your time. I will see you then. Cool. Yeah, have a good one, Dev. Maybe see you later. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. And I put a comment after sometimes and in room. Yeah, or twirling or walking around the room. Unless she's really in a depressive funk, she's always moving around. Oh yeah, I do stuff like that, yeah. Plus, she walks to and from school every day, and that's a pretty good hike. Like, maybe a little less than 2 kilometers one way. Plus, we had PE at the old school. That was pretty good exercise. Do they have PE in college? I think it's more structured than that. Like, they have tennis classes or whatever. Yeah, I guess we'll find out. Yeah. 6. If you guys graduate, would Season 4 not happen? Well, I guess we already definitively answered this one. Our adventures with you here continue. Thanks for your concern and love, though, and for your email. Next. Let me get some more water. I'll be right back. I don't know if it's worth... Yeah, I guess I'll put the BRB sign on. And I'm back again. Hello Literature Club, it's been a while, hope everything is well. I'm not sure if sending this letter too late, I hope not, but okay. MC, how do you feel about Kenzo looking like, well, a different version of you in other mod reality words anyway, or at least that's how it looks, it does look like to us anyway. Kenzo? Yeah, he kind of does look a good bit like me, doesn't he? Only he's taller and stronger and he has red eyes and he's like way hotter. He's not hotter! That's what you just say, Bun. But, like, yeah, he's way hotter. What kind of benchmark is MC using to determine this? Is MC having a little bi energy here? I wonder. Excuse me. Yeesh. Okay. Yeah. Probably not still going to be going midnight, quite frankly. Yeah. We'll see how long I can go on with this. He's way hotter. Anyway, how I feel about it? Well, I guess I guess don't really feel any kind of way about it. Whoop! Screenshot that. I do believe that's supposed to say. I guess I don't really feel any way. He looks pretty similar. Sometimes that happens, so that two people look kind of alike. Doesn't really affect me much, I guess. Certainly don't mind it. Bit more long-winded than it needs to be. Oh well. Sayori, during the first main events, when you turned present for the first time, 1. Did your love for MC disappear when you trapped the player before Monka stopped you? And 2. If Monka did not stop you, were you going to delete everything else, World, Natsuki, Yuri, etc.? Oh man, that was a really confusing few minutes. Because, like, I knew you were there, but also, like, I thought you were MC? Oh, okay. Interesting. And I guess you kind of were, but obviously you were never my childhood friend my whole life? Comment after, obviously. Like I said, confusing. I'm not really sure what I was going to do if Monica hadn't stopped me. Definitely made me feel really weird. I don't think I was going to delete everything, though. Probably wouldn't have been good, though, if Monica hadn't stopped me. Yeah, if you say so. Excuse me. Really rough. Throat's like really rough all of a sudden. Again, it's probably from too much continuous streaming. Yeah, I'm 4 hours into this. Don't feel ready to wrap it up yet. Anyway, Natsuki, if per se, fiance, hypothetically, were to give you a wedding ring with the words C-U-T-E carved into it, would you kill him, yes or absolutely? What is this him? When was this sent? Anyway, this really depends. First, on who the person I'm engaged to is. Second, on whether or not it's a joke and they have a real ring ready. Yeah. Hopefully, anyone I intended to get married to would not make such a blunder. Or if they did, would do it on purpose as a troll and have a real ring waiting. But if somehow both of those things weren't true, I would certainly at least consider killing them. But no one I'm romantically involved with right now would do such a thing, would they? No, you are not defined by your cuteness. See, there you go. Yeah. I wanted to say, it is interesting, Natsuki talking about a hypothetical person she would marry in like a non-gender specific way. Because I mean, the fact that the fact that Yuri was willing to like drop her scholarship and stuff to go to the same school as Natsuki, like it certainly implies in itself the expectation that they expect to stay together. Which, I mean, like it's not like they don't expect to stay together, but it's like, um, it's the kind of thing that makes me wonder, like how like have they considered things like have they asked that question like, hey, what if things don't work out between us and so on, or like have they talked about that? Is that something they've considered? But like, if for whatever reason they break up and they still have to continue seeing each other every day in the club, well, every week I suppose, in the club, like you know what I mean? Are these things they've considered, and the possibility of moving on, finding other romantic interests? Like, are these things they talk about? Yuri being the overthinker that she is, like she might bring it up, but on the other hand, maybe she wouldn't be willing to talk about that with Yatsuki. It's just this question about a hypothetical fiance is interesting through that lens. Anyway, moving on. Yuri, this is going to be a Ship of Theseus kind of question. If one day in the future, in my world, I were to bring any of you into the real world inside a robotic independent body, sentience and all, would that be the same person, or just a copy with the same memories and all? What do you think? Oh, a Ship of Theseus question. Wonderful. I mean, I suppose it's not much different than asking if it would be the same person if I made an exact copy of your body, including your brain precisely as it is, with all its memories and such. It depends on what you mean by the same person. In every meaningful way, I would suppose the answer is probably yes. Although it would be very strange if the old versions of us were still left behind. But overall, I suppose my answer is yes. That would essentially be us, assuming you copied everything over perfectly. Comment after overall. Which would probably be hard to do. Thank you. Next. Yeah. There is a very well put together horror video game called Soma, which deals with this question. By the way, just putting that out there. It's a good game. I played it recently. I streamed it actually. Back around Halloween time last year. Moving on. Thank you. Next. I'm so effing grateful for these emails. But because she's learning about her girlfriend there. Is that what she means? I understand that reference. So effing great for these emails. I understand that reference. It's okay. I mean, I'm aware there was a Ship of Theseus reference in WandaVision. They did bring that up earlier. I mean, they brought up WandaVision anyway. And the phrase "I understand that reference" is a line that Captain America has. I mean, I kind of wonder if is that something, some reference that I haven't watched WandaVision, so I don't know. Maybe I just feel like I'm missing something here. Anyway, moving on. Hey all, Ryan here, sending an email to my guy and his group of ladies. Natsuki is best girl, no questions asked. Anywho, here's my question for you guys. What is your favorite game franchise made by Nintendo? Mine personally is Metroid. Hope you all have a great day and see you soon, Ryan. Well, this one's easy enough. Mine is Star Fox. Zelda, I like all of them. I'm with you, emailer. Metroid all the way. I also like Metroid. I was intrigued by the Kirby lore. The Sayori's deep Kirby lore. And there you have it, unless Miss Ida has an opinion. I think Mario stuff is great, especially Luigi stuff. Based. Next. Yeah. By the way, I do have one question for all of you. Do you have a favorite TV show? If so, what is it? From Anakin. I guess this is asking our favorite TV show ever? Difficult choice for me. Two very different shows. One is Space Ghost, Coast to Coast. I think that show's hilarious. I have never heard of that. I have never heard of that show. And the other is probably Star Trek The Next Generation. Okay, that's based. That one I'm very familiar with. I grew up with that one. Interesting. That's late 80s going into the 90s. That's like considering the manga is supposed to be 18, that's way before her time. But that's an interesting choice. But of course, manga is dev's like author insert character, so that makes me curious about this space ghost to coast thing here. Anyway, moving on. I love its characters and its overall hopeful message. Cosmos, the old series presented by Carl Sagan, it's beautiful. Although I give a close second to Mythbusters. Man, that's a tough call. I like a lot of shows. I don't know if this is my favorite or even if people will know it, but maybe some of them out there will have heard of Alice in Borderland? Yeah, never heard of that. Yes. It's a live-action show based on a manga, and it's kind of like Squid Game, only way more intense and actually and less of a societal critique. I'd put it after game there. It's really a crazy show. Lots of ups and downs. I recommend it. Man, this is a tough question. There's so many good TV shows. I think I'll go with Kids in the Hall, at least today. Older show, but really funny. Natsuki's right. This is hard. I'm going to say The Great British Bake Off. It's just so much fun and so positive. I do appreciate baking content. How about you, Yuri? Don't tell me it's Knight Rider. Really? Okay. Lots of old shows being referenced here. I remember Knight Rider. I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's sort of inspires the question. I mean, I haven't watched TV in forever. Like, do people even watch TV anymore? Like, there's so much is available online, like streaming services and stuff. Like, yeah, I don't know. Knight Rider. That's. I mean, you got that cool robot car with the artificial intelligence and stuff. But before artificial intelligence was a really known thing. So anyway, moving on. I love the car from Knight Rider Kit. Yeah. Knight Industries 2000 KITT. He's such a polite and friendly car. I have no idea where she picked up on Knight Rider, you guys, but yeah. She loves it, and I have no idea why. Anyway, next. It's, Yeah, I kind of, How would she have picked up? I don't know. It kind of makes me wonder about Yuri and Noski watching Knight Rider together. Yeah. Star Trek: Next Generation. I feel like I need to comment on that because again, it's a show that I grew up with. Yeah. Overall hopeful message. Yeah, like Gene Roddenberry, the showrunner, who's also the showrunner of the original Star Trek from the '60s. Yeah, had some great vision about like a utopic post-capitalist future, and it's pretty neat. That whole idea of it. The show itself, TNG, as it's often called, the Next Generation TNG, had a really rough start. The show had a lot of problems. It's amazing it got off the ground and made it for 7 seasons. Like they weren't sure if it was going to make season 2 at the time. Yeah, season 1 had a lot of garbage episodes, quite frankly. But it kind of it as the trope says, it grew the beard. It's the originator of the trope, grew the beard, because second season it started to get good, and which is also coincidentally the season where Commander Riker grew a beard, and which he kept to the end of the show. The first season he didn't have a beard, but yeah, it was like in a lot of ways progressive for its time. Unfortunately, it didn't have anything in the way of LGBT representation. That's largely because the executive producer, one of the executive producers, like Rick Berman, was like super homophobic, um, and unfortunately he remained as executive producer for the later spin-offs, Star Trek Deep Space Nine and Voyager, and there was a ton of missed opportunities to make the show more progressive than it was because he was on the project, which is unfortunate. But he basically, even aside from the homophobia stuff, all accounts of the guy make him out to be a huge asshole. Like he's just like rude and just cruel, just really cruel to people on the set. Like I've heard lots of stories. He's he's just a really shitty person. He did a lot of shitty stuff across the years, and it's just generally really unfortunate that he was on the show. And you know, like again, I grew up with the show, so it's like I have a lot of fond memories of it. But looking back, there were lots of missed opportunities for it to be even better, and which is unfortunate. I don't know. I sort of feel like I don't know. I sort of feel like the franchise could do with having a showrunner who understood Gene Roddenberry's vision better, I guess. What can you do? Anyway, moving right along. For not Notsky but everyone else, what would your shows be called and what would they be about? Not Notsky. Wait, why not me? Probably because you already made Baking with Notsky. Fair. Doki Doki Literature Club, really, when you think about it. It has sort of been my show. Explosions and other cool stuff. It'd be me hosting a science show. Man, this is hard. Not interesting enough to have a TV show. Actually, you know what? I got it. It'd be a really meta deconstruction show, and the name of the show would be The Main Character. I do appreciate the meta. I do appreciate meta deconstructivist media. Sayuri's Sunshine Corner. I have no idea what it would be about, but I know it would be fun to watch. You know, I'm not really sure what I'd make a TV show about. Something like Masterpiece Theater, where we look at adaptations of classic works of literature, but perhaps with fewer stuffy period dramas and a more eclectic mix of genres instead, like horror and science fiction and fantasy. Cool. Not sure what I would call it, though. Probably something stuffy and boring, like great literature. I'll have to think about something more compelling than that, but that is definitely what I'd want the show to be. Yes, thank you for your email, beloved fan. Next. Notsky using the word beloved. That's Yuri's word for her. Oh well. Gets kind of addictive when she keeps saying it like that. Her voice is surprisingly addictive. What do you mean, surprisingly? How's it been after the incidents occurred, Sharko? Well, pretty good, I guess. That's a very generalized question. That's, I mean, okay. But you've kind of seen most of it, so yeah. Same old, same old. Another normal day in the simulation. Very normal, Sharko. Extremely normal. You're completely fine and nothing weird ever happens to us. Yeah. So true, so true. Next. So hello there, Literature Club. I was wondering if any of you watch YouTube and what your favorite channels are. Also, how does it feel that now you have MC and Miss Ida aware of the simulation? Alright, that's all for now. Sincerely, TGR. Yes, I am glad to see that, sorry, Miss Ida, sorry, I forgot. That Miss Ida's feeling better after that vacation. Also, Monica, you will always be my favorite, just so you know. Let's see, we sort of already answered the bit about the YouTube channels. I like Jen's Kitchen, MC's a German fan, Natsuki horribly trolled us by talking about case cooking. Good times. I think I can say we're all very happy to have Miss Sita and MC aware. Sayori is particularly happy about MC. Honestly, for me, it seems weird that MC was ever not aware now. Feels like he's really part of the gang. Thanks, TJ. You're my favorite. N to the E to the X T. Another one for Cruella DeVille. Don't worry, I'm seriously joking. Monica, honest to God, I am. Who would you rather be fused with into one character from the DDLC girls, Sayuri, Natsuki, or Yuri? I know you're just joking, but at some point it really might hurt her, you know? Yeah. I know you just see it as a video game, and I know Monica must seem very emotionally tough to you, but it's sad to see people even joke about her being evil. That's neat. Sari stepping in and standing up for her friend. That's cool. um. Yeah. She's not. It's fine, Sari. It's fine. I really don't mind it. If I had to be fused with someone, I guess of those choices it'd have to be Sayuri. That would probably be least disorienting. We've been friends for such a long time now. So yeah, there you go. Next. Boom. We are flying along. To Natsuki and Yuri, do you know about the Blood Brothers manga and know as to who likes the Blood Brothers manga? What? I don't know what that second part of the question means. I've never heard of such a thing. Me either, I think. Unless maybe you mean Black Blood Brothers? Maybe that's why you included Yuri? Why would that particularly include me? Oh, it's kind of a supernatural vampires kind of manga. Emailer probably thought you'd like it. Anyway, but I know of it, but I've never read it. And sadly, since I am the only really big manga person here, that probably means no one knows about it. Should I read it? Is it good? Hit me up with a recommendation. And with that, next. Yuri's little hop is adorable. Did it hurt when getting deleted in the base game? Only a few of us have been deleted in the way you mean. Of all of us, MC has never been deleted. And Sayuri and Yuri were both physically dead when they were deleted, so they wouldn't remember it. No, Sayuri got deleted at the end of Act 4, and her last words are, "It hurts." So... So, Monica and Sayuri did experience deletion while alive in the base game. Well, I mean, I guess Natsuki did too. Anyway. Natsuki? Nah, I don't remember anything. Oh, okay. I mean, at the end of Act 3, Monica goes on about how much it hurts, and Sayuri says it hurts at the end of Act 4, so I don't know. Wonder if did Dev just not just neglect that, or... Moving on. Yeah, I don't remember anything. I saw Yuri's body, and then I just ran screaming and puking and crying. And the next thing I remember, I woke up and had a feeling like it was all a weird dream that I was still in, which sort of turned out to be true, I guess. That was also my experience. I was just there, and then I wasn't. And then I was again, thanks to you guys. It also seemed to me like I was coming out of a dream when I popped back into existence. Like I'd lost track of some time, but it was hard to tell how much. What about you, Monica? Ooh, music stopping. It was easily the most painful experience I've ever had. Whatever strange game thing happened that left my consciousness distributed throughout the game meant that it was very lingering. I mean, that's the canon we're going with here, I guess. Or interpretation of the canon. I mean, I've been saying all along that the original game is really fuzzy about the rules about how deleting game characters works and what it means and so on. Because Monica stuck around after being deleted. This mod seems to explain it away by saying, oh, her consciousness is distributed throughout the game, whatever that means. But if that's what we're going with, then Sayuri lingering after she was deleted and going, what's happening? It hurts at the end of Act 4. Does that mean that she's also distributed throughout the game? Anyway. It was very lingering, and first of all, it was extremely physically painful. My body was being physically destroyed while I was still conscious outside of it, but able to feel it. It was painful in a difficult to explain way, too. Game stuff. I could feel myself being pulled apart, or the game trying to pull me apart. Not just my body, myself. And that's not pleasant at all, let me tell you. And finally, it was emotionally very painful. I felt very unloved, betrayed by the only person I cared about at the time. Really, by the only person I thought meaningfully existed as far as I was concerned. And that's not good for one's self-esteem. So, yeah, not fun. Let's move on, please, Natsuki, to avoid further mood ruining. Yeah, you got it, Chief. I'm sorry you have to have that happen to you. It's okay, I'm sorry I deleted you. I know. Alright, next. Question to all of you. Do you have a favorite type of car brand? If so, what is it? From Anakin. Who here has opinions on cars? Not me. Or me. Likewise. Too bad Kenzo isn't here. Well, I have car opinions. And Masita, you probably do too. For myself, I am definitely a fan of Toyotas. Specifically, I drive a Prius. So, on brand. Yes, well, they're good cars. Very reliable, they last a long time with proper maintenance. I've never had a serious problem with my Toyota. What about you, Masita? Well, really, I'm not that into cars. A car's a car, really. As long as it gets me from point A to point B, I don't mind it too much. Right now, I drive an older Nissan Versa, but I don't particularly have much brand loyalty. Come after now. Right, there you go, Anakin. Don't murder too many younglings. Next. Revenge of the Sith reference. Anakin again. I know I've sent a lot of questions, but I'm just curious, do any of you watch YouTube? If so, have you heard this tutorial channel called How To Basic, Anakin? Oh, well, I guess he's not murdering younglings because he's too busy sending emails. Yeah, he sent a few in a row. Yeah, we all watch YouTube, who doesn't? But I think I'm the How To Basic champion of the club. Love that guy. Definitely a very valuable and useful guide on many things. I think it's kind of sad how he wastes so much food. Yeah, I guess that's true, but super entertaining. I mean, he brings happiness to so many people. So anyway, yeah, I enjoy Mannequin. Now get out there and... The next one is also from him. Do you all know the game called Angry Birds? Is it a fun game to play, Anakin? That's going back. That was a mobile game like... When did Angry Birds come out? That's from a while ago. that feels ancient. I'm just trying to think. When would have been the first instance we heard here. It's gotta be like over a decade old by now. I'm curious. Yeah, 2009. So yeah, it's yeah, over a decade, like I said. Yeah, just curious. Is it a fun game to play? And again, man, is the next one also from him? Yes, but then that's the last one. You know, you can like write stuff in the actual text field of an email, right? You don't have to put everything in the subject line. I like Angry Birds. It's not super deep or anything, but it's a lot of fun. I've never played it myself, but it looks fun enough when Sayori plays it. It's not my style of game, really. I played a little of it. It's a super casual game. Like MC says, it's not going to scratch your hardcore gaming itch or anything, but it's fun as far as it goes. Alright, let's see your last bit. For Natsuki, please don't get annoyed. Why don't you like being called cute? As I have explained before, Natsuki does not like being called cute because she views it as lessening. Yuri jumping in, that's cute. I mean... I attempted to put a comment after cute. She is many things. She is intelligent, courageous, talented, and yes, also cute. But when people only ever describe her as cute, it oversimplifies her in a way she detests. It is a diminution of her. Diminution is a good word. And goodness knows, the last thing she needs already is diminution. Oh no. The little height gag at the end there. Oh no. I know what that means, Yuri. Hee. Okay. That was the last Anakin one? Yes. Alright. Next. I thought it sounded like she was going to make some Star Wars reference before. Oh well. Okay, this is a weird one, but it's something I've always wondered. During the base game, is a chance that Natsuki will say, My both Silkoth, Blindside, Lifeline, and Erecta Fatality falsely offers Clara Malacia Nade Catholicat with a weird mouth. First of all, what did that look like from everyone's point of view? Did the weird mouth she had look strange to anyone? Did it feel strange to have? Second, do you have any idea what that means or where those words came from? They seem random, but who made her say them, manga or the game? And third, how about Yuri's final poem, the stained one with similar words written in chicken scratch? Do you think that's connected? What about the weird passage about a third eye at the end? I mean, yeah, I've had occasion to wonder about that myself. I wonder if this is like a cipher kind of thing, like you're supposed to take the first letter of each word or the second letter of each word or something like that. And the same with Yuri's final poem. That's something I've wondered about. I've never seen like if there is a code there. I'm not aware of anyone cracking it, but I have wondered about that. And yeah, I wouldn't ever claim to be the best at cracking that kind of code anyway. But yeah, anyway, I certainly didn't make her say those things, and I remember seeing many of the glitches, but thinking nothing of them. Yes, it's like how the game made us regard the time loop as normal. We would also see the glitches as normal. But yes, I did not have her say those words. I have to assume that they got in there due to the game data being corrupted. Same thing with Yuri's poem also. Although there you also perhaps have to deal with whatever Third Eye Libitina backstory thing is smuggled in there also. And as I think we've said before, we really do have no idea what's going on with that, if anything. I hope it's nothing, especially since I'm apparently the focus of it. Are you? Are you though? Are you, Yuri? I mean, that is MatPat's theory that you are, but as I expressed earlier, I think a lot of MatPat's theories are kind of dumb. All due respect to the man. I think he reads too much into some things and does not read enough into some other things. Frankly, I just flat out disagree with his theories about DDLC being connected to Project Libitina at all. Quite frankly, I think those really were just Easter eggs that they were hinting at a future project, which didn't have anything to do with DDLC. And he didn't expect DDLC to blow up the way it did. He didn't expect people to attach significance in that way. Tell that to Miss Ida, the biggest MatPat fan. Ha 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 ha. Yeah. You know, and frankly, I think I can't speak for Dan Silvato, but I think the fact that DDLC blew up and people were making all these connections that he didn't intend may have contributed to his mental health issues in the wake of that. And I get the feeling, I mean, like my personal feeling I got from DDLC Plus is that he was trying to construct it in a way that distanced DDLC from the Project Libitina stuff. And then MatPat still tried to tie it together. Because yeah, MatPat is not as good at reading between the lines as he thinks he is, if I can say that. Like my impression of DDLC Plus, like he keep talking about like Project Libitina is like the VM2, the second virtual machine, which they don't know the contents of, they don't know what's going on inside that machine, and the talk of information from VM2 leaking into the DDLC simulation. My impression was that Yuri was you know, going on about stuff about the third eye. I mean, one of Natsuki's poems has like stuff about the third eye in it too. So it's not just Yuri. You know, I don't think Yuri is the focus of it. You know, um, like I more get the impression like I get the impression that she was sort of channeling some of the information from the Project Levitina simulation, but but kind of everyone was. So I didn't get the I just get the impression that Yuri was the focus of it. You know, I don't think that's what Dan intended. Um, Particularly in light of the self love story in DDLC Plus, where one of the last scenes is Yuri and Natsuki talking about franchises ending, which is I felt a lot like Dan's way of saying it's okay to say goodbye to the DDLC franchise. You know, um, like it's over, get over it. I want to move on to other things. Um, it just overall gets the impression, like I can't see inside Dan Savato's head or anything, but I get the definite impression that uh, 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 yeah, Project Libitina has nothing to do with DDLC. It was always intended to be something completely different, and yeah, I mean like okay, Matt Pat's reasoning behind one of them, like one of the uh, one of his many faulty reasonings in reaching his conclusions was one of there's an extended message, the one that ends with the number 2018, that's lifted from which file was it? It was oh, I think it's the one that's listed from Monica's file. If I recall correctly, the thing, the binary message in the image. Uh, like MatPat assumes assumes that it's Monica talking, based solely on the line you already know who I am, and the line "you already know who I am" doesn't mean anything on its own. Like why would the use of that line indicate that it's Monica talking? Like I mean, me like looking at that message, it comes across like it's something taken out of context. It could have been taken from any context, not necessarily from the standpoint of DDLC characters. But yeah, MatPat takes that assumption that Monica is talking and runs with it and uses it to inform all his theories from 6 years ago. And then when DDLC Plus came out, he continued to run with the assumption that Monica was the one delivering that line, and it's like, and he runs with it as though it's an accepted canon that Monica is saying it, without at any point questioning or interrogating how he reached that conclusion. You know, he outright says, "We know that Monica is saying this from yada yada yada," when like that wasn't confirmed. There's nothing about any part of any of it that indicates Monica was saying that line. He just grabbed that. You know what I mean? Like it's I mean, you watch MatPat's video about it. He straight up says, "We know this is Monica talking because she says you already know who I am." Like, what? How is that a logical conclusion? You know. But yeah, I don't know. I just generally think that MatPat is just way off. That game theory is way off in what it's too many assumptions. Too many assumptions go into his theories, things that aren't confirmed, and he straight up says that they are confirmed. That bugs me the most about it, when he says, "Oh, it's just a theory," but then he says these things are confirmed when they're obviously, objectively not. Um, so I don't know. It just there was a stretch of time when I liked and appreciate game theory, but it's just I don't know. It rubs me the wrong way a lot. Anyway, apparently Matt Pat's theories have filtered into Yuri's opinions here. It kind of makes you wonder what Dev thinks about game theory and stuff. Oh well. Especially since I'm apparently the focus of it. I'm sure it's nothing, babe. And like, really, nothing. Not like a funny, oh, I'm sure it's nothing, where it then sort of circle wipes to you being a demon or something. Anyway, next. Man, I'm typing this later than usual, mostly because I've been busy. I can now definitely agree with Miss Ida when it comes to the whole stressful working thing. I also don't have a lot to ask in terms of questions, so here is a general one. Has anyone in the club watched The Owl House? I came home to my sister watching while she was wrapping presents a while back. I just sort of stuck around for the second half of the first season. I recently got back into it thanks to the second season airing as of writing this. Gotta love that amazing writing and dialogue. For those who have watched it, who's everyone's favorite character? It's hard to pick a favorite, but Hootie always has an aura of being random, not chaotic, just random. The Owl House? I've never heard of this. So many of these emails they're just about obscure media that I never heard of. So the question and the answer has no meaning to me. I'm reading through them. I'm gonna read through these all, but like, I don't know. I don't know. It just I don't want to be mean to the emailers. It just I guess like they're like Owl House, it must means a lot to this emailer, and they want to hear these fictional characters' opinions of it. I don't know. It's going to sound really judgy for me to say this. Like, it feels rather self-indulgent. Like if most of your audience, most of the audience who's playing through this hasn't heard of it, and the question and answer means nothing to them. Like, this is you're taking up everyone's time for the benefit of yourself, your what personal preference. You know what I mean? Like, again, I'm not trying to be rude or mean or anything. I just wouldn't. Like, if it was me asking questions, I'd want to ask questions in an email that like everyone can follow and understand. Not have it be something just for me. I don't know. Maybe I'm probably being like super mean and judgmental and stuff. I don't know. It's just it's. I, it's just, I guess if they weren't so common in this email bag, I would be like, whatever. Once in a while, like a little self-indulgent question about a fandom that this one person is interested in. Okay, fine, whatever. It's just there's so many of them that it makes everything drag. It makes everything just low energy and stuff, and just whatever. I'm getting too complaining. After this email, I'm gonna move on to something else. I'm gonna go to the one of the other extras to finish up the stream. I think I'm getting I'm getting tired and cranky, and I mean, I sure hope the person who sent this email isn't watching. I'm probably coming across really mean. I don't mean to single you out, emailer, if you're watching this. It's just a lot of this. Asking about really obscure media that I have never heard of. Anyway, moving on. Is it like what is Owl House anyway? Let me just Owl House anime series. Okay. I've seen clips of that. I just didn't know it by the title. 2020, Fantasy 3 seasons. Okay. Okay, so it's not that obscure. Yeah, I'm just, like I said, I haven't watched TV in forever. I don't. Mm, okay. Um, yeah, I'm being overly mean and judgmental, honestly. It seems like a cool show. I'm just tired and grumpy. I'm just gonna, okay, like I said, I'm just gonna finish the email and then I'm gonna move on to something else. Oh yeah, a lot of us have watched Owl House. Natsuki, have you and Yuri watched it? Nah, not really either of our things. And Miss Ida, have you? Hey, look, it's very Michael holding hands. Isn't that sweet? I'm just kidding. Miss Ida, have you? I have not. Well, I know me and Sayori and Monica have. Sayori, Monica, and I. It's a really fantastic show. It's super well written and has really engaging characters. Just kind of a shame Disney cut it short, huh? Anyway, well, I love Hootie, and he'd definitely be Natsuki's favorite character. Is that an insult? Nah, you'd take it as a compliment if you'd seen the show. Very well, proceed. My favorite character is Amity, although I really also like her dad, Alador. She's really gruff and even mean at first, but she's a very, very good person deep down. She has the best character arc, I think, if anyone in the show. I really like Luz. She's a well-named character. No matter what happens, Luz does a great job staying as positive as she can and keeping up the spirits of the people around her. I put a comment for happens. And she never gives up. Like I said, the name is very appropriate. My favorite character, perhaps unsurprisingly, is Ida. Eda? Yeah. I see a lot of myself in Eda, although I'm not quite her age, obviously. But I vibe with her, you might say. Cringe. Boomer using Zoomer terms. Manga being blatantly extra. For real, for real. But really, I love Eda. She's wise and fearless and cares about what's really important. Thanks for the question. Next. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna save now, and I'm gonna. Okay. I guess just load the menu and decide on one of these bonus features to go to finish up the stream with. Yeah, sorry for going on that long rant there. I was just, I guess I regret it now. I feel bad. I probably just ripping a new one of random emailer for no particular reason except as a particular fandom that I personally am not a part of or aware of. But it's yeah, yeah, that's probably just in itself a sign that I need to take a break here. Anyway, I'll be right back. And then back again. Um, yeah, not sure. Not sure which one of these to play. I guess I might as well go from the top. Just start with Just Miss Ida. I have no idea what this is about. Let's give it a whirl. Oh, this mod. Miss Ida and I put together collaboratively over a long period of time is kind of a joke at first. Oh yeah? Miss Ida working on a mod? She didn't want it included in the full list, but it seemed a shame to waste our fun little half-serious mod idea. So hopefully you enjoy it. And just so you know, this mod doesn't really end. There is a way out in it, but there's no guarantee of accessing that way out. That's ominous. So, you know, you may have to quit to come back here, just so you know. Well, good thing I saved it then. Have fun with Miss Ida. Okay, so I guess I'll put this back down here again, just in case. Hello, Charmuse. Fancy meeting you here. Not sure how we got locked into this place. Guess that means we're here with each other forever. Oh well, I can think of worse fates. You're not the worst looking person after all. Oh, why thank you. Sorry, that was an inconsiderate thing to say. I just meant you're fairly attractive. Just Ida, yeah, indeed. How awkward of me. Anyway, long pause. Oh, is this the long pauses to simulate the original Act 3 experience? Is that what's happening here? Or is that it? Oh, okay. A lot of the talk these days about UFOs and aliens. Guess it's always possible that there's some truth to them, but until I see some pretty uncontrovertible proof, my default position is skepticism. As a scientist, you can't be closed-mindedly skeptical all the time, but UFOs are an area where there's a lot of fakery and lies, which makes it hard to discern the truth, and where being too open-minded can waste a lot of time, so I try to find a happy medium. An area where there's lots of fake lies, which makes it, and where they're okay. I see the grammatic parallel there. Okay, fine. It's just the sentence was spread across 3 lines, which made it seem weird. Anyway, there's a gamer strat that Deb put in. Also, meta note: the original version of this was made by Deb between season 2 and 3. This has added stuffs though. Oh, okay. All right. So I try to find a happy medium. Maybe someday there'll be concrete proof. Come after someday. Huh, okay. Guess we're gonna have to tolerate long pauses. Why do I love beer so much? I'm not sure. Maybe it's just a love I've built into myself over years of enjoying it. But there's something about the way an ice-cold beer hits you when you crack it open after a long day of work. It really gives you that exultant feeling when you drink or eat something you really like when you're really thirsty or hungry. My favorite brand is Yebisu. It's basically all I drink. If they don't have it somewhere, I'll get Asahi or whatever, but Yebisu is the best. Comma after somewhere. Yeah, so I guess that's all this is. It's just Miss Ida talking at us here. If you ever want to know the gamer strat, let me know. Okay, I'll consider it. Natsuki and Yuri are apparently trying to decide on their housing arrangements. Ooh. I mean, college is a good time to figure that stuff out. Natsuki and Yuri figuring out how to live together, that could bring a lot of interesting tensions. By the way, I mean, in my own experience, like moving in with my first girlfriend, a lot of things come up that you might not expect to come up. It is important and valuable to like discuss things ahead of time and figure out figure out some ground rules, like, things like, expected distribution of chores, or, when people have access to the bathroom for stuff, if you don't figure these things out ahead of time, you're gonna bump heads, and I'm just imagining, Natsuki and Yuri, they do have like similarities in a lot of areas that count, but I could imagine having very different like domestic habits at home, which would cause them to which would cause some friction if they're because it's different. It's different living with someone than like seeing them from time to time, like on dates and stuff. It's a very different dynamic. So that could cause some interesting events to occur in season 4 if that's what happens and they end up moving in together. Um, plus, just I don't know, the fact that the idea of them moving in together is just so that's adorable. That's that would be pretty exciting for them, I imagine. Particularly, I mean, like Natsuki having a curfew at home and so on, like big, it'd be exciting for both of them. I imagine. Actually, now that I think about it, I mean, Yuri, um, she says she basically doesn't get enough time to herself, between her parents and her uncle and her little brother, particularly her little brother bugging her all the time. Um, doesn't get much time to herself, and so she would probably appreciate the relative peace and quiet of having just Natsuki around. Plus, Natsuki, I mean, there are indications that her father's kind of difficult to live with, curfew and so on. So getting away from that and being able to make her own hours and do whatever she wants and how late she wants. It would be exciting to her for those reasons too. Um, but yeah, as exciting as it might be for both of them, I can also expect friction to happen, and that could be neat to watch. So, but yeah, this in itself is a little bit of interesting. Maybe world building isn't the right word, but like character establishing stuff or plot establishing stuff, upcoming plot establishing stuff. Anyway, moving on. Natsuki and Yuri apparently are trying to decide on their housing arrangements. MC and Monica got single rooms, and Sayuri is going to have a random roommate. It seems like. Oh, really? Okay. Oh, we're setting things up for the upcoming season. Huh. How far away is the college from where they live? I mean, they talk about their school being the feeder school for the college. That sort of implied that they're and apparently they also have the same uniforms. That implies that they're close by, but maybe not. If like all 5 of them are moving to be closer to it. So he's gonna have a random roommate. It's like, why couldn't Sayuri and MC move in together? I would have thought they would like that. Yeah, weird. Yeah. Maybe could they not afford it or something? But I mean, yeah, like having a roommate is it's a good way to defray costs of living. Um, Again, although just edit the bank accounts. I want to bring that up in an email at some point. Anyway, moving on. But Natsuki and Yuri are trying to decide if they want to apply to be each other's roommates. Yeah. On the one hand, it's obvious why they'd want to do that. But on the other, you're not supposed to be in a relationship with your roommate at this university. Really? Oh, it's this weird puritanical thing here now? Oh. Ew. Oh, is that what's going on? Are Yuri and Natsuki's gonna have to pretend to not be a couple again? That's freaking sad. Okay. Oh wow. Okay. All the we're getting some deep lore here. All the future conflicts being predicted here. being foreshadowed. Wow. Okay. Yeesh. Like, not supposed to be a relationship with your roommate. Like, why the heck not? And also, uses the word university. They've been referring to it as a college up to this point. Um, I mean, I don't know. Depending what country you're in, I mean, this college and university have different connotations. I mean, I don't know. For where I'm from, I mean, university has is sort of seen as like a higher level than college. They're both post-secondary institutions. Um, I don't know. Moving right along. So that would be a little complicated for them try to manage secretly. Ugh. Sorry, just the notion that the college is going to try to impose that on them is just it's like, come on, they're adults. They can manage themselves, okay? Like, you're trying to impose rules on them saying you can't be in a relationship. It's just bullshit. Like, sorry, that bugs me. Moving on. Why do I have the feeling that that actually makes it more appealing to Natsuki? I don't know. I mean, as much as Natsuki wanted to keep everything secret, I got the impression that she's past that. But I don't know. Monica left a handwritten note over here in the corner of the room. Oh, it's definitely her handwriting. It just says tactical luck. What does that mean? I have no idea what that means. Tactical luck. Is that a reference to something? I just googled tactical luck, and the first hit is a Warhammer reference, or tactical luck is a legit strategy Warhammer quest. Oh, okay, maybe so. Okay, I don't know if that's connected with anything. Yeah, I've got nothing. I have no idea what that means. Oh, I found another note Monica left in here. Okay, I kind of wondered if these messages are randomly generated, or if they're, I mean, not randomly, but like randomly selected from the list, or if they're in a particular order. This suggests that these are coming in order. Anyway, found another note Monica left in here. It's written in her handwriting in all caps. Here, take a look. What's better than tuna thrina? Okay. I mean, it's a pun. Tactical luck, what's better than tuna thrina? Oh, I thought it was random, huh? I mean, she said another note from Monica, which suggests that they're in this order. I don't know. I'm just gonna make note of this in case it. I'm just making note of it in case it comes relevant later, because you made the comment about the gamer strat that made me think, is there some clue that says how to get out of this? Am I going to find it at some point? Maybe one is programmed to only appear after the other somehow. I mean, that's possible. I did that in Sayori Says No to Suicide. In the quiz, like, for the most part, the joke options in the quiz are randomly selected, but there are three of them which are always designed to appear in a particular order. And if you've played it, you'd probably know which ones. It's the violent options. Honestly. Okay, long pause. Is a long pause that necessary? I mean, in the corner of the room, another road. Okay, anyway. Ria Takahashi is a very nice girl. She's one of the students I advise. I put a semicolon or period there. She gets very good grades, very polite, but she's awfully shy. I would try to advise her more on being more outgoing, but that's not really what I'm supposed to do. Just academics, that's what we're supposed to talk about in those meetings. But the urge to give her tips on making friends is really strong. Resisted it so far, though. Seems like the club taught her really well anyway. It'll be interesting to see how she runs the literature club. Yeah. Maybe I should find something to do in between these messages, like waiting for these long pauses to lapse here. Deleting my character file won't do anything, by the way. Wait, character file? Character file? Wait, do you have a character file? I was under the impression that you don't have one. Did one spontaneously generate or something? MC, Manka, Natsuki, Sayuri, Yuri. There's just the same ones that are there already. There's nothing new there. So what are you talking about, Ida? Because I don't have one. There you go. Monaco's hosting the whole simulation through her world.bat system. Not really sure how it works. Only Monica and maybe Yuri really understand it. But I do know that the character files are just copies. Yeah. Maybe that relates to the long pauses. It's for speedrunners? Oh, okay. Wait, are you saying there's a way to cut down those long pauses? And if you delete them locally, the game just insta-reads one from the world.bat system. Comments for locally. So it's a kind of immortality. Is something I'm supposed to click on? Hmm. The 5 literature club members weren't the only ones who went to the parent university of this high school. She's using the word university instead of college again. So everyone else is referred to it as a college. Miss Ida is the only one referred to it as a university. A pretty good number of graduates go there every year. I know Kenzo decided to enroll there, plus one of his friends, and I think one of Natsuki's friends. Okay, so we're going to see them return, I guess. I forget. Hopefully they'll all have fun together. See, is there something I'm supposed to click on? And just click on everything. Right click? No? Oops. I don't know exactly how Natsuki got the way she is, but she's quite the character. She's chaotic, but loving in her own way. There are a lot of kids like that, at least superficially. Kids who want to be bad and chaotic as ways to distinguish themselves. Or ways to escape from something. But really, they're good people underneath. Comments really. Natsuki is different because she wears it all on her sleeve. Comments are different. She doesn't try to hide her worst parts, and she also doesn't try to hide that she cares. You get the whole thing. I think that's really neat. She may be onto something. Good way to live your life, perhaps. But even so, I can't be like her because I really am not that chaotic. I'm a pretty peaceful, normal person, whatever normal means. Yeah, I don't believe in normal. Yeah, I mean, Natsuki being open about her emotions and stuff is more a club meetings thing than like the original game thing. You probably know that the most rigid substances in your body are your bones, but did you know that some of your bones are especially hard? I'm speaking, of course, of your teeth? Teeth, yep. Yeah, I mean, they have to be. That's what you... They have to constantly grind stuff, so yeah. The enamel on your teeth isn't just calcium, it's mostly calcium phosphate, which is extremely tough. And that makes sense given the wear we put on our teeth. Yep, that's a factoid I picked up at some point along the way. We're down to 3 viewers. Oh, up to 4 viewers. There we go. Ah, yes, I remember seeing Siren MC in the equipment room. I turned my attention away as soon as I could, but still, I couldn't quite avoid it entirely. They are very in love. I envy them. Oh, well, I mean, if these messages are randomly selected, we haven't had a repeat so far. Um, like, I think the original game, Act 3 Monica, does eventually start repeating, or at least, hold on. Someday I'd really like to go on an airplane. I just think they're amazing. It feels like something that shouldn't be possible, and yet it happens. I would have flown before, but it's a little expensive, and the train works for most every trip for me. Hopefully someday I have a good excuse. Um, yeah, I mean, there are ways to make it so that even though they're randomly selected, it doesn't draw from the same pool twice, or draw the same option from the pool twice. I mean, I did that for Serious as No Suicide anyway. Some people think that water isn't really blue and that it just reflects the sky. Oh, that's that's the thing that I said. Funnily enough, I made that comment during the stream. Did Dev put this in here for me? Anyway, but water actually has a slight bluish tint to it, even without any sky to reflect. Usually, it's so faint that you can't see it in a normal glass of water. But if you look at large concretions of ice, like in an iceberg, for instance, concretions of ice. Seems like an obscure word. Masses of mineral water embed within rock layers, including limestone, sandstone, and shale. Okay, fair enough. I was thinking about this, lol. Yeah. Like an iceberg, for instance, and you get below all the snow that's typically on an iceberg, you see that ice and water do have a blue tint to them if you get enough of it together. Yeah. But yeah, Serious is Suicide, the quiz. I made it so that no option gets chosen twice at any point. Any of the bad answers or the good answers. And it will eventually funnel you towards the correct answers. Like if you exhaust all of the joke answers, then you get fewer and fewer options until there's only one option left, and then each option at that point each option is always the correct answer. Anyway, I wonder how the literature club will go now that the first 5 members have graduated. It does seem like Ria has things well in hand. Surprisingly well in hand, actually. I'm really proud of her sudden burst of energy and leadership. Ria is finally coming out of her shell a little, so the club should be just fine, I think. Poor Ria. I mean, implied poor Ria. Like, yeah. Sayori does have quite a sweet tooth, and all the club members can eat a pretty good amount of sugar from time to time, but I'm embarrassed to admit that I'm basically just as bad even now in my 30s. I don't know, I just really like sweets. They're tasty. And it's not just a taste thing either. A lot of the time my body will just crave sugar. It happens all the time. I have to work out a lot to keep the weight off. Yeah. Yeah, like I was gonna say, I mean, Ria being stuck in the time loop personally was implied by that one post-credit scene with her, and it's further implied by Monica's reaction to the poem that she wrote about Ria. It's really heavily implied that Monica feels guilty about her. Anyway, so how are you doing out there, out in your world? Not work too hard, I hope. I mean, no. Be sure to drink plenty of water and get lots of rest. It's so easy to burn yourself out by just working without noticing you've been doing it too long. Although I guess I'm the last person who should criticize others for that. Yeah, I mean, presently unemployed. I can't say I'm worked too hard, but anxiety disorder makes it feel like I might be burning out anyway. Oh well. Occasionally, we do find some drugs in our school. Oof. It's not a huge problem like it is in other schools, but still, it's always saddening when it happens. Hold on a second. Like it is in other school. Mm-hmm. Kids start trying drugs for different reasons. The easiest ones are the ones who are just curious, but often there's deeper stuff going on, bullying or or things being so bad at home that drugs seem like a good escape. Those are the really tough cases. There's only so much a school can do about things like that. Me, I just try to be a safe person for the student. Very rarely does getting them in big trouble help much, I find. You might have noticed that I took a pretty forgiving approach when I found out Natsuki was smoking cigarettes. I think in general, understanding and love helps a lot better than shaming and blaming and punishment. Although my involvement with Natsuki's smoking sure landed me in a weird spot, didn't it? I mean, stating it mildly. That pause was a lot shorter. Do you have a favorite cheese? Not especially. I mean, I buy cheddar a lot that's mostly because it tends to cost less. But pretty fond of Havarti. I don't know. Monterey Jack cheese is alright. Gouda cheese is alright. I don't know. I like I like plenty of different kinds of cheese, really. Moving on. Mine's Gruyere. Gruyere? How do you even pronounce that?
Gruyere.
Gruyere. Okay, so it's like French. Firm, tangy cheese. All right. Yeah, it's once again that grave accent is missing. Mine's Gruyere. It's such a nutty cheese, so useful in cooking. Give it a try if you haven't before. Yeah, so I haven't seen any messages repeat so far. I don't know how much, how long this is, or how many. I don't know. Maybe this wasn't the correct option to choose for winding down after those emails. The club, excuse me. The club keeps bothering me to join them for poems, but I don't feel right about it yet. I'm a very bad perfectionist. Well, hey, arguably Monica was too, or at least, the side story version of her. I have trouble writing anything like that unless it's perfect. Yeah, this was the conflict, or one of the conflicts, Monica's internal conflict in the trust side story. Oh well. So I don't want to show them any work of mine until I think it's flawless. I have a high standard to live up to as a teacher, after all, even a chemistry teacher. Yeah, and that's the part of what I'm saying. It puts Miss Ida in an awkward spot, being, the teacher, the older one in their friend group. Anyway, Monica left a handwritten. Oh, okay. Okay, so I think we're seeing a repeat message here. Monica left a handwritten note over here in the corner of the room. It's definitely her handwriting. It just says tactful luck. I have no idea what that means. Okay. So we're getting repeat messages already, it looks like. Oops. Monica and I were talking the other day about ethical consumption. No ethical consumption under capitalism. It's hard to buy almost anything these days without worrying about whether you're making the world worse by doing so. Yeah. In the end, you just have to be as informed as possible and make the best choices you can. I mean, yeah, it's tough. Like, some time back, I made a point of never getting anything from Nestle because I heard about the horribly unethical things that business is doing. But then you look up who the connections and who owns who. There are tons of other products that are owned by the the same parent company. So you're kind of supporting ethical or unethical business process for a lot of different things you buy. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to know how to live in a way that doesn't con- contribute unfortunate ways to like bad stuff going on. It's just yeah, unethical stuff. Um, as somebody said, there's no ethical consumption under capitalism. I don't know. I don't know if it's I don't know if it can go that far, but I mean I don't know if I'd go that far, but yeah. Moving on. Just have to be informed as possible. Make the best choices you can. It's hard to avoid knowingly unethical choices all the time, but you can do good most of the time if you work at it a bit. I don't think I have it in me to be a vegetarian or even a pescatarian like Monica, though. I mean, yeah, same. Um, yeah, same. It's just one of those things like if I think about it, I feel bad, and I try not to think about it like like the meat products or food that I purchase that has meat in it, and like the all the like the horrible conditions that the animals tend to be put in, and not to mention everything that Monica said about like the farmland contributing to climate change and stuff, as she comments on in the original game in Act 3 as part of her monologue. Um, uh, and that's yeah, I don't know. If it's kind of thing, if I think too much about it, I'm gonna feel bad and feel guilty, and I can't wallow in guilt. At some point, I have to draw a line and say, like just try to be comfortable with it, really. Anyway, Natsuki's sister is wonderful. You'd never know she'd ever overcome any of the horrible trials she has. Hmm? Oh yeah? She's so resilient that she just seems like she's led a very normal life. And she's always joyously living life to the fullest. It makes you think. Maybe she's that way because of all the adversity. Or maybe that's just her nature. Either way, I'm a little envious of her. Hmm. Imagine being like a new viewer just tuning in right now and going like, "What the heck is going on here? Like, who is this?" Anyway, I'm a little worried about one of our recent graduates. Oh, not anyone in the club, mind you. They're all fine. But one of our graduates has a really unstable home life. He's really brilliant. It's just that, well, he might be homeless now. Wait, what? Sorry, are we talking about one of the characters we're aware of? He's been an orphan his whole life, and while he's been in high school, he's had a place to live, but he's graduated now, so... He did get into college, though. Hopefully he can get some financial aid and be stable there. Hopefully. That was a little random. Is this an upcoming character who's going to appear in season 4? Like, I mean, who could she be referring to? I don't think she's talking about Kenzo. Hmm. I may have, I maybe have been over relying a little bit on microwaved food recently. Yeah, relatable. It's just so convenient. Often you don't even need to use dishes. I put a comment for often. It saves so much time. Pity that's also incredibly unhealthy. My former students at the literature club eat more wholesomely. Yeah. I I eat those more frequently than I'd like to admit. Yuri especially. Perhaps I ought to learn a lesson from that. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Part of it is executive dysfunction. Like I'd like to cook more frequently. The other day I had a pound of beef sitting in the fridge to thaw because it had been frozen. Because I was preparing to make some beef curry, and I just never found the spoons to get started chopping up the vegetables and stuff. And then it got to a point where the beef was sitting there so long. It's like this is gonna go bad if I leave this here any longer. So I made hamburger helper out of it, which is at least more effort than just one of those microwavable meals, but it's not by much. It's still kind of fast food and still kind of unhealthy. Um, yeah. Oh well. Some people. Okay, this is the same message for. Oh hey. Oh, there's a skip option. Hold on. So I can just. What? Oh, that's curious. She's saying something different this time. Large pieces of iceberg get below all the snow that's tipped in icebergs. The ice. I'll do a blue tint to them if you get enough of them together. Oh, okay. It skipped the pause. Okay, so okay. Is that the gamer strat that you were alluding to there, BG Sweet? It skipped ahead to the gamer strat. Yeah, it skipped ahead to the next message. Um, I mean that suggests that if I turn off or turn on the skip unseen text option, I could just perpetually just skip, keep going. Um, anyway, this is an old joke. Atoms are very untrustworthy because they make up everything. Har har. Anyway, atoms are very untrustworthy, you know. You should never trust anything an atom tells you. After all, they make up everything. Sorry about that. I couldn't help myself. I put a semicolon after that. Yeah. I mean, it doesn't work in Act 3 of the vanilla game. I mean, um, Monica blocks skipping in that. It's mind you, she does that in order to okay, it's drug things. Let's just hit skip until something new comes along. What was I gonna say? Yeah, vodka block skipping. I mean, that serves a purpose in that context because it's that's at a point in the game where the game is basically trying to encourage you to just delete Monica's character file to get on with things. um, in this particular case, though, the long pause doesn't really serve any purpose, um, except to drag us out, really. Oh well. When you're a teacher, you get used to everyone calling you by your last name, which is very strange. Honestly, I prefer my first name. Oh, okay. What about you? Oh, would you want to call me by my first name? Um, sure. I mean, if that's what you want, why not? Why did I save it? It's the only choice we've gotten so far in this. Let's go with sure. Great. Call me Asami then. Hmm. But only in here, okay? Okay, fine. Need to maintain my teacherly professionalism in front of everyone else. So wait, if I find a way to break out of this and she still has the Asabi name, does that Asabi carry on into the like the emails and such? I wonder. Do you ever play the lottery? I do, but only occasionally. Typically when it's a pretty big jackpot. Yeah, okay, it's fine. I figure if I'm going to throw away money, I might as well do it for an essentially impossible shot at winning a really big amount of money. Welcome back, Spooky Waters. I decided to take a break from the emails. They were making me grumpy, and I didn't like I didn't like my the grumpiness. So I figured I'd go take a look at the Just Miss Ida thing. Anyway, moving on. Excuse me. Yeah, awesome. Yeah. Have you seen this, Spooky Waters? Natsuki and Yuri. Everyone always wondered about that, but I never actually saw them doing stuff I'd expect a couple to do. At first. And Natsuki said she was straight. That's basically all I knew about the topic. Until we found out, of course. I try not to talk about it much with students around. I'm no gossip. Yeah. Yeah. I've come to understand the whole reason why Sayori dated Kenzo. At the time, I had no idea what was going on. I put a comment for time. But she and I had a long talk about it a ways back. I'm really glad she feels like she can trust me with information like that. But still, what a sad story. Sayori really does live her life almost entirely for others. Hopefully those others can convince her that they want her to live her life for herself. Comment for hopefully. The kids at the school these days are all playing collectible card games. I remember those were pretty popular when I was growing up too, but then it kind of died down. I thought it was gone, or a niche hobby. It's neat to see kids of today picking it back up, keeping the old ways alive. Played a bit of Magic the Gathering back in the day because my older brother was into it. Oop, and we're just back to this joke again. So skip ahead. Someday I'd like to buy a house. Put a comment for someday, but prices are through the roof in. Ooh, almost told you the name of our city. Wait, what? Starts with an S? Okay. But yeah, we live in a coastal city and the housing prices are very high. It's already about as much as I can do on a teacher's salary to pay the rent. That's unfortunate. You just the right age to have been around for the start of the Pokemon trading card game? Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah. Hmm. Huh. Yes. Well, hearing that makes me feel a bit old. uh, yeah, another reason I need to find a partner. But yeah, yeah. My older brother, he was into Magic the Gathering back when that game was new, and there were, yeah. So I kind of have, soft spot for some of the like older cards, older rule sets, and so on. Um, the skip button's there, which means this is here before. Okay, yeah, this message again. Okay, skip ahead. I saw a rainbow the other day. Rainbows are pretty special, even after the 100th time you've seen one. It's still amazing, or at least I think so. I think it's really important not to lose your sense of wonder about the small things like that. That's part of what makes life so enjoyable. Yeah, but yeah. Um, I'm only aware of the Pokemon trading card game because at one point when I was working at Walmart, I was working at the layaway desk, and that happened to be where that Walmart was stored their collectible trading card games. Um, and I believe they put them there because a lot of kids were stealing them. So they wanted to put them somewhere where there's always going to be guaranteed someone there, because the person at the layaway desk also has to work the switchboard. They've gotten rid of the layaway desk since then. I'm not sure what setup they have now, but yeah. Uh, if not for that, I'd be largely unaware of Pokemon trading card games, I think. Yeah, moving on. They say everything ends eventually, or to be more specific, Monica says that a lot. But I wonder how that works in here. I guess we're sort of dependent on your universe to exist, and when things finally end there, things will end here too. Sobering thought. Still, we have a lot of time until then. I wonder how long in your time we'll all live. Sobering thought indeed. Some of the club are more interested in mods of this game, and others less so. Me, I'm not particularly interested. It doesn't really matter too much that we're in a simulation, I think. It doesn't change anything about how we ought to act. And it can be a little weird to see people writing what is essentially fan fiction of your life. I mean, yeah, that would be weird. So while I'm sure there are good mods of the game, it's just not something I'm very into. So yeah, there was in addition to the Pokemon card game, there's also there's an Inuyasha card game, and there was what else was there? Nope, hold on. One thing I'll say for the Space Room is that it's very clean. Monica kind of has a thing for cleanliness, I've noticed. Most classrooms in the school get cleaned every day, but still, with hundreds of high schoolers through them in a day, they get dirty again fast. Definitely appreciate that Monica cleans the club room. And, create this room to be clean, I suppose. Yeah, and I think, drawing a blank on the name. Dragon Ball Z? What was that card game? There were a bunch of card games that were behind that layaway desk. Anyway, I feel a strange tension recently, like a pressure. Like I need to constantly perform at my best or I'll lose everything. But I know I'm not performing at my best because I'm lazy or too tired or who knows what. Oh, don't be too hard on yourself there, Asami. Feel really unsettled about it as a result. Oh. Okay, and the rainbow message again. Ida, most relatable character. Skip ahead. You went through at least 2 messages there, I think. Anyway, maybe I was too aggressive. Wait, hold on, sorry. Where's the rainbow? Okay, there's the... Okay, yeah, never mind. Maybe I was too aggressive in pressing the club about the whole simulation thing. But still, what if one of them was being abused? Or worse? I had no way to know. I felt like I had to figure it out. I know when kids are covering up something really bad, and they were covering up something really bad. Fortunately, or unfortunately, it was nothing mundane like I feared. It was a bad thing of an entirely different character. I'm so proud of them, though. They've handled it with such maturity. I don't. Is there another way to speed this up? Okay, Adam one again. Skip ahead. Let me tell you a story. I had an office job once when I was in school to be a teacher. They make you go to school for that, by the way. It's terribly ironic. Is it, though? That seems to be a misuse of the word ironic. Something's only ironic if there's an opposite involved. That's what ironic means. Skip is bound to a keyboard key to the right. Yeah, I believe the control key is a skip, but I don't usually use that. Anyway, I was working my office job, and the boss tells me to copy-paste some text here and there in some document. Sorry. So I open up the word processing software, copy-paste, and print out. I'm sorry, just double-checking something. And then he looks at me really confused, and it seems like he's kind of upset, but trying not to show it. And he very patiently explains to me that I need to print the old document out. Physically cut the parts he wants changed out, like with scissors. What? Use actual paste to put them where he wants, and then scan the whole document in again. I quit that job not long after. Oh no, is this is this some kind of autobiographical thing that Dev went through at some point? I mean, we already established that the drawing pictures of moles thing was something that Dev went through in their schooling. Um, but the guy said copy paste, but actually meant that he actually wanted her to cut it out with scissors and paste it. Okay, I quit that job long after. Yeah, that's yeah, that's kind of odd. So some people, I don't know, some people get so stuck in their way of thinking that this has to be done this way that they don't consider why are you doing it this way. There's probably a better way to get the result you're looking for. Anyway, okay, this is skippable. So this is old stuff we've already seen. I'll never understand the adolescent obsession with toilet humor. It gets so old so quickly. I don't even remember liking it when I was that age. Yeah, same. Relatable Asami. Yes, Ida most relatable character indeed. Um, yeah, it's just how I think. Yet here I am, bearing the terrible, unendurable brunt of it as an adult. Nothing makes me feel older than having to rant about a topic like this. But I feel the exhaustion with it deep in my soul. Ah, well. Yeah. Oh, up to 5 viewers now. I mean, some people are interested in the Just Eat a mini game here. Okay, so we've seen this message before. Skip ahead. It's strange. I was thinking, society really puts some fairly strong expectations on women for the kinds of aesthetics they prefer. I'm talking about cutesy things, pink things, you know, but we're much more varied in taste than that. I'd even venture to say that a majority of women don't like the stereotypically feminine aesthetic and have their own styles. But I guess the cutesy pink thing isn't so much meant to cater to women strongly as it is meant to be a lowest common denominator. I mean, that's one way to look at it. I mean, um, I mean, there's also there's some certain societal pressures for people to conform and be the same. Um, like a lot of people want to just generally put people in certain boxes, and you know that they just have difficulty dealing with the concept that not all women are the same, you know, and not all men are the same, and so on, and that we're all, you know, a society of individuals that are the sum of our experiences. Or as there was a good quote from Laverne Cox. She's like a trans activist person who was saying that a lot of the decisions we make, you know, as individuals, some of them are informed by gender, some are not, and a lot of people get stuck on this idea that you have to do things a certain way because of your gender, uh, because they don't want to think about their reasons for making those choices. Like like a lot of people just they don't they just want to have that decided for them, you know. Um, and yeah, I'm that was the gist of what Vern Cox said. Um, anyway, moving on. It's meant to be a lowest common denominator. It's the least offensive thing, maybe. But that kind of lowest common denominator culture always seems to be bad in the end. Sorry, random thought. but yeah, like, yeah, I don't know. People, like, just a lot of people just have this idea that they, like, women have to be a certain way, men have to be a certain way, and they don't, like they don't want to think about, like, what if that's not true, and you can just choose to do things differently, you know? Um, I don't know. Some people are just really afraid of things being different, I guess. Anyway, moving on. Kenzo seems to have a reputation as not the smartest kid, which is unfair. He's actually plenty smart about the average of students at his school, and students at the school tend to be pretty sharp. He just hates literary criticism. Hmm. So he doesn't like to do his schoolwork for advanced language classes. Other than that, he's an exemplary student. I have a comment for that. He's certainly not going to be the valedictorian, but he does well for himself. Hmm. The deep Kenzo lore there now. So, oh, have you ever had to reject someone? It's not fun. I know I complain about having a tragic dating life a lot of the time, but I do have to reject people from time to time. Not everyone is or would be a healthy partner. I used to try to be really nice about it, really let them down easy, you know? Then I found that some people would take that the wrong way, maybe think they just needed to try harder. Yeah. Hmm. So now I'm very firm about it. I'm not mean, I still try to be nice, but I leave absolutely no doubt about it. I try to stick to enforcing boundaries after that. Oh, uh, hmm. Miss Ida enforcing boundaries, eh? Didn't we establish that she kind of has issues with boundaries? Anyway, sometimes I have to block phone numbers. That's just the way you got to be to protect yourself. And make sure your message is understood so the other person can move on too. Yeah. That's rough. Um, hmm. Yeah, certain people, particularly, I'm going to say certain guys, as much as I say, you know, uh, not to get too hung up on the gender thing, and that, you know, it's uh, uh, um, you know, not like not make it about gender, like it's just individual and so on. There are definitely certain tendencies that are based on gender, and uh, yeah, it's like you hear the phrase male entitlement. Um, it's a lot of men who think they're entitled to do certain things, especially particularly when I'm going to say heterosexual men when it comes to women that they're interested in, um, and sometimes that translates into interpreting any friendly gesture from a woman as, oh, she must be interested in me. So, like, yeah, like us having to be extra firm and saying like, it's like no, you don't have a shot. Sorry. Anyway, moving on. MC's mom must be proud of him. He's such a fine, upstanding young man, and he's gone through such challenges, things that things that would break a lot of kids. But he's come out of it all right, and he even has strength left over to lend his friends and girlfriend. He's a good kid. Yeah, nice. There's a little wholesome bit of like MC lore there, I guess. I mean, kind of. I mean, lore. We kind of know about that from his actions over the last 3 seasons. So there you go. They say, okay, this is another old message. Skip that. So everyone seems to have decided COVID isn't a thing in your world anymore. No. I mean, not if you follow the news. I mean, I guess you're using the word everyone rhetorically there. Um, it does seem like a substantial portion of the population has decided it's over. Even though there's still plenty of reported cases if you follow the news. But yeah, who follows the news really? Anyway. Going isn't in your world anymore. Kinda still seems like it is, though. I guess that's how it usually is with plagues. People get used to them. I just hope more people don't end up suffering or dead than really needed to. I just hope more people don't end up suffering or dead than really need to. I'm not fond of this phrasing here. I'm gonna screenshot that and bring that up with Dev later. That's a weird phrasing. Anyway, moving on. Whatever that means. Yeah. Well, I mean, since this thing lets us skip when a message comes up that we've seen before, it should eventually get through all of the messages that are here. Monka's always so worried about things ending. On a large level, that is, like the world ending and such. Me, I try not to worry too much about things like that. Goodness knows there's enough else to worry about in the world without thinking about apocalypses. But I suppose Monka's the type to fret about things like that. I guess she really does have particularly good reason to. Yeah. Yeah. Slowly but surely we're getting through these. You know what got me into chemistry? When I was young, someone taught me the atomic theory of matter, the way all matter is really constructed and all that. I thought it was amazing, like I'd unlocked some deep secret of the universe. And I guess I had. My love for the idea has never really died down. That's neat. Shoot, what was I gonna say? Yeah, I mean, sooner or later we got to, have to get through all these things. Did you know I worked as a maid once? Oh? It's true. While I was in college, I cleaned up houses for some spare cash. I'd put it after college. Made surprisingly good money off of it, too. It's not bad work if you don't mind getting your hands dirty. And no, before you get too excited, I didn't wear a uniform. Haha. You know, Miss Kobayashi's Dragon Maid flashbacks. Real maids get grimy, and so we tend to wear practical clothing. Yeah. Sorry if I shattered your hopes and dreams. Time to draw some fan art of Miss Ida in a maid uniform. My headphone cord. It's under the chair wheel again. Darn it. There we go. It always wants to snag on things. Reattack. Okay, this is old stuff. Skip that. Man, I'm craving right now. I'm craving it right now. I really want some sweets. Something really sour. Maybe something chocolatey. I don't know. Hormones can be really annoying sometimes. Okay. Oh, it's this message again. Am I gonna get the option to go back to calling her Miss Ida? Which is very strange. Honestly, I prefer my first name. What about you? Should I do it? Would you want to call me by first name? Something in common with Miss Kawakami from Persona 5? The maid thing? Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, yeah, I'm not familiar with that. I'm tempted to switch back to Miss. I mean, if it's gonna circle back to this periodically, then let's go back to calling her Miss Ida, just out of curiosity, see what happens. Fair enough. Once you're used to it, that name is hard to kick. I will remain Miss Ida to you then. I'll switch her back to Asumi the next time it comes around. I was just curious to see what she said. For the content. Anyway, skip. Here we go. Something new. Did you know that all metals but two are naturally gray in color, like silver, for instance? All metals but two? What are the two? It's true. I mean, I guess copper would be one. What would the other one be? Every single one is silver or gray except for two. And those two are gold and copper, of course, gold. But here's the real crazy thing. You might ask yourself, why are those two different? The answer is red shifting. Oh, really? When things move close to the speed of light, they shift in color. And gold and copper have outer electrons that are moving at relativistic speeds, so they shift the color of gold towards the red end of the spectrum. Is that so? I can't say I knew that. Not so far that they become red, mind you, but enough so that they become yellower. Isn't that neat? It is neat. That's cool. Same with copper? Interesting. Those outer electron shells. Helium doesn't actually do anything to your lungs or vocal cords, you know. It's just a normal stable gas. The reason it does that thing with your voice is because of sound propagation. Yeah, that's because sound is air vibrating, and helium is is air which has very low density. Helium is lighter than normal atmospheric air, so sound travels more quickly through it. Yep. Which means higher sound frequency, which means higher pitch. So until the helium is all gone from your lungs, your voice sounds higher. Yep. Yeah, and you don't typically expel all the air all at once. I mean, people typically don't, when they're breathing normally, they don't breathe, you don't breathe your lungs to the fullest capacity on a typical breath, and you don't typically expel all of the air out of it either. This is just, okay, this is this one again. Yeah, like typically, you know, like common wisdom is that when you breathe in, you're breathing in oxygen, and you breathe out carbon dioxide. But it's more like, I mean, the air is generally it's 80% oxygen, 20%. Sorry, 80% nitrogen, 20% oxygen, and for the most part, the air you breathe in is roughly 20%, but the oxygen and the air you breathe out is something like 5% carbon dioxide. And there's still a fair bit of oxygen that you breathe out. Like when you breathe in, not all of the oxygen gets used up. It's not a perfectly efficient system. The gas exchange that goes on in your lungs. I forgot where I was going with this. I'm just saying, yeah, but that's part of what what Izzy is getting at about like it takes time for all of that. Like if you do inhale some helium, it takes time for that helium to all leave your lungs. So you can continue speaking with a squeaky voice for a time. Anyway, moving on. I guess we really won't be seeing as much of each other in the future, since, you know, I'll still be teaching at the high school, and the club will be at college, maybe every now and again, but I do expect you'll mostly be following the 5 members. I hope you'll help look after them to the extent you can. And don't worry about me. I'll be here doing what I've always done. Maybe I'll even be happy. Maybe I'll even be happy. That's... that way of framing it makes it sound like she's used to being unhappy. Being here makes me sympathize even more with Monica. Can understand why she felt so lonely and attached to you. It's pretty desolate out here. There's nothing really to latch onto but you. Kind of like being deep in the bowels of a ship and you can't go out to the main deck, but you've got a really good internet connection. That would be your main lifeline, other than staring at the walls. Poor Monica. Oh, but I'm here now. Hopefully she's off doing something fun. Comment after hopefully? Yeah. How much more of this is there? I mean, we seem to be getting repeat options, yeah, repeat things more frequently, so I think we're probably running out of them. We'll see. A lot of the kids at the school play Minecraft. I've played a little bit just to understand the appeal, but not enough to be any good. I definitely understand the appeal, though. It's a very creative game. Plus, there's a lot to learn. Recipes, redstone stuff, all very interesting. It's definitely a game that helps you think in useful ways. cool. I didn't really get into it. I tried it once. I streamed it. Uh, wasn't really for me. Wonder what I should get to eat tonight. I have some bread and cheese laying around, but that's hardly a decent meal. It is a very satisfying one, though, for how simple it is. Yeah, maybe I'll have that. I can make it up by myself. Sorry. I can make it up by making myself a real dinner next time. Although that means I'll probably just order out. Whatever it takes to get myself to eat reasonably healthy, I guess. Maybe you can understand the struggle? Hmm. I thought about getting my doctorate in chemistry long ago. Decided against it, though. There are just a lot of things that make that inconvenient, not the least of which is that there just aren't that many good jobs for chemistry PhDs. Hmm. I mean, yeah. At least there aren't a lot that don't involve being evil in some way. So my master's degree and teaching high school is more than good enough for me. Hmm. I really feel like I do some good in the world this way. Cool. Are these pauses really necessary? Like it. I guess it's to add to like the feeling, like, the feeling of you're making it feel like Act 3 Monica scene. But yeah, anyway, I live pretty far away from the city that the school's in, actually. Hmm. Not so far that the weather is noticeably different or anything, but far enough that I take the train to the city. I actually don't like city living, and so it's just as well. I live out in the country. It's very quiet, very peaceful, other than the somewhat annoying commute. It's a really ideal situation. The gamer strat use the key? Hmm? Oh, really? Oh, we can do, okay. Didn't realize that worked during the pauses. Okay. Well, I'll keep that in mind then. Very strange to know that your students are sexually active. Hmm. I mean, it's one thing to have strong suspicions, but to know it for a fact is entirely different. It feels off somehow. To me, they all seem too young. They're all kids to me. I know they're adults now and can make their own decisions, but I don't know. It just feels off, like they're still too immature. Blink. Yeah, okay. That's okay. So that's convenient. Just hit right control and then it skips to the next thing. Okay. Good to know. Um. Hmm. Boy, I sure was wrong about Sayori. I thought she was just the brightest ball of sunshine and nothing else. I guess she is that ball of sunshine in reality, but it's just that she's a lot of other things too. Glad she's improving now, though. The whole club seems to depend on her more than they realize. Hmm. Wink. Oops. Yeah, it's... Okay. Skip ahead. Season 4 spoilers? How would I know those when they haven't happened yet? I... Wait, okay, yes. Just some light ones, maybe a hint. No... I don't know. Maka sure seems lonely recently. Yeah. I mean... she's just said it outright to Miss Ida. She just said straight up, I'm going. When Miss Ida was trying to talk her into going to university instead of joining the others at the college, she just straight up says, I'm lonely. Like there's nothing for me except my friends. So yeah, I mean, that's the direction, that's the trajectory of season 4, I suppose. Monica sure seems lonely recently, and sad. I wonder if anything can be done for her. I wonder if she could accept it even if there was anything. Yeah, or if you could. ... exclamation point. Oh man, that was weird. I think I lost track of some more time. I don't remember anything we were talking about at all. Maybe some time memory paradox thing or other? What, is that supposed to imply that she doesn't know what she just said? About, was that I dot dot dots implying, followed by the dot dot exclamation mark? Is that this is implying that this is something that Dev inserted or something? I don't know. Moving on. Time memory paradox thing or other. Who knows? Yeah, this is just. Can I just lean on the control button and have it? Okay. So, okay, so holding on the control button doesn't doesn't skip the unseen stuff. Okay, just I was worried that I was going to accidentally skip something that I didn't want to skip. So maybe I can just do it like that. Okay, fine. Some people accuse me of being a pyromaniac. They think I went into chemistry just because I like combustion and explosions. I mean that is the running gag in the club meeting server. Oh wow, this has been going 6 hours. Well, shoot. Okay. Now, it's certainly true that I think combustion explosions are cool, but that's not the only reason I went into chemistry, and certainly my enjoyment doesn't rise to the level of being a pyromaniac. I put a comment for certainly. Yeah, I mean, it's not a big deal. I never set fires or blow things up irresponsibly. I ever told you about Junko Hirayama's cat? No, we didn't hear anything about that after she picked it up. I watch that cat for sometimes when she's away. He's a tuxedo cat, and he has so much personality. He's so friendly, really an aggressive charmer type, always nuzzling your leg and asking for pets. I can see why Junko loves him so much. Aw. You know, I'm not sure where that skeleton in my classroom came from. That's ominous. It was just there when I started using it. I considered throwing it out, but it seemed a waste and a little disrespectful given that it was a real human skeleton. It, like, that's what we're going with. It's an actual human skeleton, not a plastic model or anything. That would be that could cause some potential problems if she does throw it out, you know? Like imagine, can you imagine like if she threw it out and then garbage collection came and they found an actual human skeleton there and freaked out and like police would be all over the place. Like who murdered this person? That would be tough to explain. Angel spirits would haunt the school. Yeah. Yeah. How like if she did decide to get rid of it, how would you get rid of human skeleton? I don't know. But yeah, definitely don't throw it out. Like at least donate it to a classroom that could use it, like a biology class or something. Oh well. Anyway, moving on. The label says Sayashi, but I don't know what that refers to. Oh, so that was okay. Yeah. The name of a company, although I haven't found one with that name. Potentially even the name of the person whose skeleton it was? That's what all the students assume anyway. Everyone calls the skeleton Sayashi. And I think that's fun. Sayashi is a piece of decor with a lot of personality at this point. Definitely can't get rid of them now. My students always ask me if I'm ever going to set up a meth lab like Walter White. And the answer is definitely not. Chemistry of meth is fairly simple, but also extremely dangerous. You could easily die while trying to make it if you're careless or don't know what you're doing. I've heard that. I mean, I'm no expert in making making meth, but yeah, it's apparently there's some you need some really volatile chemicals to make it, like explosive, and if it goes wrong, you can get yourself killed while in the process of making it. The answer is obviously. Anyway, Plus it's illegal, of course. Plus meth is a terrible drug. It hurts people, and I believe strongly that chemistry should be used to help people. Oh, just keep skipping, here we go. You know, it strikes me as rather rude just making you wait here forever. Oh, does it? Listening to talk, listening to talk endlessly. The polite thing to do would be to offer you a chance to leave. Oh, are we at the end now? I suppose you could have done that via the menu at any time. But still, here you go, courtesy of me. A chance to leave. Oh, really? I don't know. Are we at the end of, like, the fact that this message came up? Is this a chance that that's it, or I kind of want to see if there's more dialogue here. I'm not ready to go yet. I'm gonna stay. I saved it anyway. How kind of you to choose to spend some more time with me. I'm really enjoying it. It's kind of stress-free being in here. Yeah, see, there's still more dialogue here. My personal heroes are scientists who stood up for truth at great personal risk, or even when it cut against their own preferences or interests. Like Galileo or Johann Kepler. Science is really just about absolute respect for the truth, and making sure that you, as an imperfect human, don't screw up when you're looking for it. And it's collaborative. You're working not only with other people in the world, but with the billions of humans who have come before you, and those who will come after. There's something very beautiful about that to me. Skip ahead. Those side stories in DDLC Plus are very sweet, weren't they? I mean, yeah. It was good to see the girls get the happy endings they really deserved. I wish I could give them a happy, normal life. I think they'd all want that. Probably. Not sure about Monica. Oh, yeah? You're singling out her in particular? Or... yeah, actually, I think they'd all want that. Curious how she singled out Monica like that. I mean, Monica did indicate that, like if she could go back to the blissful unawareness of not knowing about the game and so on, she would a few points. And I wonder if that's the end game for this. You know, season 4 coming up. If she's going to like eventually take away her awareness, or at least consider taking away her awareness. But that wouldn't exactly work unless she took everyone else's awareness away too. So. Because, I mean, she couldn't exactly carry on with the club meetings. What's this? Going out on the meth node? Oop, never mind. Oh no, there's still there's still content here. I want to check it out. I want to see what she has to say, and also like proofread and stuff at the same time. Next season, one of the club members says, "Gotta make the Eda side stories mod." Yeah. It's neat that the club makes its own mods. Very confusingly recursive in a way, but neat. They've really made some interesting stuff. And some romantically charged stuff, too. But I guess that's to be expected at their age. Just roiling bags of hormones, teenagers. Yeah. By the way, if Deb watches this, I haven't commented on it so far, but I typically leave out commas before the word "to." Just thought I'd put that out there. I don't think it's romantically charged stuff too. Like, I mean, I know you said you put commas in to indicate pacing of delivery of dialogue, but I don't think people usually put a pause before "to." Some romantically charged stuff too. You know, like it's not a. I have, like I said, I haven't commented on it so far, but it's a pretty common thing that happens in this mod, it seems, and it just, I don't know, it feels weird to me. Moving right along. Just rolling bags of hormones, teenagers. Just skip ahead. As scientifically minded as I am, I can't quite get into computer coding like Monica and Yuri. I just don't have the abstract logic mind for it. Oh yeah? I'm very much more a spatial thinker. Oh, okay. I need stuff to think about. Which is why I'm so well suited for chemistry, perhaps. Huh. Call you by first name? Yeah, let's go back to calling her Acity. Great, call me Asimi then. Skip. I'm not sure what the stuff in the background is supposed to be. Huh, that's a good question. Or implied question. Besides the stars and stellar-like phenomena, of course, the purple mist is meant to be nebula gas, I suppose. And the golden tearing effect that used to be there is meant to be a representation of the broken game. When the game is broken, that is. I think it's working just fine now, and the golden tearing isn't there, but it does look very pretty. Yuri getting into lockpicking is an interesting choice. Sort of a gray area in that it can be used for some unethical, illegal things, although I doubt very much that Yuri would do anything like that. It is very in character for her. Just a strange, obscure hobby that she decides to get good at one day. I'd expect nothing less from her. Plus, she apparently just uses it in a helpful way. Did Masita become aware of Yuri's lockpicking skill at some point? I mean, Yuri used the lockpicking skill to get into there. Like she used to get into the student council office that one time, and then to get into the to Miss Ida's office at one time, and Miss Ida wasn't present either time, and I'm just trying to think when she would have gained knowledge of that. Anyway, moving on. So I can't say I object. Yuri took things a little too overboard with the club presidency, huh? Not too badly, I guess, but still enough that everyone got a little worried. Did they? Did everyone get a little worried? It looked like nobody cared. It seriously looked like nobody cared. Nobody cared at all. Maybe Sayuri cared a little bit. I mean, enough to write that note, but not enough to actually say or do anything. Like, even though she's giving the note to someone who can't possibly have any impact in anything, like, she gave the note where she talked about it to the only person who can't do anything. Weird choice, Sayuri. But, I mean, arguably that's there for story pacing purposes, but, you know, or story intrigue purposes. But, yeah, everyone got a little worried? No, they weren't. Nobody cared. Like, the one person who should have cared was Monica, and she didn't have a word to say about it. And right up until the last episode. It was actually really odd and off-putting, quite frankly. At least to me. I don't know if anyone else playing or watching particularly took note of that, but it was odd that they had all these established rules for the club and what the president is supposed to do, and nobody called Yuri out on it. Nobody even said, "Hey, Yuri, it's time to switch presidents now." Like nobody said anything about it. Like, it's established that, like, even when they attempted to have the vote and it didn't go through, nobody spoke up and said, "Oh, hey, well, there's another option. You can just transfer it manually," because it's an established thing that they're able to do, and it's like a really simple command. It could have generated some interesting tension if, you know, somebody suggested that and Yuri said, "No, I think I'm going to keep the presidency." That would have. Then I could say there could be an argument for saying that people got a little worried, but the story, as expressed in this mod in season 3, it looked like nobody cared. Like, even when she was flagrantly breaking agreements of not looking in on people with the presidency powers, and like, nobody said anything. Nobody objected. There wasn't the slightest hint that anyone had any issue with it until Monica had that that conversation with her in the final scene. well, final scene, the scene before she talks to Nazi. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. Like that whole aspect of it was part of what fueled all my speculation. Like the fact that nobody cared suggested that they knew something else that I don't, that I in the audience don't, and that's what it made me think. Well, Monica must be in on whatever weird scheme Yuri's got going on, and maybe everyone else is too. And maybe that's going to be the twist reveal later on. Except nothing came of it. So it kind of all came out like all that intrigue was for nothing. It had no payoff, which was weird. I mean, I do like the fact that there was a wholesome resolution to it, and everyone got to be like closer friends and stuff, and particularly like the tearful resolution between Yuri and Natsuki, and that was all cool and all. But the fact that there was no resolution to any of that intrigue uh, was a little off-putting, I guess. I mean, that's why I say I have mixed feelings about this season because there was a lot of setup that didn't have any payoff. You know, um, I mean there was plenty of stuff that I really did like about the season, but yeah. Anyway, moving right along. Still enough that everyone got a little worried. Apparently, I suppose it's to be expected. Everyone's a little on edge about misuse of that power. Are they? That I, that that didn't come across. That was not communicated on any level. Like again, nobody cared. They just like there was zero pushback. I mean, when it was Natsuki's turn to have the presidency, and Yuri stepped in and said, "Hey, actually, can I have it again?" Not only was there zero pushback, but they didn't even confirm that Natsuki was okay with that, or that anyone else was. They just went and did it. Like she just said the word, can I do it? And they were like, sure. Like not the teeniest, tiniest bit of concern. Not they weren't even a little. They were not a little on edge. There was zero edge. There was their concern about the misuse of the power was a sphere. There was no edge. um, it's like, sorry, Asavi. Like, I'm not. No, I don't buy that. I'm not letting you retcon it and say they were expressed concern that they did not express. It's odd. Okay, moving on. Poor Monica. It seems like things always happen that make it hard for her to live that down. Yeah. I mean, yeah, like Natsuki's reaction to Monica attempting to use presidential power when she didn't have the presidency, saying, "Did you just try to delete me?" Um, that in itself shows that Natsuki, uh, is experiencing some kind of trauma related to that and stuff, and and of course, Saori's outburst mid-season 2 indicate that there's lingering feelings about that. Um, you haven't really seen any sign that Yuri or MC took issue with that. Um, yeah, yeah, yeah. Just thinking. Yeah, I might need to. I might need to rewatch that last episode again of like the interaction between Yuri and Natsuki when Yuri is apologizing to Natsuki for being unavailable because she was messing around with presidential powers, and Natsuki has a reaction like, "Wait, that's why you were always away," as if Natsuki just had no idea the whole time. Like I had assumed that they as part of my speculation, I had assumed that they talked about it, and that's why. And Natsuki was looking uncomfortable because she didn't like what Yuri was doing. And the fact that Natsuki was urgently trying to call Yuri the the night that she had Monica over, also fed into that. Like trying to call her with some urgency, and Yuri was ignoring Natsuki's call. Uh, that had no payoff either. Like, and again, it could be that something is going to happen in season 4 is going to have a flashback to here that has some payoff for that later. But the story, as is established here, it's just kind of weird. I don't know. Like Natsuki, like Natsuki going, oh, that's what you were. That's why you were so distant because you're playing with the president. That indicates that Natsuki had no idea what Yuri was doing, and by extension, that means that it implies that she wasn't concerned about Yuri, whatever Yuri's doing with the presidency. You know, like okay, so saying that. It, yeah, everyone got a little worried. Like, who was worried? Natsuki was more concerned about Yuri being distant than being worried about the club presidency. Like Natsuki's reaction in that final scene is sort of indicates that she didn't have any idea what Yuri was doing with the presidency. So, like, far from being worried. And MC, what's his reaction to it? He doesn't have any reaction to it. He doesn't, like, I'm thinking back over the entirety of the third season, he has zero reaction to any part of Yuri's presidency at all at any point, as far as I can think of. And Monica, again, very unconcerned. She just repeatedly just freely just walks out of the club meeting without doing the president vote on multiple occasions, and shows no concern about it, and doesn't even bring it up the next time. So, oh yeah, isn't it my turn to be president again? And even when the swapping of presidency fails, something that theoretically they should be more concerned about, if there's something about the game or their reality that's breaking down, Monica's immediate reaction is first nothing, and then when someone asks what's on your mind, she says, "Oh, I'm thinking about college applications." I mean, maybe she could have been lying, and then maybe she was worried about the president thing, but she didn't want to say it. But seriously, by all outward indications are that she didn't care up until that last scene where she talks to Yuri in the space room. And again, and then that leaves Sayori, who, like, much like everybody else, she gives no sign of anything except that one note. And the note in itself is a little vague and wishy-washy. It's just like, I don't think Yuri means any harm or anything. But I feel like I should talk to her, but I don't know how to bring it up, and I think I don't think I want to talk to other people because they're probably not going to say anything about it. So it's like it's not even clear what it is. It was not even clear what it is she wanted. Like telling the player to talk to Yuri, like talk to her about how, like what do you even hypothetically, if there was a non-zero amount of things that I can say, like what would you want me to say, you know? Because the game doesn't give the player options to say things most of the time, and then it's like a very limited context. It's I'm rambling a lot here, but it's just I'm just thinking back over the season 3 to think, like, if this is true, what Miss Ida is saying, that people were concerned and worried and stuff, but I'm just thinking what that implies for the future in season 4 and stuff, possibly. Like if it is going to be revealed that there was other stuff going on behind the scenes that we just didn't see. Um, I don't know. I'm gonna move on. Poor Monica. It seems that like things always happen that make it hard for her to live that down. Had, had to deal with a wasp nest recently. It was a mud dauber wasp, I found out. Hey, those are neat. Yeah, my dad has a hobby in entomology, so I'm familiar with mud dauber wasps. They're pretty cool. I mean, the nests they make look really cool. It really lets you appreciate all the different kinds of mud that are out there. Like you think that a nest made of mud is just going to look, one solid color, but it manages to be a mix of colors. Anyway, moving on. Mud dauber wasp, I found out, and it was just a single wasp which had built just a tiny little single wasp home for itself. And in the end, I couldn't bring myself to spray the nest. The wasp basically left me alone, and they go away in winter, so the problem takes care of itself. Plus, supposedly having an old wasp nest there is a good way to stop new wasp nests from coming in during the spring, though I have not tested that hypothesis. So anyway, I have just tried to think of the wasp as my little friend for a few months. Wasps are social insects. They're like bees or ants or termites or hornets. Like they have a queen and they lay eggs and they have like a family of worker wasps. There isn't going to be just one. Some species of wasp are more individualistic, but I'm pretty sure mud dauber wasps are the social variety. Moving on. It's getting really cold at night here. Cold enough that when I wake up in the morning, it's just slightly chilly under the covers. Guess I probably need heavier blankets or a man to go under the covers with. Ooh, Mesita getting spicy here. Sorry, you probably didn't need to hear that. My dating life continues to not go quite that well. Oh yeah? Well, Mr. Accountant. But I thought things were going okay. I mean, Monica indicated that you're still texting him. Or maybe you have a specific meaning for that well. Anyway. I stayed over with my parents recently. They're still alive, thank goodness. I try to visit them as often as I can. It's not as much as I'd like. But every time I can, I go. I know that I don't have forever with them. I was really lucky. I had very good parents. Oh, maybe this was unchanged from the original? What was unchanged? Is there a different message here in the previous version or something? So I like to hang out with them. What do you mean, BG Sweet? I mean, this was written before. Oh, it's written before season 3, so before she had any dating success. Ooh, okay. Oh, that could be considered an error then. Where was that message again? Okay, just wanted to position the message so it's at the bottom there, so I'll screenshot that to remind myself to bring that up with Dev. You had any dating success or some of the message arts and mixed? Yeah, okay. Want to see my kimono? Oh, can we, wait. I mean, she does have art for the yukata, right? I mean, wait, is that what she's referring to when she says kimono? It's pretty cool. Give me just a second to change. Oh, wow. No peeking now. I know we're fairly intimate given that we're in this room together, but still, a lady needs her privacy. I guess you can't really peek anyway, even if you wanted to. Anyway, all done. There. What do you think? Hey. back in the yukata again. Dot dot dot. But please don't stare too much. I'm a little shy when I'm being stared at. I'm glad you like it though. Still, maybe a little unprofessional. I'm going to go change back now. It's a nice outfit. Nice little bit of artwork there. It's cool. Favorite yukata sprite? Yeah. It's a nice look. Hmm. And there we are. Well, that was fun. Chance to leave? Oh, another chance to leave. Okay, well, might as well save over the same slot, I guess. Um, I have a feeling there are more messages, so I'm gonna stay a little longer. How kind of you, etc., etc. Skip. You know, if I were able, I'd really like to have a pet. Right now, all I ever do is take care of Junko's cat. But I'd love to have a small pet of my own. It's just hard. I spend so much of the day away from home, and my commute takes a while. So any pet would be so any pet would be alone a lot of the time. Oh, okay, sorry. For a second there, I misread that. Yeah. So any pet would be alone a lot of the time, and that doesn't feel fair. But maybe someday. I talked recently with an old schoolmate of mine. We were very close in middle school and high school, but then life happened and we drifted apart a little bit. She went into academia. She's a history professor. Also, she ended up having a kid pretty quick, but her daughter is really into robotics. Huh. She's getting into building robotics and even programming them. And it's amazing because her daughter is only 8. Wow, okay. Tempted to put a comment after amazing. Anyway, my friend thought I would like a girl of that age getting so much into the sciences. And I do. Cool. I almost forgot. I have 2 loads of laundry to do when I get back home. If I ever do get back home, that is. How exactly does this work, timeline-wise? Well, probably best not to worry about it. The laundry will be there whenever I get back. Skip ahead, skip ahead. I guess I'm supposed to flirt with you in this? Since it's, just mod? I don't really know what to say, though. I'm actually terrible at flirting. I guess I'll just say that you look great? Even though I don't really have any idea what you look like? Ah, gosh, I'm bad at this. Maybe awkward flustered flirting is your thing. Stress, stress, stress. You ever have one of those days where it seems like everything that happens during your day is designed to stress you out and make things difficult? It happens to me a lot more often than I'd like. You really do have to be mentally resilient in my job sometimes. And try as best you can, not to let your stress follow you around everywhere. It's really quite hard, though. Come here often? Question mark? Yeah. Graduation is always a happy and a sad time for me. It's nice to see my students succeed and grow, but at the same time it feels like I'm being left behind every year. Maybe especially so this year. If you continue to visit, you'll probably see a lot less of me and Ria, since I'm assuming you'll keep following the 5 Literature Club friends. Well, I mean, that's to be determined, I suppose. If that's the case, I hope you know that I think you're great, and I'm glad you spend time with everyone. Oh, nice. That's wholesome. I need to use the washroom. I'm going to be right back. Yeah, just leave it in the corner there, I guess. I'll be right back. And I'm back again. Need to get some part-time job teaching at the college. I mean, maybe, we'll see. uh, if you're ever feeling bored, here's a fun read. Google dioxygen difluoride and read the article on science.org that comes up. Okay. Why not? Dioxygen difluoride. Science.org. Things I won't work with dioxygen difluoride. Okay, there's a... Okay, it's an article which is not super long. But I'm not going to read it just now. But I'll have it open to read later. Anyway, read the article on science.org that comes up. It's quite a ride. Certainly not a compound I'd ever work with. The little pure sodium explosions I do for my classes are already quite exciting enough. Yep, I remember the sodium explosion lesson from my chemistry classes back in the day. Yeah, okay, skip ahead. Sayuri and MC have developed into a very functional relationship. They communicate very well for 18-year-olds. Certainly better than I and some of my exes have communicated. Although that's a low bar. Still, I'm very happy for them. I don't know what exactly the future holds for them, but they deserve lots of happiness and love. Yeah, skip ahead. Anything else? Ooh, there's a lot of skipping there that time. I mostly get along with the other teachers here. I'm not really friends with any of them, though. I put a comment for them. Maybe with Junko, that's Miss Hirayama to you. She and I are close. She's autistic, and she likes to rely on me for certain things. But I rely on her, too, for certain things. It's a good friendship. Cool. We live in an era that denigrates science, even though it would be impossible without science. I know, it's so frustrating. It is frustrating. Especially in recent years, there's this wave of anti-intellectualism. I was going to say in the world. I think it's really pervasive in the U.S. Particularly. From what I've heard and stuff. But yeah. Don't get me started about that. I don't know. I want to try to get to the end of this 6.5 hours of the stream. It's almost at the point where Dev said that they're going to be back at around midnight my time, so another 25 minutes from now. Hey, 25 minutes left of my 42nd birthday. I don't know if I actually want to stick around that long. I mean, I honestly didn't expect to. 6 hours? Oof, yeah, indeed. Yeah, I still didn't get to the end of the emails. I'm looking at the Just Miss Ida a bonus mod that was in the extras. There's a fair bit of dialogue packed in here. There's interesting. There's some indicators of what conflicts are going on in season 4, or going to be coming up in season 4 too. Anyway, yeah, this thing is, we're in an era that denigrates science, even though it would be impossible without science. Like, seriously, like we still have like flat earthers and climate change deniers and anti-vaxxers, like people who just absolutely mistrust science and scientists. It's just what are you doing? Even though like if it wasn't for scientists, they wouldn't be able to spread their ideas because they wouldn't have access to internet and so on. It's just. Did you hear emails part 1? Yes, I did. I at least got to the end of part 1. I took a bite out of part 2, and then got. And then I got tired and grumpy, and I decided to do something else. Moving right along. Oh wait, no penicillin or vaccine. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Moving on. But that's okay. Science is not a set of information or even a way of life. It's just a tool. A tool that depends on skepticism, freedom, intellectual honesty, and curiosity. Yeah, that's the other thing. Like, even people who are more supportive of science and the scientific process, some of them don't really understand what science is. Like, whenever I see phrases like scientific, scientifically proven, I'm like, I sort of wince when I hear that phrase. It's like, no, I mean that's uh, it's science is about exploration and figuring things out. It's you know like, like advertisers that say this is scientifically proven to do X Y Z. Like it's like I don't know. It's yeah, but yeah, skepticism, freedom, intellectual honesty, and curiosity. That's a good way of phrasing it. Um, like you're always trying to find ways to get closer to the answers. You can't, you know what I mean? Like it's you can't claim to have all the answers, I guess is what I'm saying. Well, it was a disease putting people in those iron lungs. Yeah, yeah, oh yeah. And yeah, and despite that, there are people nowadays that are opposing polio vaccine. It's like, what are you doing? Just because they oppose vaccines in general, and it's like, uh, it could make a comeback and like cripple a lot of children permanently because people are being idiots about it and not getting their polio vaccines. Anyway, moving right along. As long as people are skeptical, free, intellectually honest, and curious, there will be science. And skipping ahead to... Oh, I got another chance to leave. Well, stay over the same slot, I guess. I'm gonna stay a little longer. Let's see if there's more. Is there any more? Have you ever played bridge? Hmm. I haven't played bridge. I have played euchre, and euchre is sort of like a kid version of bridge, as I understand it. My dad is really into bridge. I mean, I remember the computer I had growing up, the 286, had a bridge on it. I might still have bridge on this computer actually, because stuff got copied from older computers. Uh, I think I might have tried it once, and it's yeah, I don't know. I didn't get into it. Um, yeah, it's a card game. Played with traditional playing cards. Um, and it requires 4 players, and it's a cooperative slash competitive game. I mean, you have a partner that you have to cooperate with, and well, your partner sits across from you, so you don't know what each other has, and yeah, much like euchre. Um, anyway, moving on. Have you ever played bridge? It's actually a really super deep game, and a difficult one. I usually play it with a few old people I know who love it. It's a lot of fun. You should try it. I would put a semicolon or period after fun in that sentence. Anyway, any more? Oh, there's still more stuff. There's still more new content in here. I am still getting emails from parents of my students from last year. This is an aspect of the time actually moving forward that I never considered much before. Oh? Oh? Um, some of these students have graduated the high school and their parents are still grade lobbying. Hey, this is a rare expression. I don't think we've seen this expression under so far. Anyway, I guess I should be glad that they're emailing and not calling me every day. I've had to deal with that unpleasant situation before. But still, for heaven's sake, the semester is long over. They need to just let it go. Grade lobbying. I'm from context, I'm assuming that they're they're saying, hey, my kid should have gotten a higher grade, etc. Anyway, that gesture MC did for Sayori with the theme park was so romantic. I don't care what anyone says. If a guy did that for me, I'd be completely swept off my feet. Ah, taking notes, taking notes. I put a comment for me. I'm disappointed that guys these days can't manage the romantic sentiment of an 18-year-old boy. My dates really need to up their game. A little while ago, I was trying some dates with this guy who was way into history, military history. Uh-oh, red flag. And it's like, cool, I get it. I too have a weird niche interest that I know way too much about, but I don't talk all about it on the first date. Yeah, that's like, that's a little off-putting. On a first date? Some of the stuff was interesting and some less so. And some of it I could really get into just because he was so enthusiastic, but he just could not be turned into any other direction conversationally. It was pretty frustrating. You gotta let the other person drive the conversation sometimes, you know? Yeah. I was gonna say, like, someone, like, okay, being into history, cool, fascinating topic. Military history, it starts to be a little concerning, especially if they're into particularly World War II history. Then start like that is an important part of history, but it's you start to get concerned about possible Nazi vibes, because there's a certain subset of the population who is particularly interested in World War II history because they have they might have Nazi leanings, that was the first thing that came to mind when Sushi said he's really, really into military history and wouldn't talk about anything else. So like, military history at a first date, I wouldn't do that. Yeah. Guilty for that? Oh yeah. I'm not. Not that I'm not. Okay. I'm not calling you a Nazi or anything. I'm just saying. It's one of those things. I don't know. Not that I'm like seeing Nazis everywhere or anything. It's just I've seen it come up. There was if you've been on my server, the server that I have for Storm and my other projects, there is the most recently added rule on my rules is like no Nazi content, which I had to add on there at late stage of the game because someone was posting Nazi content, and he tried to frame it as, oh, I'm just interested in history, and I just think World War II military history is fascinating, yada yada yada. And it's like, and I gave him some pushback on that, expressing that, and what you're saying, I understand. Oh yeah. Like, like he tried to turn. He got weirdly passive aggressive and saying, "Oh, I guess I shouldn't talk about politics or whatever." And I'm saying, like, you can talk about politics without glorifying Nazis, because like the thing that he posted was Nazi war propaganda. Like the what's it called? That film that Hitler endorsed back in the day, back during World War II. What's it? Was it Triumph of Will, something like that? I don't know. He's posting that video, and just, I don't know. It just there's just like, it's not like he wasn't espousing Nazi talking points or anything, but like everything about the way he expressed it was giving like really strong Nazi vibes, and I was like, yeah, I'm not buying your explanation that you're just interested in military history, and this is just about discussing politics or whatever. Like, I mean, Nazi their technology is incredible. You can like World War II history and not glorify Nazism. Yeah, I mean, again, in the context of that particular conversation that I'm alluding to, I was getting Nazi vibes off of that guy. So anyway, maybe I should move on. Guys, just hold down the skip button. One of the things that really scares me about the places our players live are all the school shootings I hear about. Um, aren't aren't you in Japan? I mean, gun violence isn't really a thing in Japan. That's an American thing. Um, I mean, in the U.S., like they have mass shootings daily, sometimes multiple times a day. Um, I'm okay. That might be a slight exaggeration, but there are more mass shootings than there are days in the year in a typical year in the U.S. Basically, uh, not all of them are high profile enough that they make the news, but from what I've yeah, okay, she said. Oh, our players live there. Oh, okay. Oh, good catch, Slayer Rabbit. Sorry, I didn't catch that. You're right. You are correct. She said players, not the. Yeah, because most of the players live in the U.S. Yeah. Anyway, our players live are all the school shootings I hear about. We don't really have those here. Yeah. I can't imagine trying to teach somewhere while worried that someone might pull out a gun and shoot. I mean, yeah, it's frightening. It's part of why I'm glad I live in Canada and not in the U.S. I can't imagine the culture in the U.S. is so messed up. It's that the whole like gun culture, among other things. Like you've got some people are down there are talking about like arming teachers in case of an active shooter shows up in the school, which is nuts. Like, can you imagine? Like, you're going to teacher college to learn to be a teacher, and part of your job has to be, use of firearms in case you need to shoot one of your students. Like, that's messed up. And there are some supposedly well-meaning people in power in the U.S. who would rather do that than exercise better gun control. Um, yeah, for some, can you do anything like that? Haha, yeah. Well, nobody's perfect. Anyway, moving right along. They pull a gun and shoot. That's unthinkable. And to lose a student, I have no idea how I'd react to that. My heart goes out to all the students who get hurt or killed, of course, but I also think of what their teachers must feel like. Awful. Probably best to leave that topic. And moving on. I find it very charming that Yuri walks with Sayuri and MC for a part of the way to and from school now. I'm glad that she was enticed to do that. I really think that helped her feel included. Perhaps it's been part of her growing confidence and sociability, even if both of those are still considerably lower than the average students. I just mostly worry about her self-harm. Okay, so Miss Ida is aware of her self-harm. Like, how much awareness does she have about the self-harm, though, I wonder? Like, has she talked to Yuri about her self-harm at any point? I mean, like, ultimately it's up to Yuri to decide whether or not to stop the self-harm. But I would hope that Miss Ida could talk to her about, some kind of harm reduction or some kind of damage control. It's like to at least like the fact that at the end of season 2 when Natsuki goes to she finds out that Yuri had just hurt herself and was going to treat the wounds and. I say end of season 2. I guess actually mid season 3 when they're doing the flashback scene. But and Yuri says that she doesn't even usually disinfect the wounds because it hurts too much. And it's like really? Like, you're not even, like, first, like, obviously you shouldn't be self-harming in the first place, but if you're going to do that, you can at least clean the wounds so you don't get an infection or something, you know? Like, at the very, very least, like, look after yourself after the fact. Yeah. Anyway, I just mostly worry about her self-harm. There's not much I can do to stop her or anything, but I certainly hope she stops. Yeah. You can quit any time, you know. Oh, is that so? Oh, right. We're going to the menu. Just hit escape and quit like normal. I'll still be here when you get back if you choose to play my mod again. Although I'll still give that same introduction. I guess you can save if that bothers you. There isn't much else you can do to break this loop, though. Other than play something different, I guess. But why would you ever want to do that? Just kidding. If I push escape, it brings up this, yeah, brings up the save menu. I'm just curious. Yeah, let's skip ahead some more. There's still more dialogue here. I've been thinking about moving into town rather than living out in the country. Oh yeah. It's more expensive, but given how much time I'd save, not to mention the bus and train fare, it's tempting. Plus, living out in the country is kind of lonely. It's a lot harder to socialize when you're living in the middle of nowhere. Although my neighbors are really kind. There are only maybe 8 people that live within a mile of me. Huh. Yeah, it really is out in the middle of nowhere. And seen her completely cutting her arm up. Yeah, I know, right? It was sad. I mean, like, you know, it was kind of sweet when she was excited about giving the letter to Natsuki, but then she started started hurting herself, and then that made me sad. Yeah. Anyway, my closest neighbors are this very kind late middle-aged couple who have 2 kids. They're very polite and helpful. I've even given some tutoring to their younger daughter in science. She's a bright girl and very kind, but sometimes she can be very lazy about her studies. Hopefully she'll get there. If we come after hopefully. Although, if I move, I wonder what she'd do for tutoring. Guess I'll have to think about that. And skip ahead some more. Hey, do you happen to know what snoogeeling is? What? No I do not. I've never seen that term in my life. Snoogeeling? Like double E? Okay. I have no idea what it is, but I heard some students talking about it. Okay. It sounds like snuggling? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, is this some kind of... different kind of snuggling? Sounds almost like some kind of PDA. It's hard to be a teacher sometimes, but almost by definition, you're out of touch. I have a comment for definition. And yet you have to try and keep up with the kids' culture or you're not doing your job. Alright. Let's look this up. Snoogeeling. Showing yourselves for snuggling. Is this okay, okay, hold on. Urban Dictionary. Sorry we couldn't find snoogeeling. Did I spell it right? Okay, so there's nothing on Urban Dictionary. If I type it into Google, it says showing results for snuggling. So, is this a word that Dev made up? 11 ways to snuggle. WikiHow. Great. Trying to think it's December. Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. DDLC is turning 6 in 3 minutes on my watch. I suppose you're already in that on September 22nd, say Rabbit. Monica is 23? Hmm? 23. I mean, wouldn't it be, like wouldn't she be turning 24, assuming she was 18 when DDLC first came out? Anyway. Snoot chilling, what the heck? Skip ahead. I'm not really a huge sports fan, but if I had to pick, my favorite sport is football, with baseball as a close second. Or, I suppose, perhaps soccer to you instead of football? I mean, yeah. It's a lot of fun to watch. Although I don't go out of my way to watch it or anything, but if it's on, I don't complain. Skip ahead some more. There's the yukata again. God, I hate all the faculty meetings we have to have. I mean, I get we need to meet sometimes, but it's just too much. I feel like it's not at all respected that we only have so much time, and most of it should be spent on lesson plans and actual teaching. But no, we have to review our metrics and enrollment and all sorts of nonsense, but I feel like every second I spend in a meeting, my students' experience gets measurably worse as a result. Maybe I should say something about it to administration. Getting to the age where I feel a pretty urgent need to have kids. Oh yeah? Or at least one kid. There are people I know, friends of mine, who say they're fine with never having any kids. For some reason, that just seems terrifying. Like what comes to reason? Like, wouldn't you get lonely later in life? I mean, it depends on the individual. Um, it, it, mm, different people. Okay. Moving right along. Wouldn't you feel weird just having that be the end without the knowledge that some piece of you in a kid is carrying on? Or maybe those are just selfish concerns. Or maybe the whole panicky need to reproduce is just instinctual. Either way, even in the cold light of reason, I really do want to have kids. I've always wanted to be a mom. I just hope I can before it's too late. Yeah, poor Miss Ida. Have you expressed DLC in the Southern Hemisphere? Southern Hemisphere. Yuri sure does like her tea, doesn't she? If you ask me, she just needs her caffeine fix like everyone else. She just wants to be fancy and elegant about it, just like everything else she does. Still, can't blame her for it. As aesthetics go, you can do a lot worse than fancy and elegant. And skipping ahead some more. I tried a Natsuki cupcake for the first time a little while back. They are as good as advertised. It was strawberry, fruity, light, creamy, very sweet. I recommend them. If you ever get the chance to go through realities and get one, that is. Yep, and it's midnight now. Cool. Happy birthday DDLC, I guess. Or happy birthday, Monica. Western Hemisphere. That's what I figured you meant. Anyway, it's easy to say that you're not in it for the money, you know. A lot of people say that it's not all about money, but you know, everyone loves freedom, and everyone's always talking about how they'd like more freedom in their lives to do what they want, and money is that freedom, as it turns out. You get my money, and the single-minded pursuit of it gets a bad rap. Um, bad rap. I'm just curious. Bear with me. I'm just checking something. More definitions. I mean, like a bad rap could work. Like my impulse is thinking like a bad rep, like reputation, but maybe bad rap works. I just wanted to double check. There's different. Inconclusive. Not sure. Come back to that. But yeah, I mean, basically, studies indicate that like having there is a minimal amount of money you need to have to be happy. I mean, you do need to make sure your basic needs are taken care of, like food and shelter and stuff. Um, there is a point where if you reach it, the more money isn't going to make you more happy. Like like there's a there's a cutoff for that sort of thing. Um, but yeah, I mean, as long as you have enough money that your basic needs are met, and are able to like to do things you love and stuff, like it's anyway. Moving on. I got my money in the single. My pursuit of it gets a bad rap, but maybe it's not quite as so bad as some people make it out to be. Hmm. Call me by my first name. Oh, let's stick with that. Sure. Call me Asini then. Okay, have we... Oh, no, we haven't exhausted them yet. Sometimes recently I felt troubled, like I've been doing a bad job and I'm not good for very much. Like, sure, I held down a job and managed not to get fired, but I feel sometimes like I'm just going through the motions, that anyone could do what I do. I try to remember that that's probably just imposter syndrome. I mean, yeah. Still, though, I feel uneasy a lot. That's relatable. I've had experience with imposter syndrome for sure. Anyway, guess one of the neat things about this room is that it's always a very comfortable temperature. Our school is nice enough, but parts of it are old and the climate control doesn't work so well. Usually the heating in winter is fine. I put on usually. But the cooling in summer can be somewhat spotty, which is honestly a problem. It's difficult enough as it is to get high schoolers to focus and engage. When it's too hot, forget about it. Wonder if I could get Monica to somehow replicate this space room climate for the rest of the school. I mean, why not? Monica's piano playing is lovely to hear, in case you've never heard it. Actually, I suppose you must have at one point. Comment after actually. But she is very good. She practices very often. Any time during school hours, when it's not class or club time, you can usually find her practicing. Come after hours. She's gotten very good at it in a very short time as a result, as I would expect for anything she puts her mind to. Let's get some more. She's just being complimentary of Monica again. It's always an interesting time when two people cohabitate for the first time, isn't it? Hey, it's a subject I talked about earlier, and potential potential future strife if Yuri and Natsuki move in with each other, as was seemingly implied earlier. Interesting is one way to describe it. Especially very different people. Dot 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 exclamation mark. What does this look? Man, that was weird. I think I lost track of some more time. I don't remember anything we were talking about at all. Maybe some time memory paradox thing or other, who knows? Really? We're going with that line again? Okay. Ah, okay. Oh, interesting. Okay. So the first part of the text, I don't know if she's sorry, season 4 spoilers, how I know they haven't happened yet, I dot dot dot, and then wait, okay, yeah. Like, so yeah, okay. The last time this bit of dialogue came up, where she said season 4 spoilers, she talked about how Monica was lonely and then had the man that was weird, I lost track of some more time. Uh, this time around, the same dialogue came up, but she said, Okay, this seems to be like a strong hint that yes, Yuri and Natsuki are moving in with each other. Um, Especially very different people, you know. Hmm. Anyway, moving right along. Let's see. You want some spoilers for the third season of Club Meetings? Wait, what? Odd couple indeed. Yeah. Here's one. MC ends up getting a job. Why? Well, you'll just have to find out. What just happened? Feels like I blacked out for a second. I don't remember anything we were talking about at all. Maybe sometime memory paradoxing another. Who knows? Okay. Yeah. Another leftover, I think. Yeah. Maybe Seo and Moni will be roommates? Hmm. She did already mention earlier that uh, uh, Monica and MC are getting their own individual rooms, and Sayuri is moving in with a random roommate. And there was a bit of contention about Yuri and Natsuki moving in together because apparently the college has some Puritan ideas about people who are in a relationship living together, um, which presumably is why Sayuri and MC aren't allowed to move in together. Um, Say it was moving with MC. Yeah, that was my reaction too. It's like, what? Like, what do you mean Sayuri's getting some random roommate? Like, why would she want to move in with anyone besides MC? Like, I don't know. It's anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna screen cap this and bring that up. And anyway, I'm very tired. I need to wrap this up. I'm carrying on because I figure we've got to be close to have exhausted all of the new dialogue and stuff here. College is a place where you meet all sorts of new people. I wouldn't be surprised if some new friends emerged, or maybe old friends. Oh, was this another instance of season 4 spoilers? Okay, yeah. Some new friends or maybe old friends. Yeah, there was a line of dialogue that indicated that Kenzo was going to the same college, and also one of Natsuki's friends, which means either who was it Ikuko or Ayami? I think it was it Hiroko staying behind, or shoot, no, Hiroko was going to the art college. I think Ikuko is staying behind, so I think it's probably Ayami who is going to the same college as Natsuki. So maybe she'll be back along with Kenzo and. Fell asleep during the stream. Oh, okay. Yeah, there was some other dialogue indicating what's coming up. Sayuri's random roommate is clearly going to be Kenzo. Oh no! Oh no! Oh, that. Oh shoot. Oh, that could generate some tension. I could also see it being. I don't. I mean, if they're having some Puritan ideas about, oh, people in relationships aren't allowed to share a room or whatever, I suspect they wouldn't pair a female student with a male student. I have a feeling um, more likely, like, I think Ayami would be more likely to be Sayori's roommate, if anything. But who knows? I'm sure Dev will decide, or Dev has probably already decided. Uh, Boyfriend isn't that, but ex-boyfriend is fine. Yeah, I know, right? Yeah, they wouldn't pair up with the bloke. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Anyway, moving right along. Oops, just keep skipping. Can I tell you about a dream of mine? It's probably one I'll never get to accomplish, but I've always wanted to fly, like wanted to pilot airplanes. Can't really think of anything more wonderful and awe-inspiring, living in an era where human beings can fly, and here I am, not taking advantage of it. I mean, with what you know about the code and how your reality works, I'm sure you could. Because it probably wouldn't need a room anyway. He'd live in the car he's working on. Ha ha ha, yeah. Moving on. That seems so ludicrous. And yet, there are good reasons for not doing it. For one thing, it's exceptionally expensive. And for another, I can sometimes be a little absent-minded. Which is extremely dangerous when you're a pilot. So, I don't know, I really would love it, but I worry I'll never get to. Yeah. One thing that troubles me is that the club never really worried too much about Sayori's willingness to alter the memories and thoughts. Thank you! Frickin' thank you! Holy crap. Just somebody's on my side with this. I spent the entirety of the last 2 seasons complaining about that. Yeah, by the way, may you recall in the last episode of season 3, I was harping a lot about how weird it was that Sayori was going on about nobody talked to Natsuki. She needs to decide to apologize to Monica on her own. And I thought it was like, it's just weirdly hypocritical when Sayori didn't. I don't think Sayori apologized for lobotomizing her clubmates. And I looked it up. I double checked and yeah, she did not apologize to anyone. And again, in my books, that's an incredibly bad betrayal of the trust that they put in her, and nobody cared, and she did not apologize. And it was weird. It was really weird to me, and weird enough that I keep bringing it up for the entirety of season 2 and the entirety of season 3. And it just really highlights Sayori's hypocrisy when she insists, no, Natsuki must apologize. She must apologize. Well, you never apologize, Sayori. Get off your high horse. Like, seriously. Yeah. Like, has Miss Ida talked to them about this? Like... Anyway, okay. One thing that troubles me is that the club never really worried too much about Sayori's willingness to alter their memories and thoughts. Back when Sayori was contemplating suicide, something like that is a very grave intrusion. Yes, it is. Thank you. But everyone in the club seems to have forgiven Sayori for it very quickly. I guess because she already had a lot to go through and they understood why it happened. I mean, yeah. Monica says she completely deleted all traces of the program after that. Still, if I were them, I'd be much more disturbed about even the chance of that happening. Well, yeah. Instead, they made Sayori president again, and they did it after she frickin' proved how unstable she is. A second time, when she had that blow up at Monica, it was completely unmitigated, and she continued to be defensive about it after the fact. It's like, it made no sense. It's like, I get it that they realize how much Sayori is struggling and how much she's suffering from the depression and feelings of worthlessness and wanting to kill herself, yada yada yada. I get they have this empathy for her and stuff, but there's also just have a sense of basic self-preservation and not hand the reins over to someone who's proven to not be trustworthy. I don't know. Anyway. It's a good thing they have a responsible adult like Asmi around to keep things from going awry. Yeah, I'm assuming you're joking there. I mean, she's kind of proven herself to not be particularly adequate to that task. I mean, when Yuri disappeared during the party while drunk and, with the power to accidentally destroy the world if she does something wrong, again, Miss Ida was still... did not even so much as comment on it. Um, wonder how long this mod will go on for when they're all elderly. Yeah. He recognizes all this. Yikes. Anyway, yeah. Anyway, I'm much disturbed about even the chance of that happening. Yeah, that's it. That's all she has to say about it. I mean, you're right there, Spooky Spooky Waters. Hmm? Was it? Oh, okay. A chance to leave. I'm gonna stay a little longer. I'm just see if there's anything else. Yeah, there's still more. There's still more in here. There's a metal whose melting point is just over normal room temperature. You're talking about mercury, I presume. Which means that it's solid as any other metal block if you just put it on a table. But if you pick it up in your hands, it'll start to melt just from your body heat. And then, after it dribbles onto the floor, it'll solidify again as little metal chunks. Okay, maybe not mercury then. Metal is called gallium. There you go. Yeah, you can get a good bit of it for not that much money. I have a bunch in the school lab, although it's a pain. It's a bit of a pain to clean up after the students are done with it. We didn't get a gallium lesson in my chemistry class back in the day. Yeah, it is neat. It is neat holding a vial of mercury, though. I have to say, like you look at a like you look at mercury. It looks like liquid. You know, it looks like what do you expect a liquid to look like? It sloshes around in the container, and you hold it, and it's like boom! It's like 17 times heavier than water. It's like a lot heavier than you'd expect it to be for such a small thing, because it is still a metal even though it's liquid. We had mercury, yeah. Ida's class sounds super cool, honestly. Yeah. Drop it in. Oof. Wait, what? Really? Mercury, you dropped it and everyone would be sent out? Wait, is that a thing that actually happened in your class there, Slayer? If I was stuck in a time loop, I'd re-sign up for class every year. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. But it's such a fun substance. Okay, skip some more. Anything else? Another chance to leave? I'm gonna save it again. I'm gonna stay a little longer. I have reason to suspect there might be more. Just lean on the skip button for a while. We might be done. No, it's a what if? Okay, fair enough. I'm not particularly enthusiastic about onions. It's random. Not particularly enthusiastic about onions. I mean, I don't hate them or anything. They can be pretty tasty, I guess. Just not my favorite thing ever. Not sure why I felt compelled to share that. That appears to be a nod to Onion Club. That was a ridiculous mod. In a way, I'm glad to be here with you. I put a comment for way. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm pretty lonely. Aw. So it's good to have another human being so close by. Well, not a real human being, but you know what I mean. It's tough for girls to grow up. All our life, everyone and everything promises us that a loving, committed relationship is the end-all, be-all of life. And then you grow up and you don't have one. Try to be maybe a little less selective about the guys I date, but I don't know. I fluctuate between being completely hopeless and just resigning myself to a life of singledom and being optimistic that the next date will be the one. That sounds rough. I mean, I've said it before, I'll say it again. Like, it's, like, I'm at a point where I'd rather be single than be with the wrong person, you know? Like, be cool to have, like, you know, long-lasting relationship, have sort of family, yada yada yada. But it's not the be-all, end-all, most driving force in my life. So, like this, I mean, this notion, maybe a little selective, a little less selective with the guys date. Like, yeah, don't settle. Come on, give yourself a chance for happiness or something. Uh, I don't know. But I guess it depends on how strong her drive to like start a family and stuff is. Anyway, moving on. It's hard though, either way. Although things have occasionally looked better for me, I'm glad to be here with you. Thanks for being here with me. Aw. And Skippy, Skippy, Skippy. Yeah, keep calling her Asami, sure. Anything else? Any new text and stuff? Keep calling her Asami. I Part of the reason I wanted to keep her as Asami is I'm curious if that carries over if I bring up the thing, the emails again. So I was rooting around my fridge looking for something to eat the other day, and all I had left was 3 carrots. I really needed to go do a grocery run, but I decided to eat the carrots. Raw carrots aren't bad at all, but nor are they particularly good. I guess I would say that just raw carrots by themselves are just a super average food taste-wise, but they are very good for you. It's random. I was half expecting that to lead into some kind of pun, but I couldn't figure out what it would have been. Sometimes the girls tell me they were surprised at how I took Sayori's struggles with thoughts of suicide without too much shock. Yeah? Or I guess her actual suicide attempts. But the sad fact is, it's not the first time I've had to confront it. I mean, yeah. I like just being in the DDLC modding community as a moderator, I've had to talk with suicidal people a number of times. Anyway, I had a pretty good friend commit suicide a while ago. Oh dear. I wasn't horribly despondent and weeping or anything like that. I just thought it was sad. My friend was a good person, a very good person. They added a lot of value to the world, and when I heard about what had happened, my feeling was just regret. For myself, certainly, but also for everyone else they knew, and everything that would never happen now. It was a lot to think about. I guess it had one good effect in that I was more prepared to talk to Sayori about her problems. But still, what a price. I wish I had my friend back. Aw, sorry to bring the mood down. Aw. I'm gonna save again. I'm curious to know, like, every time it loops back around to the season 4 spoiler question. I mean, I could have skipped over it multiple times by now, for all I know. There's the Yukata again, and the Yukata again, and the Yukata a third time. Yeah, we might have exhausted all of these by now. It might be all the season 4 spoilers that are available as well. Can I? What if I right-click the skip button? Skip the next choice, yes. Right-click. Skip the next choice, yes. It skips faster this way. Oops. Yeah, it's... Yeah, I think we might have exhausted them by now. It doesn't look like it's coming up with anything new. You can tune a piano, but you can't tune a fish? Oh, here you go. Monica finally finds a way to break the time. Wait. Oh, here we go again with the spoilers for the third season of Club Meetings. Sorry, I'm just... Okay. Monica finally finds a way to break the time loop. How exciting. You think maybe the club will finally graduate? Okay. Okay. Yeah, let's just... I'm going to screenshot that. I have a feeling that's unintentional, that providing Season 3 spoilers. Anyway, right click. Save it again. I don't know. I think I've exhausted everything by now. 7.5 hours of the stream. I should probably hit the leave button now. I've got a save game if I decide to go back, but... Bye-bye then. Thanks for visiting. Well, there you go. Cool. I'm gonna save, and I think that's gonna be it for today. Yeah. I mean, we're into September 22nd. This thing is about to be released. I'm gonna submit my notes of errors and stuff. Yeah, 7 out. I don't know. It's been a long stream. Yeah, I sent my notes to Dev. So for the lastest minutes changes before release. I was gonna say tomorrow, but today really. Yeah, the fact that it's coming out. This thing is actually coming out, like released to the public and stuff. It's exciting. It's pretty cool. Yeah, should get some good reactions and stuff. It's pretty neat. I'm glad to have been a part of the process of, like, you know, proofreading and bug testing and stuff. I am very tired. This went on too long. I'm just taking a peek to see who else is streaming here. Is anyone worth rating? Probably not. Just check to see if anyone's playing any mods or anything. I think yeah, everyone else playing DDLC is they're just playing like base game, so whatever. But yeah, thanks everyone for watching. As I said before, I don't think I'm going to be streaming tomorrow. I've been streaming like every day for the past like week and a half, and it's a bit much. I'll probably pick us up again on Saturday though. Yes, good night, BGC. Thanks, and good night to everyone here. Thanks for watching. Yeah, until next time.